Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker as the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy actually is.
Yeah, that might be an old. I feel like people that say they don't know what poppers are one of two people. Either people that are legitimately don't know what poppers are, or people that are trying real hard so other people don't think they're gay. What is a popper? Amyl nitrate. AMYL, not ANAL. You can call it a party drug if you want. It has some of the same effects as a party drug, but it's for, we'll just say, enhancing anal sex. It's a drug that the gays have been using for forever, but now apparently a lot more people are using it. Oh, that's fine, Andrew Stott. If there, I mean, like, it's fine that I'm streaming. You can say like what a good debate thing might be. I mean, this is the beginning of the show. We're just chit chatting. We're just going Liquid Death. Yeah, dude, I love Liquid Death. Is there a problem? Hold on, fuck. Is there another brand that I can't fucking use? Cause like I have an app now to know like what the fuck is poisonous. Yeah, well, it's a green can because it's severed lime. It's what lime? You got it, Shrek guys. Stay prepped. Just don't drink it because apparently people are. I look Mexican today. Look, Drew2430. I am a racially ambiguous, mostly white guy, right? I am part black, part Lebanese. Like I'm Scotch, Irish, some French in there, some German in there. So I'm like a whole bunch of different types of white with some black and some Lebanese. So like you're gonna see me. Like if I go on vacation, yeah, I'm a mutt. It's okay, I'm a mutt. If I go on vacation to a very sunny place for a couple weeks, I'll come back and people will be like, "EO, when did you convert to Islam?" And I'll be like, "I didn't. I just got some sun instead of being stuck up in the house, so my skin got dark real quick." Yeah. T.O. Scott. I'm not Hispanic. I don't know what to tell you. What is up, my homie G? Rodney Thundercock. I have graced you with my presence. You may breathe a sigh of relief. Why does that name sound familiar? Who is that? Hold on. I don't know who you are, but I feel like I should know who you are. 41 subscribers, so I don't know you via YouTube, but I feel like I remember you from a previous time. I appreciate the $5 nevertheless. And if I feel like you're homie, I'm glad to be the homie. I just, I don't want to claim anything in case like you're the next Andrew Tate or something. You know what I mean? I don't want to attach myself in any way, but dude, everybody in America is a mutt. Everyone so technically I'm Melungeon, right? It's like one of my first YouTube videos. You can check it out. It is a very bad video, but the information in it's all good. But like everybody in America is a mutt, dude. Like you can look at the Creole or the Coonass in Louisiana. You can look at like people like me that are Melungeon, or just look at Black Americans. Like there's a reason that like apart from like Northern Africa, there's a reason that all Black people came here and via the transatlantic slave trade through West Africa, and none of the American Black people look West African. Lot of grape, lot of messed up relationships, okay? Like I don't know what to tell you, but like they're mutts too. Like Black Americans are not West Africans. Like a lot of them are part white, okay? Like that's why they're different than West Africans in some ways. At what point should Americans stop using their ancestors as an identity and just identify as American? Smoking Spaceman, that's a really interesting question, right? And there's a problem. The problem is interconnectivity with other civilizations, and especially with their culture and with their art. So like there is no such thing as like the level of cultural homogeneity, even if you are unless no matter where you are in the world today, you will never reach the level of cultural homogeneity that existed in times gone by where it took months to find out what happened in other countries, where, you got news and bits of their culture through small pieces of art via trade, you know what I mean, with traders that were like the stranger that blurred those lines. Right. So if we look at the English, for example, we go, I'm English. It's like, okay, well, are you Gaelic? Are you Anglo-Saxon? Are you Norman? Right. What are you? What type of English are you? But eventually that all just became an English identity, right? Then there was an England, the empire that was England. And so all of those separate cultural ethnic groups eventually became just English, right? And so the same kind of thing could be said about America. But the problem is that like America as a cultural identity can be kind of a thing. But as an ethnic identity, it's hard because we have so many people from other countries constantly come here and live here, right? And we have so many people that we put out in the other world and like they live there. And so like this level of connection with other people's cultures and this level of migration that hasn't really been seen ever, other, you know, barring a few weird historical refugee crises, is something that like means that like the idea of like an ethnic American is like, I don't want to say it's an impossibility, but it doesn't quite mean the same thing as people who have ethnic, cultural, and physical ties to something that was ethnically homogenous and culturally homogenous for like thousands of years, right? Like if a Polish person that's mostly Polish in their DNA that lives in Poland is like, I'm Polish, that's what I am. I'm not fucking white, I'm Polish, right? That means something. Right, but with an American, it's like it means something for sure. It definitely means that you have certain cultural beliefs and practices and ideas that are tied to the country that you're from. But ethnically, like, what the fuck does that mean ethnically? Right? You're like, America is and has been for a very long time. Like, I mean, there was a kind of an attempt to hold on to that, with the WASP movement, right? White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. But like, we always had fucking, you know, the Church of England in the South and, you know, a large representation of Catholics and right. And it wasn't too long until a bunch of fucking Irish came in and a bunch of Italians came in. Right. And even from the very beginning, like, oh, we're white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, except for the Quakers, except for New England, except for the, you know, the Dutch that came in, except for, you know what I mean? Like we were all like, we weren't necessarily a melting pot of like every skin color or anything, but we've always kind of had a lot of representation of a bunch of different ethnicities, religions, and things of that nature, which makes having a distinct American ethnic identity difficult. Even if the cultural one is something we can kind of lay claim to fame to. But for Americans specifically, it's rough because like we export our culture. Like people talk about exports like the service industry or like our bombs. Those are big exports. We export a lot of bombs, and not always from them being bought and sold by the host country. Sometimes they just fucked around and found out, right? But the real biggest export of America, especially when we look at like the 1950s up until recently, has been our culture. We've exported our television, we've exported Hollywood, we've exported our music, right? Like we brought in some British music occasionally, we brought in some, you know, some sensation bands, etc. But really we've spread out our corporate culture as well. Like, and so it's hard to be an ethnic or cultural American. I don't know what that looks like in the future. It's a really good question that deserves all of us really thinking about what that means. Roughly 50% of immigrants went back home, though. I mean, that's not really an argument. Like if we have mass migration and then half of them go back, we have half mass migration. Nevertheless, we have a lot of Italians and Irish and like we have a lot of different European groups here that have settled. Yeah, but example, Italians are actually Roman, ain't they? So do Italians call themselves Roman in Italy? That gets complicated, you know, depending on who you talk to there, right? Because they'll have breakdowns of whether or not they're Catalonian in Spain or, you know, whether or not they're Spanish, you know? Like different regional groups will have different opinions on how they view themselves. Sicilians, for example, yeah. Literally all of Roman thought they're Roman. I mean, unless your family's from, you know, above Hadrian's Wall. You know what I mean? Like, if you're ethnically from above Hadrian's Wall, you ain't ever fucking been Roman, dog. You know, like I'm sorry. You might have adopted some of the, you know, the cultural practices and, you know, language elements, you know, when French came in after the Battle of Hastings, but you ain't Roman. Sorry, Brits. Do all rural white folks have that twang throughout the U.S.? Dog, our country's essentially like our country's got more diversity in it than Europe does. Right? I'm from Virginia, which is like barely the South. Like it just, like whether or not Virginia is considered the South depends on who you ask. Right? And my family and some of my more rural accent that slips through sometimes comes from hillbillies in Appalachia, which is a whole nother culture, right? Like Appalachian is a whole nother thing from like the South. So like when you say the twang, right? I think, you know, that twang is going to be different depending on different areas, and it's going to sound different and be in different ways. I will say this though, a lot of American, especially like Southern accent stuff, is actually is a preservation of English before roticity, before there was a big shift in roticity in England. So our like the American Southern accent is actually an older accent than like of English. That's more accurately what English sounded like in the 1700s and the 1800s than what is currently spoken in England. Is West Virginia the South? So West Virginia is absolutely not the South, okay? Because Virginia is not really the South. It has some Southern influences, okay? But the South, in a lot of ways. So here's the thing. When we had the Civil War, right? Virginia kind of didn't want to fight on the side of the South, but they also didn't want to fight for the North. They wanted to be neutral. But 80% of the South's manufacturing during the Civil War, the Confederacy's manufacturing, was in Richmond, Virginia. And so it was a really important state. And then after the Battle of Fort Sumter, Virginia joined the South. We were like, look, you told us you were going to leave us the fuck alone, and then you antagonized the Confederacy. We're fighting with our brothers, okay? And so they did. And so some of the things that have informed the South culture has been not the Civil War, what it was like before, though those things have done that. And Virginia was somewhat agricultural, but also somewhat industrial, right? It was kind of in between the two. But the real thing that informed a lot of modern American Southern culture has been Reconstruction, right? Carpetbaggers, tax laws and policing of outside forces for like a whole generation, redoing our government structures. The South got fucked with taxes and all kinds of things for a long time. And had a really, really elongated recovery. And so it went through a lot of shit, right? And so the culture changed even more after that. And so in some ways, Virginia is part of the South because the Civil War was fought there. They fought for the Confederacy. They went through Reconstruction. But in a lot of ways, where they were sitting is a little different. What kind of agriculture and industry they had was a little different. And of course, it's the border state between the Union and the Confederacy. West Virginia split off because they didn't want to be a part of Virginia and they didn't want to fight for the Confederacy. It's very rural. There's not a lot happening in West Virginia, but it's not the South. Actually know a McCoy descendant, which is why I believe the Hatfields were right. Was McCoy like an asshole that you know? That's funny. All right, guys. We're just chit-chatting. We're just getting into it. We're going to get into a fun debate. It's going to be a free topic. I feel like we'll probably end up talking about the autopen. Who knows what the hell else we'll talk about. And then we're going to talk about poppers for some reason. Should be an interesting debate. I love these weird who cares debate topics because interesting things come out of those who care debate topics. Yeah, I'm just letting people know we're getting the show going, right? 40 minutes, but I mean, I'm usually there a little early to make sure that everything's good. No, not paupers, poppers. So like, share, subscribe. There's like fluctuating between like 15 and like 23 people here. There's only 9 likes. Like us, help us out in the algorithm. Consider becoming a member. It's only $3.99. You don't really get anything other than some cool emojis and emotes and stuff. But the better bang for your buck, in my opinion, is super chats. It's the same revenue split, but it helps us out in the algorithm just the same. And I always answer super chats. So I always address them. Maybe not immediately if I'm busy, but I always do. Join the Discord if you want the go live notifications. You want to be part of the community. You know, you want to hang, chit chat, especially if you're a hardcore libertarian. Your glasses reflect your personality and the circle light. That's because that's just my halo. All right, it's very small. It's diminished from all my sins. It couldn't possibly be my woo. It couldn't possibly be my ring light over there. And if you want to watch me be toxic or whatever, or have shower thoughts, follow me on X. So this week I should be, we'll see whether or not I'm debating Destiny tomorrow. He called me out and said he was good for Tuesday, but he hasn't responded to any DMs. So he might chicken out, or he might just never answer my DMs and then be like, "Oh, you didn't come in my Discord for the live call-in person position thing that happens at this time or something." It's like, no, I'm not hanging out with fucking 30 other people waiting to get my 10 minutes with you. You fucking call me out on Twitter like I'm getting a fucking debate. So there's that. Ball's in his court on that one. I should be debating. Might be more of a conversation, less of a hardcore debate. But James Meese or McKee, I can't tell. He was one of the guys on the stream that we did Thursday, I believe, on Wick's stream. Very calm, very reasonable sounding guy. Should be a fun conversation about libertarianism in general. We'll see how that goes. And then Thursday we'll probably do a bunch of reactions and stuff. And yeah. I have some other things coming up in the future, hopefully. Some really cool shit coming up. I have a lot more time to invest in the stream now. So we should be able to get, most weeks get 3 or 4 streams in a week without any issues. And so, if you're here for the ride, I think things might start looking up for this stream finally here in the next few weeks, in the next month or so. And I hope you guys stick around for it. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right. The McCoy descendant was fairly cool, but tended to blow shit way out of proportion and get up in their feelings. I feel like I don't believe you because it's too on the nose. Possible future debate because open topic because it's an argument that no one really been able to fight. I know you can, and I've thought of a counter too. Andrew Wilson's argument on rights. He mixes positive and negative rights in order to call them the same. I mean, I've seen clips of his. He seems really married to a lot of things. I don't know. Andrew Wilson hasn't really answered any of my DMs or anything lately. And people are like, just go in his Discord and hang out for a couple hours and you'll probably see him. And I'm like, dude, I'm not doing that. Like I would like to have another debate with him, but I'm not so desperate for a debate with him that I'm going to do that. Okay, hold on. All right, boys. All right. I can't let the cat out of the bag, but I got some cool shit DM'd to me. So I had to pause my brain for a minute and respond. Sit in front of his porch for a couple hours and he'll let you in. Yeah, right. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, it's so weird. But I mean, I would like another debate with Andrew Wilson. It should be, I haven't talked to him in so long, really. But yeah, but I mean, dude's obviously very busy, and I'm sure his DMs get flooded with shit. Like when someone is small like I am, and like they don't answer your DMs, it's like, okay, you're ignoring me. But when someone starts to get to like Andrew Wilson's level, and he blows up, because like we were there when he was like probably, my size now. right? When they start to get really big, there's a certain, like, you can't have your feelings hurt or anything when you don't get responses back from them, because they have so many things they're trying to like balance. They have so many people that want their clout, that want to come at them, or the people that were like, there from the beginning that now expect, rising tide raises all ships. So you don't pull that ladder up, buddy. Help me out too. I helped you out once, right? Except there's like 200 people that feel that way. Right. So if you don't get a response back from people that like start getting that level of success, and you're not matching their success, you can't be butthurt about it. Right. Like it just is what it is. I'm sure eventually he'll come back around and be like, you know what? He'll have some free time or something and want to do a debate, because I'm fucking badass at debating libertarian shit, and he knows it, and it should be fun. I know the secret deeds chat just Venmo me $100. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, like, so I think, like, what's very interesting is, like, the trad con, ortho bro, somewhat philosophically minded right-wing guys have entered a space of, like, red pillars and feminists and, like, typical DNC talking point lefties, right? These are the people that have like dominated the space, along with the conservative pundits that have been there since, since kind of the Gamergate wave of like conservative punditry being a thing, right? All those people really don't have any concept of philosophy beyond like, beyond a normal learned person, right? And so like people like Andrew Wilson or Jim Bob or Jay Dyer and people like that who actually like have gone in, been entertaining, been a good debater, and have a basic level of philosophy, are like breaking through into that mainstream space. And no one there is really able to push back against it because they just don't understand. They're speaking a different language than them. And they're just like completely lost and like, whoa, right? And so it's like, I'm not trying to shit on any of them when I say that, like, even if they're really good at it, which I don't think they're great at it, but even if they are, yeah, like it would be somebody like me would I don't want to say would be at an advantage, but would certainly be something that like they haven't really faced before on these mainstream platforms. Like they've been challenged before. I mean, like Synth, for example, back in the day used to be really good at challenging conservatives on philosophy. Even though I disagree with him, obviously, he used to be really good at it. Whatever happened to Synth, by the way? But yeah, so there's, so I mean, like, I feel like that would be a good show, and that would probably be something that you haven't seen in a while. You should debate Dave Smith and pick apart his faux libertarianism. Again, like, you guys, I'm going to read your super chat in just a second, but like, you guys always give me suggestions. Like, you should do this. And like, I cannot stress enough that debates do not happen because of Twitter call outs very often, right? Like they don't happen because you email them and they actually read your email. 95% of the time, any of these big names that you have to know somebody and then they introduce you to people. Like that's how you get these debates. Like these people do not answer their emails. They have booking agents, and those booking agents are very rarely looking for people that are like hungry for a debate. They're looking for people that have large audiences, right? And are looking for a debate so that they can continue to manage and grow their client, who is the debater in this, in this regard, their audience, right? They have very little interest in grabbing some little hungry guy that's chomping at the bit to go at said person for a whole multitude of reasons. Nah, we stopped associating because I was against the BLM riots. So was she. I don't know who she is. Kept that position after Jacob Blake. She decided that was racist. I'm missing something. Let me go through your chats. Because I don't know who she is. Oh, you mean the McCoy person? So the McCoy person was like a super BLM. That's my brain didn't even associate. Like I think Hatfields and McCoys. I think of like white cowboys being like, "Hey ho!" You know, like I just don't like that image doesn't like connect with the concept. You know, Andrew Wilson, he knows Dave. Dude, I just went on a whole thing about how Andrew Wilson is like very busy and hasn't got back to me in a long time. And that I'm like not mad about it, and I understand because he's busy doing a lot of things. So like you know what I'm like, yeah, I know some people. They drop some names from time to time, but I have to grow clout and I have to keep working and I have to keep networking. She wasn't a BLM person until her kid was. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. Like, you know, trying to well, it's like it's this feminine mentality of like trying to be on the right side of history, trying to be the good person, trying to be the empath, right? That they will like literally throw their brain down a fucking gutter if enough people around them can, you know, just kind of like showcase that like these are what the good people are doing. Like they won't think through any of the things that they're doing. They'll just know that like the mob has stated these are the good guys and like those that aren't with us are against us. And then so many women especially, but a lot of feminine men just kind of like go with that. You'll get more clout if you drop the whole libertarian routine. It's box office poison. Listen, I don't disagree with you at all. Like if I was just say like a typical, you know, liberty-minded right-winger, you know, I'm a constitutional conservative, right? I could very, very easily, before every debate, you know, go on Grok, grab out a legal dictionary, memorize a couple extra words for each debate, look at some case law, right? Memorize, you know, the case law that is pertinent to the topic we're discussing so that I have like a decent understanding of like what case law has said, you know, throughout the time, make myself look really good. I'm not even a lawyer. I just, you know, this is what's important to me, and like and do that and make a lot more views and a lot more you know, a lot more of a following. But I believe in libertarianism. Like I believe in it wholeheartedly as necessary for human flourishment, for the survival of humanity, for us to finally evolve into a more ethical people, so that we can solve the world's problems, so that we can finally progress and grow. Like this is important to me. Like these are my earnest beliefs. You know, sometimes I exaggerate some things for entertainment or jokes, right? I do understand that this is still a show, and that like you have to do some fun things. You have to do some debates that are silly, or that, you know what I mean? Like when I debated poly people and I just memed on her with my definition, like I do that, right? But like ultimately, like my goal is success, but my secondary or primary goal, they switch between the two depending on the day, is proselytizing natural law, proselytizing libertarian philosophy. It's important to me. And so if that's box office poison, so be it, but I don't think it is. I think it's just an uphill battle. And I think that every one of my subscribers, you guys, every one of you, I've seen other people's chats when like infiltrators come in. Every one of you guys is worth 10 of fucking DGG or fucking 100 of fucking Hassan's audience, right? Like you guys aren't fair weather friends. You're here because I think a lot of you believe in this shit and you like people that actually work hard at knowing what the fuck they're talking about and having principles. And so I fucking love that, right? Like I want that. And I think that when shit does hit the fan, when I do get my 15 minutes, I'm gonna have a whole lot of people that are gatekeepers in my chat, like people that are like, no, this is what we're about, not a bunch of people that are just here because it's my 15 minutes in the drama. And so yeah, I'm playing the long game. Am I getting lectured by an AI? I mean, you probably said one of the naughty words that's on my Streamlab thing. Dude, YouTube has, you know, I'm not trying to get banned by YouTube because somebody comes in and is like, you know, inward. So I have a whole lot of naughty words on CloudBot, and it just deletes messages and is like, hey, don't do that. Like you don't get timed out or anything, just that message gets deleted. This one's Streamlabs. It's Streamlabs OBS. Dude, what are you saying? Because the fucking Streamlabs, my cloud bot does not like you. I'm worth 1,000 Hassan fans at least. I mean, I agree from like a moral, ethical standpoint. I don't know if I fucking agree from like a donation standpoint. I mean, that guy is living in a small family home. Haven't you heard? His $2.7 million home is a small family home. It's just an average American home, guys. You know, so like his people put up some cash. From that My Richard song? Oh, well, I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming it's about his penis. Don't do that. Oh, that's true. I'm sorry. I apologize. Hassan has the most difficult job in the world. Wasn't Hassan already born rich? Yeah, Hassan's dad is a billionaire in like Turkey, and his mom is like a giant real estate mogul. And then obviously he's cousins with Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks, so he kind of like got jobs, you know, when he was still just like a goofy political science college kid that made videos about like bitches and how to get bitches and stuff like that. Oh, yeah. Why are you playing that song? Why the lyrics? My dick plays on a double feature screen. Yo dick went straight to DVD. Beach, I donate every stream I catch, even international. I'm teasing you. That was not me saying you better give me money. I was just teasing about I was using it as a segue, as a joke to make fun of Hassan acting like he's a good socialist and that like his job is hard and that he's living a meager life with his $200,000 Porsche and his $2.7 million home is when he bought it. With the housing market now, it's probably a $5 million home. It was just a tease. Like I'm not saying you have to pay me money. I know, but I got to make sure for the people watching too, you know, like clear that up. I'm not one of those. People should adopt AJW's strategy of always referring to Hassan as Chink's nephew. I saw that. I heard about that he's just Chink's nephew. I mean, like, it's kind of funny, but it only works if everybody does it. To be fair, house prices in Cali are ridiculous. AJW, hold on. You're right that house prices in Cali are ridiculous. Okay, but let me see if I can find. I allowed people to fucking. I allowed people, okay, to post links. I'm gonna fucking trust you guys. Okay, but I'm looking for a house tour to Hassan's house. Can you guys can somebody find me a quick link? Do not fucking post. Don't make me take it away, please. I just want like, I'm just trying to find like a quick one. There's like a YouTube short or TikTok. Because people are like, well, to be fair, the housing market. Okay, let me see.
Hassan Pai.
Yeah, this is actually the one I was looking for. Hold on, thank you. Here you go. Hold on. Give me just a second. Because people are over here talking like, oh, well, I mean, come on. It's just a regular home, bro. I mean, housing prices in LA are crazy. You're right. Housing prices in LA are crazy. But there we go. I hit the wrong button. You are right that housing prices are crazy. But like, come on.
Maker has recently shelled out $2.7 million for a spacious home that is secured and tightly hedged. Constructed in 2014, the contemporary Mediterranean.
All right, so looking from this, right? Contemporary Mediterranean home. It already looks somewhat lavish, right? But it's still that's just the style of a home. It doesn't look that big. It's completely protected by hedges, so it's nice and private. But let's keep going.
Dream Home has an incredible amount of outdoor space in both the front walkway and backyard.
Pause. You're saying he got scammed because there's no yard? This is in the middle of LA. Like this is like in like the shopping restaurant district of LA.
Interiors shed any pretense of Mediterraneanism and go all in on clean lined and modern with cotton white walls and honey toned hardwood floors. The open floor plan allows for stunning natural light to seamlessly flow throughout the home. With 2 seating areas and a formal dining space, the pad has ample space to invite friends and family over. The kitchen is arranged around a double-wide island.
Like, bro, look at this kitchen. Like, I want this fucking kitchen. Like, this is a nice-ass kitchen.
Island and an integrated snack bar. The gourmet kitchen with Caesar stone counters is equipped with Melee appliances and even has a wall-mounted TV to watch while you're cooking. The kitchen also includes handcrafted custom walnut and white lacquer cabinetry. The home includes Nest thermostats, alarm and wired sound system. The primary bedroom includes a large walk-in closet and incredible bathroom, with an additional 2 en-suites on the top floor. The private
Which, by the way, they don't show the balcony or one of the bedrooms in this video, though.
Backyard features a pool and spa that are perfect for relaxation just outside of the living room, with pocket doors for quintessential indoor-outdoor living. High hedging that towers above perimeter walls ensures privacy from surrounding homes, apartment complexes, and business. The grounds give one the feeling of a true oasis with the pool and unique Tommy Bahama cabana for ultimate relaxation. The cabana even has another TV and outdoor ceiling fans, which could mean some outdoor streams are on the horizon. This home is perfect for entertaining and enjoying the best of the Southern California lifestyle, all just a short walk away from the best shops, restaurants, and nightlife LA has to offer. Thanks for watching. If you're
right, so this fucking like poor Hassan in his normal average American home is just, come on, dude. Like, it's ridiculous. He doesn't live in a normal fucking household. Like, that's not what like your typical American household looks like. Millennials are out here fucking buying fucking tiny homes in neighborhoods that don't even have a back door for like $200K now. Like, stop. All I heard is LA gay. LA is, I don't think I can play that song. Even though that song is on YouTube, I don't think I can play that song. He doesn't even have any cattle or land. What kind of man doesn't have a head of cattle? Not me. I live in the city. I'm a terrible man. But at least I know it. You know what I mean? I'm sure Chink's nephew is paid by Iran. He's probably paid by Turkey, okay? And then they're paid by Iran. Kind of like how we pay taxes, and then USAID pays an NGO, and then the NGO, you know, pays another charity organization, and then that charity organization pays a whole bunch of under $10,000 charity organizations where none of their records are public, so that they can push protests, or they can, you know, push lesbian witchcraft in, you know, in West Virginia, or, you know, queer theory, or whatever other crazy shit they want. And, you know, and if they have some money left over, they just donate it to, to Democrats. Right. So it's like, it's kind of the same thing, you know, it's just a different way of getting paid. And what's up, Stacy Pastry? That house, but out in the country, and I'd live there. Yeah. I have not watched that. I don't get so many anime jokes. I wish I was more of a weeb. I just always end up watching dumb isekai. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Like, I am not like a cultured man when it comes to like my anime viewing. Like, I love slop. Because like when I'm watching anime, I'm trying to fucking wind down. I'm not trying to think, right? Like I mean, imagine you're me, right? Oh, it's about man boy love? All right, fair enough. But like, imagine me and you're like, you have a debate, so you like spend a couple hours researching for the debate. Let's be honest, I didn't spend a couple hours researching for this one, but like other debates, right? Or like some discussion, you like brush up on your knowledge, you know, you listen to some stuff. You know, when you're out driving, I'm always listening to an audiobooks, and I alternate between like fantasy books and nonfiction books and things like that to like, I'm listening to some commie, Wayne about some dumb shit, about I recently listened to Conquest of Bread again, right? And then you do this long debate and you answer all these questions about philosophy and all this other stuff, and they're super fucking tired. I don't want to think. I haven't made it to the I haven't started the very last book, but I did just read all of the preceding Stormlight Archives. So I haven't started the what is it, the 5th book? I mean, I think it's like the 8th book in like that area or whatever, but like I skipped the one, like the minor ones, and just went with like the standard ones, like Stormlight of the Stormlight Archives. It's explicit gay lolly stuff. I just don't watch a lot of weird or like cool anime. I'm like, by the time I'm like ready to sit down and like eat dinner after a stream, I'm exhausted mentally. And even if I'm not exhausted physically, I'm exhausted mentally. And so like, I'm just like, yes, I got isekai'd as a vending machine. Sounds ridiculous. I'm all about it. Let me eat some beef and rice and figure out how a vending machine got isekai'd. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I don't care that it's bad. Well, you eat dinner after the stream? Yeah, I usually eat after stream. I don't go to bed right after stream. I mean, I usually eat a meal before stream and a meal after stream, and that's pretty much all I eat. Like, I don't wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning to have breakfast and then like have dinner before the stream starts at 7 o'clock and then go till 2 a.m. in the morning, right? Like, when you can't, I have to be like somewhat energetic and awake. So that means that like my sleep schedule is I usually go to bed at like 4 in the morning. Bro doesn't even count his macros. I mean, look, I did. I used to. I'm bad about it. All right. I'm bad about counting my macros. You know what I mean? Like fucking, it's not like I like stuff my face and then just go to sleep. Like I eat and like maybe I game for like an hour. How much protein you getting? Oh my fucking God. Enough. All right. I get enough protein. I oscillate on being healthy and not being healthy. All right. That's kind of how it rolls. I'm ADHD and I'm a loser and I'm focused on other things. So like sometimes I'm like, sometimes I'm really healthy for like a month and then I'm not for a month. But I'm not like a huge candy person, though Mark is, and then I end up getting a sweet tooth because I see him eat something, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I need candy. But usually it's just like beef, rice, some type of, occasionally eat like avocados or something else, a lot of cheese, a lot of dairy. It's mostly just like, I don't eat pork anymore, so it's just, I eat a fuck ton of beef and a lot of rice. That's most of my diet. Do I throw any spices on my beef? Yeah, I'm not saying ew. I cook in ghee. I avoid most preservatives. I have an app on my phone, by the way. Great app called Yuka, right? This is a great app. And so here's one. So I got some bread earlier, which I haven't had bread in a long time. Like Dave's Killer Bread, and then coconut rolls and some raisins, pasture-raised eggs, always pasture-raised. We don't fuck with regular eggs. We don't fuck with organic. We don't fuck with free range. We don't fuck with cage-free. I only eat pasture-raised eggs. I forgot that. I do eat a lot of eggs. But sometimes I eat some bad stuff. Like these Thai crispy rice noodle snacks I got at Costco. They got a lot of saturated fat and they're just straight up empty calories and sugar, but it's something for a snack. Why no pork? Dude, the vegan propaganda got me. That's really all it is. The vegans did get me. I just don't think I don't think it's good. I just don't think it's good. I don't think it's unhealthy or anything. I don't think it's necessarily morally evil to eat pork or anything. But I just see what happens with like in slaughterhouses for like mass produced pork. And those pigs definitely know. And I just think it has a bad psychological impact on people working in slaughterhouses. Like, I don't. My issue is that like I don't think humans should be engaged in that type of shit. Now, if I was like a local farm or something and it was a little different, yeah, I'll eat some pork. It's like I'm not averse to it in that regard. But yeah, like factory farming with pork is pretty rough. Like I've seen the cows and they're like, look at what they do to the cows. And I'm like, I'm watching the cows and they are dumb and they're like somewhat stressed because they don't know what's going on, and then they get a bolt through their head, and then they're dumb animals. I don't care that like people, I don't think it has any significant negative effect on the psychology of people working at like at a slaughterhouse when they're killing cows. Like the cows are retarded. But the pigs know what's up. They're terrified and they're freaking the fuck out. And I just think so. We won't get another Bacon versus Muhammad stream for super chats. Dude, I would say that is morally okay to if the design is to fuck up. It is a Freudian slip. I was thinking about pork because we were talking about pork. Yeah, that's how Freudian slips work. Yeah, I would say it's still morally good to eat pork if it is designed to shit on Muslims, because Islam is way more evil than eating pork. Yo, dude, that's a lot of chicken. All right, let me hop into this stream or into this Discord and stuff, and we'll get this show on the road. Oh, hold on one second. Cut this off. I'm gone, guys. I'm all gone. Yeah, what happened? Why did all my... Am I not logged in? What's happening here? Whatever. Where the hell is this shit? Well, not that. Oh, Senator Fabian Liberty. Aha, here we go. There we go. All right. And now I have to do this Windows setting thing, I think. It's under advanced settings. Where more sound settings? Here we go. No, that's not it. No. Oh my God, where is it? Sorry, guys. Trying to remember where the fucking where it is that I can unhook my decouple the internet from or Brave from being able to change my sound settings, because now I just have to like undo permissions for like my entire browser. Maybe is it in? I think I can do it via Brave. There's a way to do it through Brave. Yeah, dude, people get suspended on X all the time still. Like, you know what I mean? Like, browsing history, security, signage. Oh God, hold on. Let me do this real quick. Ah, there we go. Done. Or at least hopefully. Let me make sure. Yeah, boom. Sorry about that, boys. I just had to go through some technical things. I'm getting better at all of the workarounds that are necessary because all of these programs suck. And none of them are good. Your signature dish is gumbo? I mean, like, I feel like gumbo is how's my pastries? I don't know that I've had a ton of your pastries, Mark. I've had a lot of your cupcakes and cakes, and they're all fucking great. He makes a fucking like a I don't know, some kind of Mexican, like it'll be funnier actually hearing me describe it. Some kind of Mexican ass spicy coffee cream butter. It's like buttercream with like fucking ancho powder or some shit and like coffee syrup, like kind of spicy fucking Latino ass cupcakes, and they're fucking delicious with like chocolate base. So good. Those are pastries? Yeah, but when I think of pastries, I think of like a croissant or like, I don't know, flaky things. I mean, I guess any sweet baked good is a pastry, but regardless, it's so fucking good when he makes them. And like, I don't even like they're not even my thing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, it's like that. That's not something I would want, right? I don't want my fucking cupcakes spicy, but even still, they're really good. Do I think Prime is on the spectrum? What? I mean, I feel like the density of people on the spectrum is going to be a whole lot higher with online political content creators. But no, I don't see any specific signs of him being on the spectrum other than being a little socially awkward or something.
Good evening. Doing well. How are you? And
chilling.
Guess we're in the presence of a celebrity.
Yeah, I guess. You know, who's that?
Well, you on the Timcast, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that I feel less like a celebrity and more like a prophet, because once again, I was right, and it's so satisfying. It's just so sad. I just keep seeing things happen.
I fucking love you, Gibbs.
And they just came, lo and behold, it spoke them into existence. I don't know if I, you know, one way or the other, I was right. That's what all that matters. But yeah, I like brought the autopen thing up. Nobody was talking about it. Here we are.
I only caught like the first hour and a half of it because I had my kids this weekend, but it was pretty good. Looked pretty fun.
Pretty good. It was pretty fun. Yeah, they were a very well ran organization. Big fans.
No shade, Admiral Gibbs. I was more impressed with Prime Guys. Not because I think you were wrong, right? I was just like Prime Guys was definitely fucking like he was like, I got this website, I got sources, I got statistics. Sure. He was ready to fucking go, man.
I agree with that, but you know, I didn't really feel like I had to be as verbose, since it was basically a 2v1.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't have to usually go resort to crazy Gibbs. I mean, I had sites and stuff, but we didn't need to break them out because none of what I said was disputed.
Were those sites relevant to like what you said, or you just had sites?
Yeah, they were all relevant. They were all.
He had Brazzers.com.
Yeah,
he
exactly.
had Pornhub. He had lots of sites.
Listen. Admiral Gibbs needs to get his Pornhub out while he still can before Canada fucking shuts it down.
That's the nuclear option.
Dude, the nuclear option is so. I'm sorry. You were quiet. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, you think I watch anything on Pornhub? That's too vanilla for Papa. We need more violence.
Oh God, no!
I am worried about it. My Pornhub history comes out.
I do think it's funny that like a lot of Canadians are like, "What are y'all gonna do when we shut down Pornhub because of the tariffs, huh?" And it's like, you mean make all the conservatives super fucking happy? Like, he's like the thing that you guys tried to attack Project 2025 on to get young men to not vote for Trump is the thing you're gonna do without us having to do it. Like, oh no.
Well, but I agree with you. There's definitely a segment of conservatives that would be happy with that. But I think there would be a divide, and a non-significant divide of like a certain conservatives that like.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Just like,
but I'm just saying, like
half
our states have already banned Pornhub anyways.
Certainly, they're just like there's conservatives that staunchly against OnlyFans, but like I'm pretty sure there's many conservatives that are consuming and paying for OnlyFans girls. Same things on like there'll be the conservatives against whatever your hot tub streamers on Twitch, but then like go into their chat. I'm sure there's gonna be
lots of old conservative dudes that got sugar babies.
Well, your audio is doubling.
Hold on. I'll mute you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Gibbs.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, is my audio good?
You're good.
All right, yeah. So I was gonna say, yeah, there's plenty of old guys that are rich conservatives that have sugar babies. I know a few of them. They're just like, yeah, we got it. I don't really see a fundamental difference between that and an OnlyFans girl, I guess. So the one doesn't leave a paper trail. I mean, I guess they both could leave a paper trail.
I mean,
what state was the Timcast? I don't know if you're allowed to say, but I don't know.
West Virginia. That's fine.
Yeah, he says it all the time. It's public knowledge. I mean, he's been swatted like 26 times. So like at this point, it's like it's out there. You know,
I was like maybe the fifth. Like I think that's the only time that ever like sat through an entire Timcast, aside from like a clip of just watching.
Well, that wasn't. Was it Timcast? That's Culture War. Is that like part of Timcast or something?
I mean, I don't know exactly how the break comes out. Culture Wars was the name of that specific segment. But they have other ones. I think one is IRL, and other stuff. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, it was great. I think.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And I really appreciate the kind words. Everyone's been so positive, like across the board. And that was really great.
Well, seeing somebody like you and Gibbs, right? Really highlights the I don't want to call it like a glass ceiling because there's got to be another name for it or whatever, but like the gatekeeping of like these large content creators. And I see the same thing with Andrew Wilson, right? Where like there has been, a few people that are finally starting to break through this kind of like, conservatism and like, left-wing politics TM, right? Where like they have like these canned responses and they have these very same arguments and they have like this structure of like, these are my talking points, these are your talking points. And there's very little like thought. I mean, like, I'm sure, Ben Shapiro and people like that and Daily Wire and stuff, if you watch all of their programming, they have interesting conversations for sure. But nevertheless, like when you see them on these like, oh, and today we're talking about the news of the today, it's like they all went onto their Twitter account and was like, what are most conservatives saying? Okay, I'll say those things. And then the left is like, what is the DNC saying? I don't know if they got paid by, one of the Soroses or some shit, or if they just fucking like clap like seals like everybody else. But it's just the same fucking talking points. And it's like, I'm so excited to see this like people forged in the fire of the low end struggling for years in Twitch and YouTube finally busting through. And it doesn't even matter if it's left or right. It's just going to be way better for discourse when we start seeing a lot more of those people pop up and like realize that like, their favorite guy that's been around since Gamergate is fucking behind the times.
And it looks like you made at least obviously I was just going by vibes of what I saw, but it looks like you made an impression. And I think it seems like you went long, so I assume you must have enjoyed the conversation. But I could be obviously misreading things.
No, definitely. Tim made a point of saying that he really enjoyed it afterwards. And like I went long because like he tried to like wrap it up, but then I like challenged him on the things he was saying. Like, nah, that's kind of bullshit. And then he had to re-engage.
I didn't see the end still. It's funny.
Yeah.
I liked how you like really, in my mind, obviously, like, I guess I'm biased, but like you like really, I guess, took control of like, you made it clear when they were trying to bring up, certain topics, like, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that. Like, this is not, I don't want to get into, the trans stuff. Like, I didn't come here for that.
Actually, that's interesting because I think that was your weakest point from what I saw, is that like your weakest point was that you were very much still in like a debate bro mode, and like the podcast is a mixture of the two, and Admiral Gibbs was very much like with the flow of like, oh, we're having a little bit of a jokey time, we're like taking some time aside to like bring up some crazy shit that's like, you know, off on the that isn't necessarily the topic, and we'll get back around to it. And like you came off maybe a little too serious to be like, no, I came here for a fucking point and we're getting that fucking point across, and like that's fine. I totally understand people want that.
Yeah.
But I think for like that type of program, you kind of have to like ride the wave sometimes and let it go off the rails.
So I feel like I did ride the waves. That's why we went on immigration for a goddamn half hour. And
fair
like,
enough.
You knew I was going to get immigration in somehow. Somewhere I was tying immigration in.
I mean,
That's true.
fine.
All right,
that was going to happen.
Fair enough. It was a half hour on immigration.
You should have prepared yourself for
maybe
that
I'm
one.
wrong.
If you, you should have known if Gibbs is on a program.
Okay. All right.
Points, immigration, economy.
Okay, sure. So I have extensive notes on Doge, right? Also on immigration, also on the economy, in quotes. All right.
You have to be ready, bro.
Sure,
you got to cover all the bases. Also, thank you,
buddy,
for setting that up, by the way.
Oh yeah, shout out to we have to shout out Doobie. Doobie is the reason why that happened. I want everyone to know that Doobie is a real homie. He reached out to me and allowed me to do all of that. So shout out to Doobie.
Well, yeah, I only didn't say anything because, you know, I didn't know if that was like not supposed to be known. But since it's supposed to be known, I guess, yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, I was supposed to be the secret guy, like behind the curtain, not like public.
I didn't just let the record show that I didn't say shit.
I'd already seen him claim it somewhere else. So I was like, oh, once he claimed it, it's not on me now.
No, so it's interesting you're saying, Scott, about the glass ceiling thing, because I was talking to Prime yesterday, and I'm not going to mention names, but
yeah, of
he said something that was like really, really surprising, right? Which is that somebody that in the space, who's been in the space for a few years now, I think, who's really connected to somebody else in the space who's very big, was just not even given the introduction, right? So I feel like a lot of that glass ceiling is like artificial.
Rug pulling.
Yeah, it's like art. It's like somebody who's big in the space doesn't want to share their connections or actually network in a way that's like gonna lift other people up, because they don't want the lead to get away from them basically.
No, dude, you were talking. Listen. I got to be careful about what I say, but like there are
when have you ever done that?
There are very few libertarians, quote unquote, right, that end up on all of these shows and all of these conversations, and some of them are good about bringing in new people, and some of them very obviously behind the scenes love to talk shit and love to poison the well against other people that they have a problem with, and block them and try and keep them away because they're afraid of the competition. Because especially when it comes to libertarianism, because you can't have a panel of libertarians unless you're doing a fucking libertarian podcast, right? Like you can't, like you can bring on plenty of right wingers, you can bring on plenty of left wingers, but like the libertarian that you bring on is like, oh, and then we have something a little different, and so it's like there's not a whole lot of room for a bunch of them anyways, and so I see quite a few of them that are have a lot of shisty shit behind the scenes to make sure that like they're the go-to one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with you on that. From what I've seen, like I've definitely thought there's been quite a bit of gatekeeping in the community like that I've seen, and it's interesting to me how that's kind of played out. Like not to comment too heavily, but I think that with some of the bigger people now being like in hot water, like it's really the people who've had the connections don't necessarily have the connections anymore. So it's really like anybody's game. Like it's kind of like anytime there's chaos, that's opportunity, and that's kind of what it looks like right now. I mean, I think Twitch polls are one of the best places it's been in a long time, and I know people like, oh, it's terrible, it's awful, but like I'm seeing new people that I've never seen before all the time with growing audiences. I'm meeting new people, and I don't know, every day I'm introduced to a new community. I'm doing like Enemy Charlies this week, right? And like 3 weeks ago, that wasn't even a community. That wasn't even like in Twitch poll.
Now it's like a massive group of people. Like, and then I see like, other people. Like, you meet somebody. I met like some lawyer, the lawyer that was on on Wick's show today. I met him like a month ago, and this guy's got several thousand people. And it's like you're meeting new people. You're just like one person away from meeting a whole new community. I think it's kind of an exciting time, and like I think people that have tried the traditional power in the space,
especially for conservatives, because like we're about to watch half of these retards sink their own ships by attaching themselves to Andrew Tate for no fucking reason, and then once those people fucking lose all their clout by being so stupid to be like, oh, you're offended by mean words. It's like, no, it's the sex trafficking and the rape. It's those things, and it's like once they go away, there's gonna be this big market void for right wingers to be like, hey, I was always against that crazy shit. It only took one video for me to be like, fuck that guy.
That's a good point, but like to add to that is like also on the conservative side, like, okay, I think it's harder for like many people on the left to like think like a conservative, right? And so like when I come out here and I do like my whole like, hey, I'm the political prophet bit, it's not a bit, because to me it's like, well, if I had this agenda that Trump's laid out, what would be my next move to do? And I'm like, well, it's obvious, and I'll say it. And people are like, that's fucking crazy. How would you know this? And it's like, I say this, and this is what everybody in like my friend group is thinking it's Republican. And people are like, oh, what? And I think this is really opportunity, because I just feel like people on the left feel lost. And so they can look to certain conservatives and like, okay, maybe this is what to expect next. As opposed to like, oh, it's Project 2025. They're coming for us, which is just like, they're looking to lefties to guess what conservatives are doing. And I think that's a problem.
Yeah, like I wish I knew. Like, it seems like, so I follow like one of the people that I followed on the left, right, just to kind of get an idea of like what their talking points are currently, is David Pakman, right? I don't follow him because I like him. I don't think his arguments are good. I think I think they're mostly just talking points, but nevertheless, like, it lets me know like what those people's talking points are for the day. But what I've struggled to find, and if somebody can help me out, I don't see anybody on the left that is like has an understanding of where the left is going. Like, not a single person on the left seems to have like that, because it's like, I don't know if it's because the DNC is in disarray and because like the left hasn't figured out where they're going, because there's so many factions. And so like nobody really knows. And that's just like an unfair thing. Right. But kind of to your point, it's like, I wish I could find that left wing person that like is keyed in more than me and has like good predictions about what the left is going to do in the future. And like, I haven't found them. Maybe they're somewhere, maybe they're a hidden gem, but like what I find is just like, pick any left wing person that's like a center left, DNC apologist, and they all have the same content and they'll all tell you the same talking points. It's like, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I follow mainly left-leaning people. Let me in. Yeah, I follow mainly left-leaning people.
Your camera's not up.
And that's because of exactly what you're saying, Fabian, is I want to know what's coming, and no one can tell me what's coming from the left, except for like standardized MSNBC talking points.
Corruption and fraud.
That's the present state of things. Okay, we're asking what's coming in the future. All right,
more corruption and fraud.
More the same.
But they're going to be better at it. I think they learned. I think they learned from you guys this time.
They were like, "Yo, U.S. aid was a little too obvious. All right, we got to figure something else out."
I
clear some stuff out.
I think, Scott, what you were saying before about how lost the left is. I mean, I think right now we're in the usual trend that happens when like a party suffers a big loss or a loss that feels more significant than the regular presidential loss. And I think this was a huge blow. I think people who are in charge, right, the people who've been in charge for decades have been proven, they've been proven to be feckless, to be out of touch, and like, but they are still in power, right? They're like, we have no mechanism to remove those individuals. And so
don't worry, dude. David Hogg, vice chair of the DNC, is going to get this, brother. He's keyed in.
All right. Well, but yeah. So so we don't really have a way to like have the fight, right? Like there's going to be an upcoming fight for the party, in which direction it goes. But at this point in time, like the fight is like just stifled, because pretty much all the levers of power are within the mainstream hands. So I was talking to someone about this. Yeah, I actually talked to my friend Bam over the weekend about this, and like looking at the difference between the RNC and the DNC. Well, like for better or worse, I think you have a lot to for our conservative friends. You have a lot to credit to give to the Koch brothers, because what the Koch brothers did was that they created a completely independent and parallel organization to the RNC, right? In terms of funding mechanisms. So candidates didn't have to bend to the RNC, right? They didn't have to necessarily do it as they say and follow their rules, because of the Koch network. And since they had more money than RNC, basically they started to direct the party, and the RNC just kind of went along for the ride. But the point is, and now that's good or bad, you can decide on that.
Yeah, I was just curious. Have you ever met a Republican that likes the Koch brothers?
I didn't. There's nothing about like. I'm just talking about where the money came from, right?
Fair enough.
That. Yeah.
Yeah. To the GOP, not necessarily to conservatives.
Fair enough. But it created a parallel system, and so
can you mute iCal in this?
Sure. And so when they had a dark horse candidate come in, right, in the form of Trump, quickly the Koch network could see this is our guy, right, and we can put our resources behind him. When the RNC fought Trump tooth and nail, right, you saw that, right? You remember this process where the RNC
right,
the mainstream Republicans tried to
their guy was Jeb Bush. It was like
their guy was Jeb Bush.
All behind Jeb Bush.
Jeb Bush. Exactly, right. But Trump had one, I think he had a lot of grassroots support, so it's not just the Koch brothers who did this or something, right? But also there was a separate mechanism, right, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of candidates who were more plugged into the Koch network rather than the RNC. I think all of that set the stage for an upset within the party. But on the DNC side, the corporate Democrats have firm control of all levers of power. There is no parallel infrastructure. And when progressives have tried to come up through that, they have specifically gone out of their way to crush them. Nancy Pelosi showing up in a district where there's an open seat and specifically shitting on the progressive candidate, right? Not this person, right? This happened over again. So anytime there's been any sort of challenge, there's that. Then there's literally the DNC, not even just politicians, right? But the machine of the DNC is very much in tune with the corporate Democrat side. And I think you maybe remember the fight. I think it was in New Mexico or Arizona, where the progressives tried to take over the DNC, the local DNC. That was a big fight. These are the fights that we've been having. I think they lost.
I think there's another third key factor here, right? Which I think the media establishment is finally starting to understand. That's why they keep writing these puff pieces about Hassan and shit, right? And it's it is, which is hilarious. But it is this understanding that when Gamergate happened, right, leading up to Trump, obviously, when Gamergate happened is when conservatives started to really truly understand the political power of social media platforms, right? And people like Lauren Southern and Milo Yiannopoulos and Thunderfoot and some of these and Sargon of Akkad and a lot of people started having these just gamers that were what the fuck, some of them were crazy obviously and split off from 4chan to go into 8chan for a while, right? There was a lot that happened. Okay, I don't want to give a whole history of fucking Gamergate, but what I mean to say is that this made conservatives realize, well, okay, we don't have NBC, we don't have MSNBC, we don't have CBS, we don't have Fox, even Fox News, really. The establishment has Fox News, but your regular conservative American populist ideas doesn't have Fox and Fox News, right? We don't have any of these things, and the left has most of them. what do we do? How do we fight back against Kotaku and IGN and and Polygon and these gaming journalists?
Yeah.
And that's when they really started to recognize the power of memeing things into existence, the power of social media, YouTube channels with their own communities and their own lingo. And the left has been playing catch up very slowly until recently since then. And so I think you're right that there was alternate funding, I think a fourth thing that's much more minor, but places like Cato and things like that had alternate research away from like the traditional academic institutions, right? That like gave their debaters and gave people, their ability to put out what they believed from a conservative point of view, like what was happening in a policy perspective beyond just think tanks, right? And so it's really like I don't think you're wrong, even though I hate the Koch brothers, right? Right? But like I think we kind of have to look at that trifecta, right? That like when the Pepe frogs and Kekistan and YouTube channels and things like that, people had no idea how powerful that was. And COVID with Biden might have been like a special time that led to special circumstances, and they thought that the special thing was 2016, and it's like no. COVID was the special thing, right? And now I think they're starting to realize that like they don't have good podcasts, they don't have good online presence, right? Like they do, but they're paid for and they're very corporate, and they don't reach normal people. Like when normal people try and watch like this new blue podcast that pops up out of nowhere, it's like it's so obvious some business gave them a loan and gave them things that they think they should talk about, and it's not like this organic process.
Another thing, Fabian, let me give you something, right? Okay, you kind of alluded to this, right? Oh, perfect. Grid is even here. So, like, if you watch you, me, and Grid, our like talking points, or even throw in Rob, our talking points, like they might have like similar stuff, but they're very much our talking points, right? Like no one's gonna be like Gibbs watched Fox News and he came up with this bullshit, right? Like because we're not doing. But when I watch any leftist on Twitch poll, it's almost like someone wrote a speech and wrote the thing, and you'll go in there and I like I said, this came up the other day on one of my streams. Eichau is the only guy on the left that I've heard use the term soft power for like months. Me and him have been talking about soft power on and off for 3-4 months. And about 3 weeks ago, every single person in Twitch poll, every other word was soft power. I turned it into a drink game. I said, every time they say soft power, I'm going to take a shot. And I was hammered by the end of the day on a Thursday. And, like, it was terrible. Like, so I was like, okay, not good. And so we go and look through here, and I go and look, and so you just go, each one, Hassan, same, it's like almost manufactured. You go to, like other ones. Manufactured. Destiny, manufactured. I'll go watch the Big JC, and he'll be a 2-viewer Andy, and he's parodying the exact same thing that Destiny said. I'll go watch, like, anybody. You just go watch them, and it's crazy, because it's just, like, the same 5 things, and, like, there's no originality.
Oh, hold on. I gotta give you a bit of a pushback.
Timcast and like Dave Rubin and go through every single like right-wing podcaster.
That absolutely happens. What Corey is saying,
but I'm not even talking about on the macro. I'm talking about at the lower levels.
One. Okay, I think there's 2 things. One, I think
Erudite is the same exact thing as like Destiny, and she's like smaller, and that's the same thing. Like go watch Enemy Charlie. She's gonna say the same thing as they do.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
It's the same talking points.
Hold on. There's no. Wait a minute. There's a few things happening. One, like I think you're right to say that there is a certain level of, hey, I watch this person and then like I take in their talking points, right? And it like goes down the hill. It happens on both sides. Certainly, right? Like of course, if you like it's not like there's an infinite circle of like content creators, right? There's a few of them, and then at some point talking points trickle down. That's the thing that happens, of course, right? But beyond that, right, you're talking about, hey, everyone's talking about soft power all of a sudden. Well, the thing that happened was that USAID was destroyed.
Topical.
That was the topic, right? So
no,
we don't talk about soft power otherwise. All at once being USAID got destroyed.
USAID.
All at once, USAID got destroyed.
That's a misfair representation of what I'm saying.
That's not.
So I'll explain how it's different, right? So if I go, we've been talking about, like me and Ike have been talking about soft power USAID for a while, off and on. Sure.
Yeah,
And then all
before
of
it
a
got
sudden,
destroyed? Okay.
hold on. Yeah, hold on. And then it got destroyed, and for about another week or two, me and I are still talking. Then all of a sudden, on the same day, everybody started saying it. It's like literally,
I don't
it's
believe
just
you.
manufactured. Well, I don't care if you believe me, but that's what it looks like the average person. And we're seeing it happen over and over again.
Gibbs.
And we're telling you what's happening,
the
and you're
average
going,
person.
no, it didn't happen. Never happened, Gibbs. You're crazy.
No,
and then
hon. I admitted from the start.
Like,
I
wow,
admitted from the
Lordy,
start that
Lordy,
we have.
surprise, surprise.
I started off my response saying that I admit that there is, like, I mean, that there's a level of trickle down that happens with talking points because of course, right? Of course that would happen. But it happens everywhere with any ecosystem. If there are larger creators and smaller creators, right? More people are going to watch the larger creators, including the smaller creators, and then some of that is going to be replicated, right? That's inevitable, and that's just how humans work. But beyond that, right? Soft power came up because of USAID. Before then, we had no reason to be talking about soft power. And to be clear, just now, I talked about soft power plenty of times before.
Let me.
But yeah, can I also
let
add?
me bridge again. Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So I just want to add that I went back and looked at Google Ngram Viewer to see like when the frequency of that term like started really shooting up, and it was like around the time of 9/11. And I remember many conversations both on the professional debate circuit and on just like in the media about the soft power around the coalition of the willing, right? How many countries were willing to back us when in the Iraq War specifically, and they were contrasting that with the Afghanistan war because in Afghanistan that really had to do with NATO, like calling Article 5. But in Iraq, that wasn't the case, and we got a lot less support there than we did in Afghanistan, and it was directly, the media was constantly talking about this, showing that we were losing soft power under Bush that they thought that we still had under Clinton. Now, whether or not that was a fair analysis, I'll leave up to other people, but I'm just saying that we were talking about it at that point too.
Yeah, so and according to Gibbs, all of a sudden after 9/11, soft power came in. It's like everyone just got talking points. Okay.
Let me bridge
again. Looked at the frequency. I'm sure you would have seen that soft power had gone down again. It's not like they kept talking about it in the same manner. You're arguing you're missing the whole point, Prime. Is that when it goes from like There's famous TikToks of when we go and watch the news, and it's all these 500 different news channels, and they're using the exact same phrasing for every story, even local ones. Everybody knows.
Yeah, they literally.
And hold on, and so then
they have a corporate headquarters that gives them that.
Sure. Then I go and watch. Yeah, exactly. That's my point right there.
Yeah.
Then we go and watch the the lefties, like I don't know, like you and I, or we go watch Emily Charlie, or I go watch any of these people that like talk their content.
You can do the same thing on the conservative side.
And it's the
exactly that.
No, hold on. And I go watch these things, and it's like people that are mid to small size. These people are literally parodying the exact same points in a manufactured manner. Hold on, I know you want to interrupt before they're parodying their manufactured manner. They're ready to go, yada yada. Then when we go look at the conservative side and see people of equal size, this is the point I made earlier. Like Fabian, me, Grid, we are all making our own original arguments that are completely different than any other manufactured.
Okay, that's 100% originality coming out of you guys.
You had to know that.
Can I
commercial that you're talking about where
Supercut.
everyone was repeating the same things word for word? That was I forget the name of it, but it's that massive like corporation that bought up a conservative news station. Sinclair. You're talking about Sinclair, and that's on the right, not on the left. Now, admittedly, this happens on the left too. I mean, we've known about this.
Like
the
manufactured aspect of
this
it.
is Chomsky's.
It
on all sides.
Manufactured.
Yeah, but
Chomsky points this out.
You're right, but it exists on all sides. I think
ago.
what happens is there are like these massive movers, right, in the media industry, and they kind of set the Overton window and the language that's going to be used to discuss any particular
New York
topic.
Times,
right?
Wall Street Journal, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So they give you the language that's going to be used when they're discussing the topic. They give you the allowed perspectives on it, right? They give you the Overton window, and then everybody else is responding to that Overton window in the language that they've put out. So they end up parodying a lot of the same stuff, right? So I don't think it's as like intentional on the part of many of these smaller streamers and creators as you think it is. But I think that that absolutely exists, right? We know that there are streamers on both sides of the political aisle who work directly with the DNC and the RNC. Right?
So
They
let me-
absolutely do. They get funding from these people. They sit with them, and we have people in our little Twitcher sphere space, right? Working with what was that place called? Progressive Victory. Sitting in meetings together, getting talking points together to come onto Twitch and regurgitate these talking points.
Well, that's my
It
point.
absolutely
That's my
exists,
point.
right?
So
But
let me
but I don't think
hold on.
Disingenuous.
Let me interject here,
Yeah, go
right?
for it.
Because I want to bridge the gap here. So, to an extent, kind of all of what you're saying is true, and there's a missing element, and I'll get to it in just a second, right? But yes, okay, people see larger creators and they try and mimic their success, both consciously and subconsciously, right? And sometimes you do it not even trying to mimic other success. You do it just because of what works. You follow trends, right? You do a stream talking about something that nobody's talking about, and lo and behold, nobody tunes in. Then you do a stream that's topical, that's something everybody is talking about, and all of a sudden everybody's tuned in, right? So there's an element of that on the right and the left, and there's also an element, like you said, of the RNC distributing talking points to paid people, right? The DNC had a whole bunch of people, especially during the Kamala campaign, that were getting canned talking points, especially on TikTok, right? They thought they were going to win the election by buying off a bunch of feminine looking 21-year-old guys that were going to all say the same thing. I think, however, though, there is a distinction. I do think it happens a little bit more on the left, and I'll tell you why. And the reason I think it happens a little bit more on the left is, one, I think that the DNC, I would love to look at the numbers if we ever could. It'd be very difficult to figure it out all the way, but because we won't know through NGOs, which is where most of this money is gone through, right? But I think that with things like USAID and money that goes to NGOs, that you're gonna have more money for this on the left. And so there's going to be a little bit more of that happening on the left. But that doesn't mean that that's the biggest difference. I think another portion of it is that left-wing, you can look at this both negatively or positively, but it's more collectivist, right? It's more solidarity with other people. It's more, we're a group fighting against the bad guy or whatever, right? And especially currently, the left doesn't have a single bad guy to fight against. The right doesn't have a single bad guy to fight against, whereas the left is in a unified message against Trump, whatever the talking points may be that day. And so when you combine the fact that the right tends to be more individualistic, and you also combine, I think, as well, the fact that the far left and the neoliberal left are very much against each other almost always, right? Like the tankies are always like liberals get the bullet too, like hardcore saying crazy shit, right? Whereas like evangelical conservatives or trad cons, along with like fiscal conservatives, are a little bit more friendly with each other. They're a little bit more in a coalition. And so I think you end up seeing you see like a trad con ortho bro on the same podcast as you see like a, fiscal libertarian with some conservative leanings. And so it kind of presents a false idea that the right is more individualistic when the left is equally in that regard, but they're just on two different podcasts because they're not speaking to each other unless they're screaming at each other. And so I think when you combine the element of they probably have more money for talking point distribution on the left, that they're more against each other, so their spaces are a little bit more isolated.
One other thing is also
and the
not
philosophy of
talking about
collectivism. Like I do think you see this more on
But
the
it's
left, but it
but
still
Sandy,
is a
it's also the
phenomenon on
not
both.
talking about things. Like, so you just one more quick example that I think will maybe help illustrate that point is
Hey,
like,
man,
all right,
I appreciate
speaking of
it.
autopen thing, right? That's
I
come out,
appreciate the link in.
and
Have a
people
great
are
day, brother.
Debating it, discussing it, and
And
I'm like,
I hope to
okay,
see you in the
cool, I
comments
call
later.
that shit. But when I go and look, I've like noticed even in discords, say like people, the conservative guys will go in like lefty discord and they'll post it. They'll want to argue about it because hey, this is something we want to fight about, and the lefties will just be like. They'll try to ignore it, and it's almost like a uniform. We're gonna ignore this. We're doing, and it's crazy because it's like they've already got this disseminated amongst them. It's like, how is this mass thought that we're all doing this? Like they're taking the lead from people online because they'll have one post about it on Twitter, and then like these people just won't say anything else. When usually they're just like hammering stuff out. And it's almost like the left doesn't know how to play defense or something.
No. So
when you say
I
called it, what did you call like that? He was using autopen, or that like the
you just
That
like
is gonna
said the
become a
story
massive
previously.
scandal.
Yeah.
It's gonna be massive scandal. I've said it several times in different places.
but
that
you
the
can say
autopen
that about
thing
anything. I can say right now, there's going to be massive scandal in the Trump administration,
because
and
I think it's
then within the next.
because it's in okay. So it's
That'll happen in the
indicative
next
of
3
a
days.
larger. Hold on, it's indicative of two things that the Republicans have been sitting here arguing for a while. One is that they don't think Biden was mentally cognizant, and they don't know who was running the office. Right, that is number one. Two,
We never said that we
say
don't know who's
it's
running the
corruption.
office.
Hold on. It's two.
I'm
It's
also not a
corruption.
leftist.
Right. So these are two things. So whenever we see, hey, there's smoke, there's fire. Now we have physical evidence that something fishy was going on.
No, you don't.
Like it's
You don't
yes, we
have
do.
that.
Absolutely.
No, you don't.
Absolutely.
You don't have that.
Yes, absolutely.
Well,
It's
hold on.
100%
Hold on. I've
guaranteed
been wanting to
proof that
say
something
this since
fishy
you
going
first brought this autopen thing up, because now each day we find more and more autopen signatures from the Trump administration. Now hundreds of them.
There's a difference. There's a
Yeah,
difference.
there's a difference.
Of course, you ready for the big difference? You ready for the big difference? Trump, for example, when he did the January 6th part of that autopen, that's what the only lefties argument's been so far. He came out on a speech later that day. It was like, I pardoned him. Frankly, no one pardons more people than the Don. I did it. Fuck the left.
You're getting ahead of it.
And then hold on.
You're answering something I didn't say. Your shadow boxing now. Because I'm talking about the autopen signatures.
Let me finish. So what I'm
He
saying,
didn't finish. You interrupted him.
I'm finishing.
I didn't finish.
What I'm saying is,
you interrupted him.
Let me at least finish it.
He was in the middle of his
I'm in the middle of a point that you interrupted.
You just interrupted.
What I'm saying is, we're finding out more and more signatures that came out. You're talking about the hundreds of autopens that were for the January 6th stuff that came out very, very recently.
No, that's not what I'm talking about at all. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
Hold on a second. But before that, there were a bunch of them from the first term that got pointed out, right? Stuff that we didn't know was autopen that he didn't necessarily talk about, right?
That doesn't matter to my point.
We can in both cases very clearly just go to the source, because both of these presidents are still alive, and say, hey, did you intend to sign these things? And if not,
that's great.
Now, if Biden says no, he can have his own people arrested for doing something that was against his will, right? Same, especially the pardon stuff that Trump was pointing out. If he didn't intend to pardon Hunter, then hey, he can come out and say that. But until then.
Really?
They've been using autopen since Obama. Okay, so
cool.
Push.
Perfect. Hold on.
Oh, there
Here's
you go.
the kicker. This is the whole point. The whole point is that with Trump, we literally have him either on record, either via memo, via I said it in a speech, very whatever, claiming these things. We have otherwise, I know this is a partisan guy, but this adds to the fire. We have Mike Johnson on record saying that Biden didn't know about things that were signed. So one, we know that
Mike Johnson
hold on.
We
know. Hold on. God damn, this is real simple. We have the barest minimum of preponderance of evidence that Trump can provide either a memo or a speech or him approving it versus Biden. Not one person's come forward yet.
You're saying that too soon.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Hold on. There's one person has come forward with a thing saying, hey, here's a memo, or here's Biden saying it. In fact, we have evidence to the opposite. We have evidence from whistleblowers saying he wasn't cognizant from day one. We have Mike Johnson on record saying he didn't know what he was doing, didn't know he signed. And we have evidence that Biden wasn't even in the same city when this stuff was signed. Yes, Mike. Cool. I know it's partisan.
Mike Johnson wasn't there for day one.
Hold on. This is once again, Mike Johnson said in the interview, he talked to Biden, asked Biden directly about certain pardons and certain executive orders, and Biden said, quote, I don't know anything about these things. So that's on record. We have this. And third, finally,
that's not on record. That's
hearsay. Take him to court.
It's on record. So third, we have him in another state.
Can I ask you a question?
1 second. Let me just finish on the last point. We have him in another state where he was signed. They didn't sign anything there. We don't know how did he get something signed in Washington. He's in a different location. There's no paper trail. There's no paper trail between him and them authorizing it. We don't have anybody cooperating that he offered it. There's no witnesses. There's no.
Basically, just got started. Let's wait and
it's fraud. It's forgery, and it's elder abuse.
Whatever.
Hey, Gibbs, let me ask you a question, man. I'm just curious because I love a good conspiracy theory as much as the next
guy. It's not even a conspiracy theory.
But isn't the autopen limited in what can be signed via autopen?
I mean, I'm
I
not.
mean,
100%
you shouldn't be able to sign a pardon, for example, with autopen. That should be hand signed.
Why? Okay, let me ask you.
Why would
Does it
that be the
fundamentally
case?
matter what they sign?
Why
as
would
long
it
as
not be
the
the
president?
case? Because
If
why
the
would it be
president
the
gives
case?
express
president
permission
actually
to sign
signs
something,
it and it is witnessed, correct?
well, so if the president
Just like
sends
when I
a
go
memo,
sign.
hey,
All right,
sign
let me
this, does it
draw
matter?
that. Let me draw. Hold on. Let me draw the parallel. I can sign most of the financial documents to buy a house via DocuSign.
Okay.
I can't sign the mortgage papers via DocuSign because it has to be notarized and witnessed. That's why I think it matters if these things are auto pin. You know, if they're auto pinning, actual official documents. That's a
they're
problem.
doing it, as far as I know, it's official documents. But like, I don't think anything that the president done has to be notarized. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think there has to be. There's just
Well,
the
I'm
president.
sure somebody has to countersign it, right?
No, why would they? He's the president. No,
What do you mean?
who
Why
is
would
the
they?
vice president?
Have you
No one does
dealt
that.
with the government?
But we're talking about the president. Have you dealt with the president? The president signs the laws, but no one else has to double sign it with him.
He's literally watched at all times. Like, why would that's
Uber
the point of the
president.
notary is that
Yeah, the Uber president. Yeah, there's no one above to do that.
Doesn't have to be isn't it signed beforehand and witnessed? Because then
Signed by who? Signed by who? And he doesn't have to be witnessed. Like if they
the
can do
house.
The house doesn't.
Like
no.
that,
So the
as a
house
witness?
provides.
Secretary of State, maybe.
No, there is no. As far as I know, there is
I'm
no.
just asking
witness.
questions. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm asking.
I'm saying.
I mean, it doesn't seem
I'm
like you're
asking
taking this very seriously. You say it sounds like you're. Just
I am taking this
dismissing
very
it out of
seriously.
hand.
I don't know why you think I'm not. I'm answering your questions directly. There is no. There is no.
Yeah, I
One
do have
second.
an
Hold on. Yeah, but there is no with with Congress. Congress sends the law, right? But he can the president can sign it without anyone in the room. There's no requirement for them to the head of the Senate or the head of the House, right? The Speaker of the House to be there, or the Vice President to be there. You can just sign it. But Scott,
interesting. I don't know that. So Scott,
Yeah.
what do you got?
So Prime is right here, right? Which is that the president, nothing the president signs has to be notarized, because, and this is as pursuant to the Constitution, because the president himself is the authority, right? And this is kind of probably what you could say is a flaw, right, of the Constitution, because it's not written for a time when DocuSign exists, right? It's the president himself is the authority. Now you could maybe, I don't know, we'll have to see what happens.
Although
with the courts,
Jefferson
right?
did have a similar device, just to say. I
This
think
is
you
a
might be aware of it.
DocuSign, though.
Okay,
This is a
but-
DocuSign. That's a big problem right there.
Okay,
It's not
hear
the
me-
same.
Hold on, Admiral Gibbs, relax, right? Yeah. So what there is an issue. We'll have to see what the courts see in terms of their interpretation, because I don't think this is something really up in air. I don't know if there's any case law. I wish someone that had a little bit more understanding of that was here, but I have not heard from any of the pundits any case law that tackles this issue specifically in terms of his authority being present. Is kind of an assumption that that's because he's signing it, so he doesn't need a witness or someone else to do it. The question here is not about whether or not DocuSign or autopen or anything else is something that is allowed on signing laws into bill, right? The question is it true or is it not true that Biden was aware of this and was signing these things of his own volition and understanding? Or did someone else, kind of just go, okay, you have a speech to give, go up on the stage, and then some unelected or some appointed person was, working, to, put in pardons, when the only things that we have thus far from Biden publicly is statements that he would never pardon any of these people and that he wouldn't do that. Now, I would assume if we ask Biden now, in his moments of lucidity, right, that he would almost certainly say, oh yeah, sure, I will pardon those people, because he's a partisan and he's always been a partisan, right? And so, I don't know that you could necessarily say that Mike Johnson's interviews are technically hearsay, because he heard it from, the claim is not I heard it from a friend that something else happened. It would be Biden told me this, right? So that would just be witness testimony, not hearsay per se. But it is, of course, witness testimony, which is only as reliable as the source and only as reliable as human memory, which is flawed. But I do think it probably does merit some investigation. I'm very, and we should probably have the Trump administration should probably say at a very minimum, yeah, we're not using autopen anymore. We're not using those things. These are official laws. They should be signed by pen and start that as a new precedent.
I'll give a little space here. Maybe Gibbs will accept this. Okay, right? One, that and you've already heard me say this before. Right? I agree that Biden has I mean, his mind was degrading, right? And I agree with you. The Democrats lied and lied and lied about that. Fair enough, right? That includes the upper brass, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, his entire executive team, right? His counselors surrounding him. They specifically kept others away. So there were other rank and file Democrats who were trying to get time with Biden, and they kept him away because he wasn't always lucid, and they couldn't trust that he wouldn't embarrass himself. So I'm with you there, Gibbs. Okay, all right. So we're not fighting on that. Definitely, we're not. Right. The thing that I'm pushing back on is specifically this idea that autopen is nefarious, right, in and of itself.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, hold on. But just let me finish this, right? So that autopen is in itself nefarious, and that there is necessarily a difference, on its face, between the way Trump has used this and Biden's used it. On the other hand, though, because, like I just said, I admit that there are times where it wasn't lucid. That means it's not impossible that the situation that you're describing, right? That maybe someone else, maybe his wife, decided to pardon Hunter Biden, right? And then she used the autopen power. We have literally an example in American history where the wife took over, right, for the husband when he was incapacitated.
Yeah, FDR.
Yeah, this has actually happened before in real life. So, if you're saying there are very specific
Wilson.
documents, very specific documents that might have not been intended to sign by the president, okay, then I'll give you that much. That might be the case, and we need to investigate that. I'm not saying that we have any proof yet. I'm still waiting on that, but we're willing to investigate that. But just the use of it by itself is fine. It's whatever.
No, I even have less of a problem with autopen than Grid does, right? I don't see a problem. If a president says, I pardon these people, and he used autopen to do it, and there was 200 people he's pardoning, I don't expect him to sit there and fucking sign 200 pardons. That's ridiculous. Why would
especially
I?
Especially with Trump's signature. Have you seen that shit? It's ridiculous.
Oh my God. So on the flip side, I'll even accept. Say the president is flying over the Pacific Ocean for a conference or something, and he goes, "Oh, I need to get something signed in Washington." I don't have a problem with him sending
that
a
was
memo.
the case with Obama.
Hey, sure, right, and I don't have a problem with that because Obama gave us a paper trail, and he said, "Okay, I expressly want this done. Can you get it done?" I don't have a problem with that, and not only do I not have a problem with the notary, because the president's the most watched man on earth. Because guess what? It's all going into archives, so we all know it's being watched. Now, this is the problem I have: is the consent issue. We know he's got cognitive decline. It's kind of what you're saying. I want to know who's doing these.
What's the diagnosis?
If it's not Biden, if it's not Biden. Hold on. We're not speculating. We know. We have many reports now. It was clear as day.
Medical records. Yeah,
Corey, it was clear as. Corey, stop. Don't even try. We know. This.
That's what you need. That's the bar.
Shh. Listen, we saw millions of Americans saw him in decline. We all suspect it. Maybe we don't have definitive proof, but that's why we want an investigation. And I don't think it's unreasonable when they can't even provide just the barest minimum evidence, which is a memo. I'm asking for a memo for a good portion of these. Maybe if they don't find every memo for all the pardons, sure. But why can't they provide any evidence that shows that he wanted this done? Suspicious.
Didn't we set a precedent that the president can declassify things in his mind without telling anybody, and that's enough for declassification, right? If do we need a paper trail for that now suddenly?
I don't know about
No, no,
we.
no.
I don't know about we.
He
Who's
said
the
that.
we?
The person who's making this claim, who sits in the White House right now, made that claim about himself, that he could just think about declassifying it, and that declassifies it, that there doesn't need to be any paper trail.
That's
right?
a whataboutism, right? Like it's like, look, I can
But
hate
he's
Trump
making
and
the
still
claim.
think, but I can
Yeah.
I can hate. Well, okay, there are a lot of people making the claim, not just Trump. Like I can hate Trump and still think that this is an issue. So like I agree with you that that is a separate debatable point, but it's not relevant to whether. Or
But
not
I'm going
this is
to.
an
I'm
issue.
not. No, it is relevant because I'm not going where you think I'm going with this. I'm going in the other direction. I'm saying, yeah, let's do this. Let's require a paper trail in every case, which means we should require a paper trail for Trump in his case. I think we should investigate what the capacity of Biden was and at what point. And I think we need to do the exact same thing. But what the people who need to do it need to be independent of the White House. We need to do the exact same thing with Trump. I think we need to investigate in both directions on all of these issues.
That doesn't make
I'm not-
sense, right?
I'm not
claim
using
is-
a whataboutism
the claim
to say don't
no,
investigate. I'm saying
the
investigate.
the claim is very simple, right? Is that I won't make the claim, right? So please know that I'm not necessarily making this claim, but potentially, right? Biden was not of mind and of the reason or the mental capacity to be, you know, an acting president, and that he had handlers, and that his handlers, for what you know, we need to investigate said handlers and their signing of pardons, because they very well may have had nefarious motives for pardoning people to ensure that investigations and things didn't occur.
And
right now,
orders.
you're
Yeah,
saying
and do that going forward with all presidents. I'm
Right,
saying
okay,
I'm
right.
saying do that.
Right, hold on,
but
hold
let's
on,
also
hold on,
do that
hold on,
currently.
hold on.
Let it be a precedent.
Hold on, that's fine. But in order for your claim to be relevant to this conversation, you would have to be claiming that Trump is not in control and unaware of what is going on with his signatures, and that Trump is in a cognitive decline and incapable of having enough reason.
I'm
to
saying
do it.
I'm not
And
the
that's
arbiter in either
we
case.
can make that
I'm
argument.
saying we
sure.
need to have an independent person in both cases, and in cases of presidents going from here on going forward, someone who can't be picked by the person being investigated, right? You know, it can't just be man, person, woman, camera, TV. It's got to be like something a little bit more exhaustive that's going to actually give us a real answer that we can trust. And I wouldn't trust a Biden person to investigate Biden, and I wouldn't trust a Trump person to investigate Trump. That's
fine, but it's still a distraction from whether or not the issue
Well,
occurred,
let-
right? Like you're
let
moved
him finish.
past whether or not the issue has occurred and subverted it to a decision of like what we ought to do in
yeah,
the future.
Because I'm saying if we're going to do this, let's make it something that's going to be useful going forward and not just somebody's political tool. And we can say, let's set up this independent office that investigates every president for mental competency. I mean, I've been saying this.
Maybe, but the problem is
long
like
before now.
where like the entire idea of like an independent, counselor
I know, it's
commission
hard.
is like such a
Right.
meme because they never are, right?
Right.
And now you'd be giving an independent commission over the president themselves, right? Over the elected president.
Yeah.
You now have this other, like, where does that now is the ultimate arbiter of power in the United States is what you.
Hey,
This new
we
thing
do
you
this
created.
already, like in the olden times when a ship's captain had the authority over the ship, right? Unless the ship's medical doctor decided that he was incompetent, like there was somebody who was independent of that,
Like on
who-
Star
on
Trek.
that one ship. Like on Star Trek, yeah,
But y'all hate. Y'all advocating running the government like a ship, but y'all hate when they run the government like a business. Oh yeah, makes sense.
All
I'm saying you want. I'm saying this is good for you.
That's
I'm not.
This is
I'm
good
not-
for you
I'm not-
because
hold
it
on,
gets
listen.
you what you want.
I'm not shitting on your idea, but so much. I'm just saying, like, you got to be aware of what it is that you're actually arguing, right?
Yeah,
Which is
I know,
that
yeah.
some independent counsel, presumably independent, right, is now the ultimate arbiter of power in the United States. Like
In this one narrow issue, yes.
In this one narrow issue, sure,
Yeah.
right, but in the issue of they have the power to completely undo the presidency.
Well, it already exists.
That is a fundamentally new government.
It's not
you've
fundamentally
created.
new. It already exists. It's in the 24th Amendment. The only difference is the president gets to pick those people who have that ability to determine him incompetent.
Well, then it isn't.
Which
Well, then
makes
it
them,
isn't independent, right? It's by the president's
That's my
choice.
point. That's my point. It exists in a way that's not independent now. So let's take that same power, which is not new, and make it more independent than what it is now. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, like, I look forward to you drafting the new constitution for the new government. Maybe it will be better.
I mean, the minute they call me, I'll get.
You know what I mean? But like, that's a pretty big proposal that I think gets away from whether what the issue of Biden and these
I
pardons.
mean, I
and
think
why
it's
these
within the
pardons
fiat
exist.
power of any given debate, right? That we can consider these things, especially given that we live in a democracy and ultimately it's up to us to decide how we want our government run. And one of the ways in which I want it to be run is I don't want every investigatory body to be fired by the person who's being investigated. I think that's like fundamentally corrupt. We have to have some way, even if it's difficult, even if it's not going to be perfect, we have to have some way of making the system less corrupt. We can't just throw our hands up and say it's hard.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to detract too much. I would just say that the system itself is inherently corrupt by being a violation.
Yeah, that's why I would think of
there is no
all
solution
people,
here
you
other
want-
than other than getting rid of the state, not more state checks and balances. But fair enough.
So like I agree with you, Scott, in terms of like you could say, well, this independent council will be the ultimate power in this specific narrow sense, but the narrow sense is whether the president was sane to actually do anything else, right?
Right. It's it's like this specific niche thing, which is everything.
I hear you. But like, the why I am responding positively to Doobie, I see your hand up. We'll go to you next. The reason why I'm responding what'd you say?
I was just apologizing to Doobie because we both raised our hands around the same time.
Oh, okay, sorry. I responding positively to this is that like this seems to be a political football that can be tossed around, and that there's like no particular way to like adjudicate this, right? Like we have like, well, first of all, we already have like a presidential like fitness test that people they're supposed to do, right? Like if the president's not fit, well then I don't know, I guess send it down to the vice president. But like that's like, but the thing is like, what if the doctor is in the president's pocket, right? I don't know if there's an answer to this, right? I don't know, like like fucking Ronnie Jackson. Remember that guy?
What if corporations are in the pockets of politicians? What if?
I agree.
Since we're throwing out what ifs while we're at it, you know what I mean?
I agree. Like I'm saying that, like, because when we're dealing with the highest level of government, right? At some point, like there is. At some point, you're just stacking like authority on top of authority, right? When there just needs to be a person in charge, and you just kind of have to go with it. At some point, you're just creating more bureaucracy without actually solving the problem. You're just creating new points of conflicts of interest. Yeah, so like I hear you. But like I feel like if we're gonna make this a big deal. Right, if we're going to make this a big deal and say that something needs to be done, well, then like we have to start like proposing solutions to that, right? Or just admit that there is no solution and just like I don't know, man. Like I hope he was competent. I hope it was good. And until like maybe like Biden walks out like like naked with just a robe on, right? Into the White House lawn, and then we can all see at the same time that maybe he's falling apart. Unless something like that happens, I don't know, man. Hopefully he doesn't like fuck around with the nukes, whatever. So let's go to a friend Doobie.
So I wasn't aware of this autopen thing before Gibbs brought it up. So while you guys have been talking, I've been looking into it, and it really does feel like a manufacturer scandal meant to just catch attention and pull attention away from other more important things that have been happening. Like I think the Republicans right now are taking a lot of shit for the Mahmoud Khalil attempted deportation. I think there's a ton of other stuff going on. Well, I think with the Alien Enemies Act being imposed or being used to deport people, I think there's a lot going on right now, and this seems like such a small thing. We don't even know if this is an actual problem because for all we know, Biden gave the okay for whatever the fuck pardons were there. But we do know that Trump is doing all this other shit that is really, that I think is really bad, that people should be talking about, and he throws out this bullshit on Truth Social, whatever the fuck, to distract everybody away from these more important issues. I think a lot of what we found in this term, like the last term, is that it's just like scandal after scandal after scandal, and at some point you lose track of them, right? Because it's just so much shit happening all the time, and it's like a shock and awe kind of thing, right? It's just like never ending bullshit that you need to keep track of, and the media is just throwing it all out there, one thing after another. They give very little attention to each individual thing, so by the time you know, before you have a chance to really look into and address the first thing, there are 10 scandals down the road, right? And you got to keep up with that somehow. So this really does feel like nothing, right? So
come on, that's
it seems like bullshit, like Gibbs. So do you really believe that if Biden were to be sat down and spoken to today, he would say, no, I didn't give them, I didn't know about these pardons, I didn't know about these executive orders I was signing. No, even if he didn't know genuinely, he would say he did. Right, just to avoid the scandal,
that may or may not be true.
To save face for whoever the fuck put these things in front of him. So I think it's really a nothing burger, right? When we know for a fact that Trump is doing all like Gibbs, what do you think about the Mahmoud Khalil deportation?
Well, okay, I'll answer that, but I want to say why I think it's not a nothing burger real quick. And this is something because I don't think you understand how maybe you do. I don't know. I don't think that you understand the how important it is to the current Republicans, like voter base. They feel like there's a bureaucracy that's been corrupt and nasty, and they want it gutted. They want it gutted. They want it cleaned out. That's why they have Doge. That's why we're calling for investigations into this, because we think there's corruption, and we think it's at the highest level, all the way down, and we want it investigated because we think they put up a puppet president. That's what we think. Now, as for the Mohammed Khalil thing, yeah, I like some of the precedents are pretty not good, I will say. I'm on two minds in this. On one side, I think that legal aliens should be able to speak freely. You know, they are legal aliens. You know, we guarantee the right of speech. I think legal aliens should have most of the rights of citizens, not all. There are special rights reserved for citizens that legal aliens don't get. However, on the flip side, I do think that a country, if you're a legal alien, should be able to revoke your legal alien status. That's the benefit of being a citizen and not being a legal alien, right? Because that the country can revoke your status.
That gives us fine, but I think the reality is that you talked about that they put a puppet into power, whatever the fuck with Biden. But I think this is yet another example of our government, Trump, and his administration acting as a puppet government for fucking Israel. Right, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act didn't get off the ground. It failed because they went too far in trying to label anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism, and cracking down on college campuses that way. So instead, they're going after individual protesters who have free speech rights in this country as green card holders and trying to deport them. Right? I'm sure to
I'm not arguing
kind of
that you're not
chilling
correct in
effect.
that.
Hold on. Well, if you're not going to argue that I'm not correct, well then, like, why?
They're totally different situations. Like I can
Why, like,
criticize Trump and say
these
this
are not
is not
totally
right.
different situations. This
absolutely
hold on,
totally
going
different
after Mahmoud Khalil, who does have free speech rights in the United States, free speech protections in the U.S. as a green card holder, is for opinions, for fucking opinions. They haven't laid out a single law that he's broken. So they're going after him for opinions that they disagree with for whatever fucking reason. That it's totally legal for him to have these opinions and to protest and take part in the activity he took part in. So the fact that they're saying, oh, well, now if you do this thing that is totally illegal, that you have free speech protection to do, we're going to revoke your fucking citizen status, your permanent resident status. That's fucking ridiculous.
Hold on. Well,
You're a little bit off. You're a little bit off. You're saying something a little bit misinformation here, right? Let me just interject this one point. I won't give like my whole opinion on it. Just this one correction. That hinges upon whether or not you believe he's deserving a due process, etc. But that does hinge upon whether or not he actually is a representative of the organization that took over portions of Colombia. If he was a go-between between protest groups that violated law, now it gets a little weird because if they're supporting Hamas in doing so, which many of them were, and there were pamphlets there and there were chants there, right, then you could say that he is an inadmissible alien and he loses his rights because he swore not to do such as a green card holder by making himself a representative, an officer, official, or spokesman of which he absolutely was, of an organization that was engaged in or induces terrorist activity. I think it's pretty easy to say that if a group is saying we're for Hamas, we're for Hezbollah and many chants, and they take over private property, that at the very least they're inducing, terrorist activity in that regard. And so Trump could make that argument. Whether or not that person is given due process, etc., like you can totally make that argument. I'm not saying like get rid of the guy. That's not what I'm saying. My opinion is, but to say that like this is like an open and shut case, and that there isn't any case law that gives this a constitutional basis is just false.
Wait, hold on.
Going further with that,
Scott,
supporting the pro-Palestinian
saying-
League is supporting communism, and that is in direct violation of being a guest in our country.
What?
You guys are
They're
lying.
American citizens who are communists. It's fine to be a communist in the United States. Like,
The Internal
Well, it's never
Security Act
fine
of
to be a communist, let's
1950
be real.
amended the
Well,
Immigration
you know
Act of
what I mean. It's like it's
1918
okay
by
to
adding
have
new
bad opinions.
grounds of exclusion specific to members of communist or totalitarian parties, affiliates of such group, and to aliens who advocate the doctrines of world communism or any other form of totalitarianism. So if he did that, and it sure seems like he does, then he's out.
Well, hold on. What are you referring to? Because so far as I know, green card holders can be communists. They can be part of communist,
to
communist
get a green
organizations in
card,
the
you
US.
cannot be part of a communist regime.
At the time of getting the green card, or after you get the green card? When you're applying,
Before
or
you
afterwards?
get it. Before you
Okay.
get
Do
it.
you have any evidence he was a member of some communist organization then or now?
Was he espousing pro-Palestine policies?
That isn't pro-Palestine.
That's
Isn't
communist?
communism. What are you talking about?
The pro-Palestinian
PLO
League
is
a
pretty fucking
communist
communist,
organization.
but not.
Okay.
Well,
Hold on, it is a
Palestine
communist
isn't communist,
organization.
though.
Being realistic now. So there are far
Yeah.
more people protest. No,
You guys keep stretching. You guys are making reaches like
you
freaking
just
Michael
come up with
Phelps
some
here.
random
It
anti-communism
doesn't
bullshit
matter.
out of
All
nowhere,
that matters
right?
is that he broke
trying to link
the
link
law,
pro-Palestine
and they put
movement
him
to
out. That's the
communism.
end of it. Why
As
do you
if
got
the
to
vast
argue about
majority
it?
of people who are like
He didn't break a
pro-Palestine
law, they didn't say
aren't
he
just
did.
opposed to genocide, right? And are trying to like push some fucking communism onto the world or some shit is ridiculous, right? The vast majority of people who support this movement are not communists. They have nothing to do with
His lawyer
he
just
has
got
free
him a
speech,
trial.
but
His
he, in
lawyer
fact,
just
does
got him a
not have
trial
free
under
speech.
habeas corpus because they didn't try him under anything. They were literally just going to grab him and
They don't
kick him
need
out of the
to
country.
try
They
him.
do.
They don't
He's
need
a
to
green
try
card
him.
holder. He's married
No,
to
they
an American.
don't.
Yes, he is. He's a green card
They can
holder.
rescind it the minute he endorses communism or any
That's bullshit. You
totalitarian
have to have a
regime.
trial for that. We don't know that he
Palestine is
did.
totalitarianism. It's Hamas. It's a
What
terrorist
is
organization.
totalitarianism to you?
Why? This is this. I don't understand where you
You're
guys are
in
even
favor
coming from.
of kicking green card holders out of the country who are married to American citizens for having political opinions that you dislike. That's
Yeah,
you're talking about totalitarianism.
Cleric that was an agitator.
When they sign the document, they agree not to do it.
Which
Yeah,
document?
say you
What
had
are you
a
talking about?
say you had a cleric. Hold on, let me just give you a hypothetical.
Are you
Say you had a
purposely
cleric.
being dense?
No, I'm asking you
No,
which document.
I
because
think
so far
you
as I
are,
know, a
but
green
okay.
card holder. in
Well,
the
you have
United
to know
States
every
is
other
read
part of
you-
the
communist
How about bring up the
organization.
specific document that he had to sign?
You're just associating communism with the pro-Palestine movement for some fucking reason.
And
Because it is
quite
a
specifically too, you
pro-communist
knew how to say that real
movement. And a
specifically. Tell your
totalitarianism
chat
regime.
to give you the document that they
It's
signed.
Hamas. It's totalitarian regime.
I don't
Hold on.
have my.
I wanna
I can't
just-
see my chat right
Let me
now.
just
I'm
throw out a
sorry.
hypothetical, right?
Gibbs, do you
Say
think Hamas is a communist regime? Like,
No,
what
they're a
is it?
totalitarian regime. But like let me just use the
Yeah,
Hamas.
it
one,
says
right?
for
Say-
totalitarianism,
Yeah, so
but I
let me
do
just
believe
give you
they're
that, right?
communist regime.
If you have a cleric, right, that's a foreign national,
shit.
right, but they're a legal alien here, and they're going and they are purposely going. Say they're married to I don't know Consuelo, right? And she's an American citizen, and he goes and he is starting like protests, and some of these protests turn violent, or you go to a lot of anti-American protests that are chanting "Death to America," whatever. Do you not think that the U.S. government should have the ability to be like, okay, yeah, you haven't technically broke a law, but you are causing disruptions within our society, and you're here at our pleasure? Like, you don't think that that's a something they should be
No,
able to do?
I think if you're a green card holder and you have free speech protections, you can go out and say anti-American shit all you want because you have free speech.
So when do we start looking at like
When do you get
when do we
that-
start looking at like children of immigrants and being like, hey, you guys are only here because your parents are here? Like I'm a first generation immigrant, right? My parents are Lebanese. I'm Lebanese. I hold dual citizenship. Matter of fact.
Well, that's called
And-
anchor babies.
I mean, no, it's not called an anchor baby. My parents came here, got citizenship, and had me. So fuck you. And then now,
Well,
so
not
what?
you
Yeah,
specifically.
I know, but like I'm just telling you. So, like, how far does this extend? Because right now it's like green card
I'm an
holders
anchor
that are
baby,
married that are what? So what happens when it's like first generation kids? Like, oh well, you guys aren't even really American. You have to be 3 generations in before you can consider yourself to have civil
The argument
rights and
here, though.
liberties.
That's
I
not
mean,
the argument that we're having, though.
but this is a slippery slope that's coming. Is that you guys just wanted us to be?
Oh,
okay
now
with the
y'all
fact
want
that
to
they
worry
came in
about
and
the slippery
deported.
slope. That's rich.
Hold on, listen. You can. I'm not a leftist. You can't talk to me about any of these things. I
You
wasn't
guys are
providing to begin with,
dancing
so I don't
around the
care.
actual issue.
I'm
You're dancing around
no,
it.
I'm really not.
As a green card
You are.
holder, sure, you have constitutional protection for free speech unless you violate your status.
No.
Okay, and then you have a trial to find out that we violated your status.
ideals or supporting totalitarianist
No.
regimes.
You have to have
until you are
we
a
don't know that
citizen
he did that.
born in.
Grid. You have to have a trial to determine that. Now, Grid, I'm gonna give you a little credit. I'm gonna give you a little credit here,
No,
right?
you don't.
The thing.
Are you sure?
I wish you did, but you don't. The Patriot Act changed that.
Oh no. Oh, okay. Well, let me talk about
Another
that in a
reason to
second.
hate the Patriot Act, but like that
Let
is
me talk
the law.
about that in a second. Then, okay. Let me talk about that in a second. Then
I just asked you if you were
Grid-
sure.
Well,
Because I was going to say the Patriot Act.
I admit that you are correct as far as I'm aware of, right? That specifically in terms of the Communist Party, right? In terms of like
And
supporting the Communist
totalitarian
Party,
regimes.
that I haven't heard of totalitarian, but like the Communist Party at least. I'm not sorry. I'm not trying to fight you, buddy. I'm just like trying to give you credit here, right? I'm saying that like my understanding is that is specifically the one party that if you support, that puts you in jeopardy of your immigration status, right? That if anyone tries to join, that we specifically outlawed that way back when. So there's that. So, if he supported communism, that would be a violation. Now, I'm not sure where the violation comes in, right? Because I think Duby was trying to make this distinction. Whether it comes in during, like, while you're a visa holder and then you can't get the green card. I mean, I know that much, right? At the very least. But I'm not sure if, like, once you get the green card,
You
then,
don't get a
like
you don't
if
get a trial if
you
you violate your green card.
You do
You
get a
get-
trial if you violate your green card. Okay, yeah. So if at that point, once you have a green card, at that point, that also counts as something that would invalidate the green card if you already have it. I'm just saying I just don't know. But I hear you at least on that narrow point. But again, the supporting the Palestinian cause is not a support for communism, right? I have no problem supporting communism, but like that in itself isn't supporting communism. I wish I could get all these people to consider that.
Taylorism or
Prime, I think you gave him credit in a different way, but I'm going to give him a different kind of credit because actually I cited the law that says that you can't just by virtue of being communist lose your green card status in that way. However, I think there's maybe another way in which this can be debated, because one of the exceptions, and I think it is the Patriot Act that talks about this, is that if you're deemed a national security threat, then arguably under the Patriot Act, you could lose your green card status. So, and I don't know 100% whether that's fully resolved, but it wouldn't be for being communist. Being a communist is not. It's once you have a green card status, they can't say, "Oh, you're a member of the Communist Party and now you're a threat to the United States." That doesn't follow, and that's something that goes way back to 1957. That was the case that I just posted in the in our group DM so that you guys can look at.
I just want to say, like, when you look up, so I gave you guys the reference and told you to search in the group chat for representative, right? There is an example of what would make you under terrorist activities, what would make you inadmissible for green card status and lose your green card status. The example they give is, quote, an alien who is an officer, official, representative, or spokesperson of the Palestine Liberation Organization is considered for purposes of this chapter to be engaged in terrorist activity. Now, he is a officer and or representative, not of PLO as far as we can tell, but of groups in America that are chanting from the river to the sea, that took over portions of Columbia campus, that were chanting things that were in support of Hamas. Now, I am not for, personally, right, and my ideology, I am not for deporting anyone unless they committed some type of property crime. And I would prefer, almost demand, that they have legal due process to determine if they were a party to that. And he is currently denying that he ever represented, though it seems kind of like bullshit from what we can see, that he was a representative of one of the organizations, just the other organization. And if an investigation showcases that he was an officer of someone that was, of the group that was taking over portions of campus and was in support of Hamas, it's not really arguable whether or not the Trump or the Trump
Hamas isn't even
right.
the PLO though. Is the
No. I'm saying that's just
Hamas,
one
also, what does
example.
support of Hamas mean?
Oh, that's one.
What does support of Hamas
also
mean?
Isn't like, yeah. So like as
if you're pro-Palestinian, everyone's saying you're pro-Hamas. So like, what's the difference at this point?
Okay, no. Specifically at Columbia, they were chanting "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free."
Someone was chanting.
That's not pro-Hamas.
That isn't pro.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not.
I didn't say that specifically was right. I'm answering
But
your
you
question.
citing it when we said what's pro-Hamas, and you were citing it.
Don't ask a question and then immediately interrupt. I'm going to give you the right. So that was one thing. They were taking over property. There were flyers that were pro-Hamas. There were other Hamas slogans.
What does flyers that are pro-Hamas mean?
Yeah, but Scott,
like
were those
flyers that are literally saying to
by,
support Hamas. Again, I said that there ought to be an investigation to determine whether or not that is or that isn't true.
Them taking
I am
over
speaking
buildings doesn't support
descriptively.
Hamas.
No shit, Sherlock, but it is a property rights violation, and it could be considered terrorist activities if you are taking over private property for the purposes of quote unquote protest for organizations that are terrorist organizations. Again, I said I'm only speaking descriptively and I'm showing you the law. My personal opinion is that they need proof of property.
I'm telling you the laws being applied really obtusely when we can't even on this panel agree to what's pro-Hamas to what's not, and then we realize right now that everything that's pro-Palestinian or in the protest
I most would disagree. I think that you and
three of you agree. Three of you agree.
You and
that's not most of them.
I don't think there's any you're adding confusion to my answer, right? I am speaking descriptively about what the law states, and if he is if they have evidence to showcase that he was indeed supporting Hamas and was supporting terrorist activity in some regard by taking over the buildings and trying to get support for Hamas, get, let's say, funding or laws change in that regard, then he would file under someone that loses green card status. I think he ought to have due process to determine that.
Wait, hold on. Can I ask a couple questions actually? So Grid. So let's say he's an organizer for these political organizations right on this campus, and he shows he gives speeches, he does the organizing, he's a go-between between these groups, and with some of these protests, like with any protest, crazies show up, the extremists show up at all these protests, and some of these people have these signs that are not produced by the organization, they're produced by individuals that show up for the protests. Do you think he should still be deported because some random individual? Why?
Yes.
Why does that make any sense?
Because he organized it and presented the opportunity for that to happen, which violates his green card.
You can't actually believe that.
No, that's silly because that's the same thing. Hold on, that's the same thing as when the right does a protest and there's some fucking white supremacist there, and then the left says if there's a Nazi flag there, it's a Nazi protest, and it's no, dude, there was some fucking Nazis there.
You presented the opportunity for a Nazi to come in and take over your rally.
If you're presenting a pro-Palestine protest,
and but that's not pro.
So what's your argument for J6ers then?
Hold on. En masse, most of the people are participating in not only chanting but also destroying property, as
that's not true.
Fabian said.
Not most of the people, but anyways.
If you organize that,
most of the J6ers participated in destroying property.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they had
most of the J6ers were participated in destroying property.
They did
not.
All the
J6ers
destroying property.
Most of them did. I'm saying most of them did. Just like you're saying most of the protesters did.
Well, what if we have
video of them
proof that
actually
he was?
doing it.
Hold on,
We
hold
have
on.
video
We
proof
actually
of them going
hold on.
into
We
the
have the
buildings too and
hold
being
on, hold on. We
January
don't
January
have this
6th.
debate. We
I
I just posted. Hold on, I posted definitive proof. Apparently, he was found. There was a UN program that was found guilty of working with Hamas and stripped of most of their
No, that's
funding after
ridiculous.
October 7th.
Okay.
And he was part of this group. Therefore,
Yes,
that
he was
if he was
responsible.
part of this group, then he falls under the act.
A
No,
UN
that's bullshit.
program?
Hold on. So he's talking about UNRWA, right?
He's talking
Which
about when he was-
Israel,
he was talking about when he was-
Israel
yeah, yeah.
arbitrarily,
He's-
arbitrarily like labeled like a terrorist organization or Hamas supporting organization because
What an
they found a
embarrassment.
handful of
it's very
UNRWA
embarrassing.
employees that were
Caught
also working with
easily like
Hamas. Well, this organization's thousands of fucking people. It's fucking ridiculous.
I mean, so he's part of it, though, right?
That's
Is
okay.
he part of it?
Not only is it ridiculous,
So, like, how
but
much
Gibbs-
smoke do you need
Gibbs,
before there's
Gibbs,
fire,
you know,
guys?
is that
If
when
he's
you
part of
put
an
UNRWA
organization, he's
Oh, God.
creating
How much
protests.
smoke? Okay, I mean,
Part of that protest could
I
go
know
to
we
the
say the
campaign.
same
This
thing about
guy's gotta
Israel,
go.
right?
Yeah,
We say
wait,
the
hold
same
on.
thing about Israel, and you guys just laugh. How much smoke do you need till there's fire? AIPAC owns your president. Now what? Like it's the same
True,
thing,
actually.
man. You
Gibbs,
guys keep using the same
hold on.
arguments, but then when we use the argument, you guys laugh. But like you guys want to use the argument on us. The hypocrisy.
This guy's
still-
caught
Hold on,
red-handed.
Gibbs,
He's
the
caught
hypocrisy is
red-handed.
No, stop.
sickening.
So hold on, Gibbs. So the reality is that when he was working with UNRWA, which is not a pro-Hamas organization, but when he was, it was not even labeled that by Israel yet. Right? It was in November 2023. It hadn't even been labeled that by Israel yet, and it is currently, so far as I know, unless something has changed, still not labeled a terrorist organization or a pro-Hamas organization by the United States or anybody else
Just
but
by
fucking
Zionists.
Israel. But
By
fucking
Zionists,
Israel,
yeah.
right? So like, why the fuck would you parrot their bullshit? It's obviously bullshit.
I mean, how convenient.
How convenient? How convenient?
Yeah, how convenient.
You don't know shit about Onion. When did you vote for Netanyahu to be your president? When did you vote for Netanyahu to be your president, Gibbs?
The guy's a malcontent. He's here at the American government's pleasure.
I mean, did you vote for Biden? Like,
It's clear that he has a go.
Thank you.
Gibbs, like
thank
that's
you.
ridiculous.
Hold on, if you have a band and a riot starts at the place where you're at, are you put on trial for having the riot start?
One second.
Are you like in trouble?
Just quickly before we can answer that question in a second. PTX Plebe, thank you on YouTube super chat, getting $5, much appreciated, saying being pro-Palestine is the new McCarthyism of our time, just like the Palmer raids were. I don't remember the Palmer raids, man. I'm sure Iko could tell me about that at some point.
Very quick interjection on that super chat. I have a wonderful video that you should check out on my channel called McCarthy Did Nothing Wrong, because McCarthy is an American hero. Now so yes,
of course,
I love that's only gives me a positive.
To check that out. See, I'm going to check that out for sure. Actually,
now the Congress Committee, the Un-American activities, the Un-American Activities Committee, they did some fucked up shit. But McCarthy himself is a fucking hero, and they use McCarthy.
How does your guys' characterization of like riots or
after AIPAC for sure?
No, okay. How does like your guys' characterization of like riots or protesters, or like the fact that the leader of a protest should be held to the like a riot that happened just because he organized it? How come that applies? How come that applies to this? Because it's like, because you guys see the group as terrorists, but it doesn't apply to January 6ers. They were supposed to be peaceful. They weren't. There was an organization. The president set it up, and it gave the opportunity for these people to do that. Like, it literally applies to your own thing that you defend.
He didn't have his.
He didn't have what? He organized
at the Capitol building, did he? No. Okay. So
nobody organized people to go to the building.
I can answer that actually. So,
Well,
so
yeah,
the first one,
actually, please do.
the first
I
one's
don't
very
know.
simple.
Wait, if you own
The first one that's
Metallica,
very simple
responsible
is
for a
that
riot when they do it,
we're talking
then
about
these guys should be.
citizens versus non-citizens, right? But regardless, we're looking at the logic of whether or not it's violent, et cetera, or terrorist activity, right? So in this specific regard, when we're talking,
No. Wait. Before,
hold on. No.
I just want to look at if you can look into the the organizer of the
that's where
the organizer of the event and fault them. Okay, cool.
Right. So there is a substantive difference between organizing a protest and then the protest becomes violent. So what do we need to do? We need to go, did the organizer know or plan on violence occurring? Now, there's a difference here because with the individual we're talking about, he maintained himself as a representative while they still had property under control, that they were engaged in violence, they were engaged in private property and in maintaining private property, keeping people from going to their classes, keeping a portion under control, and kept himself right. That's absolutely violence if you're taking over private property.
Well,
you can say it's not punching. You can say it's not assault. It's not
for him. For him, it is violence. For Fabian, this.
Yeah, I know. I know. For him, it's fine. I know who I'm talking to. I'm very much aware of that.
So you're saying trespassing is so intentional trespassing and then barring people entry to property is a non-violent crime by your definition?
I think it's a crime, but yeah, I would say non-violent. Yeah, I would absolutely say that is a non-violent crime. Not that it's not a crime, but a non-violent one. But whatever. I don't know.
Regardless, very common protest activity, political protest.
Very common protest activity.
Yeah, well, I would say it's if it's private property, it's violence as far as I'm concerned. But if you have a different definition, that's fine. The substantive difference here, right, is whether or not someone, when these acts are occurring, right, which is the takeover of the property that we're talking about, right? There's a difference between a leader leading a protest and then the protest gets out of control, or like I said, if you were to find evidence that they planned to do violence, right, that would be different, right? But what we're talking about here in this instance is someone that is a representative or officer of the group, right? That while that is occurring, that means that they're aware of that and that they hold themselves as a representative. Again, I am only speaking descriptively. That doesn't mean I support this deportation.
We agree.
Without the investigation.
Oh, good. Did you agree that he should be deported by the current?
No. Wait. I didn't think he was finished. I thought he was just going to continue his point.
But like, law, he's got to be deported.
What?
Well, no, you were asking what the difference between A versus B was, and that's that in terms of like whether
if you
or not
agree,
this
then you
person is
agree that
involved.
I'm sorry. Then I missed the difference because to me there's still no difference. There was someone who organized an event. That organized event.
No, I just explained it
had
to you.
Violence with an organized event.
There's a difference between organizing an event and there's violence there, versus a event gets violent and then you maintain yourself as a leader of an organization that is currently committing crimes and you're representing them.
But hold on. But like
he pardoned them. Doesn't that him maintaining like some type of like?
Oh no, that was not an count.
I'm literally asking. I'm not trying to be like.
If anything, you could say that him maintaining his position as a leader was to de-escalate the violence that other people were doing, because he was negotiating on behalf of them with the university to remove the encampment. Right? These are their demands for removing the encampment.
Like, listen, you could say that his motives are positive or good, right? And that he was trying to find a peaceful solution whilst also trying to find a peaceful solution in Palestine, right? Like you can still claim that as like some morally good thing from your position. I am speaking descriptively about the law and whether or not he is subject to losing his green card status, and whether or not Trump is in some egregious violation of the Constitution, or whether or not he's just being a dick that's using the law within the bounds of the power that he has, right? And so that's what I'm saying here, right? Like I'm not saying that he's like bad, but I'm saying what I'm saying is if this person is purporting to be a representative of a group that is engaged in terrorist activity, which is pretty fucking loosely defined by the law, right? Then this very well could meet that standard, and he would have the legal authority to do so. That doesn't make it necessarily right.
But we're debating if it's right, and if this would be the precedent going. Wow, Jesus. Precedent going forward. That's kind of what sometimes people that are like firmly pro. You're kind of just like going, this is the status quo, so like it's kind of annoying. I may not agree with it, but then we have two people that are like pro this deportation.
Yeah, no, it's a fucking panel. There's varying ideas and beliefs, and we're debating.
Well, yeah, but Scott,
things, right?
So if you don't have,
we were also debating.
You don't have an opinion.
I'll just talk to the people who disagree.
It's not about having a strong. I do have a strong opinion on it. I've stated my strong opinions on it. You're getting mad because I am only speaking descriptively. I'm not making the moral claim that Trump ought to do this. What I'm saying is I'm calling out when you're saying that they doesn't have this authority, that's not true.
Okay, so Scott, I understand he might technically. I think it's a waste of time to argue with you about whether or not he technically has a legal authority.
Only because I already won that debate.
I think that's something. No, I think it's something that's being worked out in court right now, right? And there's a reason it's now being stopped by a judge, and it'll go through the legal process that it should have gone through at the start. But I'd like to talk to Gibbs and Grid because they seem to be fully in support of the president doing this, which is far worse than your position, far more interesting than your position, to be frank. So I'd like to understand why they think this is a good thing to do. They're talking about the puppet president.
You lost. I called out your bullshit, and now you're like, oh, you're so boring.
Shut up. Where the limits are for them.
Okay, all right. Gibbs and Grid, you can respond.
Go ahead, Grid. You go first.
I mean, to me, it's just a simple, clear-cut case of he violated his green card.
Double. I don't know what's going on with your mic. It's double.
Yeah.
What?
You're underwater. You're
It's
underwater.
You're not underwater. You're
give me
there's
a
like an
second.
echo.
Well,
Yeah.
Sounds like
Like a doubling.
Yeah. One
Okay,
second.
well,
All right, Gibbs.
Yeah, I'll go.
If you want to go.
Yeah, I mean, so to me, Fabian pretty clearly laid out the established letter of the law. Okay, right? And so I see it that way. When I look at this, right, I almost look at it like a business would look at. I have the right to refuse service to customers. I have the right to employ people at will. I'm an at-will employer, right? This guy works at my pleasure. He's at my way. So this guy's a legal alien. He's come here, and he's attached tangentially to like groups like UNRWA. Y'all can argue about that if you want. We know that he's also an organizer for protest, one of which he was an officer for, like Fabian laid out, where they were actively participating in property vandalism and taking over the area and barring people from there. Now, you don't agree that that's physical violence? It is physical
we need
violence.
an investigation.
Sorry, I hate to break it to you. Now, finally, we also know that... Cool, don't care. Anyway, moving on. And so when I'm looking at this, don't care, moving on. So when I'm sitting here going, hey, I look at this, they are absolutely within their right to remove somebody that's sitting here being a confirmed malcontent with potential terrorist ties. That's somebody that needs to go. I'm sorry, we're sick of this shit. Why do we just need these people that don't want to be here, that are making our country worse actively and
actively do want to be here, make it better, and
inciting terrorist and riotous activities to occur at protests? Why are we allowing these people to stay here? This guy's an enabler.
I thought you were might makes right. What happened to might makes right?
This is might makes right. We're taking them.
What about for the terrorists? What about for the terrorists?
He's gone.
What about for the terrorists? No, might makes right.
One second.
Chris, you want to respond?
Dibby.
You call him like
is my mic still messing
up? He doesn't want to be here.
You sound good now.
He's like he's making the country worse or whatever the fuck. But Gibbs, like the reality is, you were talking about like how Biden was a puppet earlier. You should have been out there with this guy. You should have been at the encampment that he was negotiating for, because what they were protesting in favor of was not just pro-Palestine, but removing Israel's fucking stranglehold on our politicians, which you should be in favor of. You shouldn't want your president to be a cuck of Israel. So you should have been out there. You should thank him for putting his fucking life on the line, his reputation on the line, his legal status on the line for your fucking country.
They'll never admit it, brother.
Okay, so again, to me, it boils down to this is really simple. He violated his green card. Whether or not my personal feelings about that are irrelevant, to be honest.
No, I'm not asking you what the legal.
He's a good martyr. He's a good martyr.
We don't know that right now. Hold on, stop. We don't know what the technical legal ramifications are going to be, what they are, because that's all going to be argued out in court. There's lots of opinions for different laws and different.
Thank you for admitting that I won when you claimed that wasn't true earlier.
Not true, Scott. There are many lawyers who are on the opposite side of this, who say that you're completely wrong. Your perspective is completely wrong.
Sure,
to be fair,
the lawyers say anything you pay them to.
You made the claim, and now it's we don't know.
What I'm trying to get to.
Literally, a lawyer will
say
anything you pay them to.
These guys seem to have beyond the law.
Go, Dibby.
Beyond the law, beyond the legal technicalities, they seem to believe that this is the morally correct thing to do, whether or not it's currently legal. Okay, well then explain that. Don't lean on
it's morally
your
correct to
interpretation
follow
of the law.
No,
don't lean on your interpretation of the law. Tell me why you think. So if this was not the law, you would.
My interpretation of the law is as it's written in front of me.
Oh God! So Grid again.
Oh my God!
So if it were not in the law currently, you would think it's okay for him to stay here. You would not want him to depart. If the law, if that were not your interpretation of the law, if this law that you think exists didn't exist, you'd be okay with him staying here as a support of a terrorist group.
No, I'm not.
Okay, well then get to that. Get to
part.
this. So
the law doesn't matter.
I don't give a fuck about your interpretation of the law. I'm trying to understand why you think this guy specifically.
I have a better question. Why do you?
Should we have the right to?
There's literally no world in which I would support someone that supports a terrorist group in this country. I don't support the KKK. I consider them a terrorist group. Do you support them? You support their ability to have marches?
They're not a terrorist group, like as labeled by.
If we had a legal alien,
I support the KKK's ability to
for dumb shit. His ass out too. Like, what's the problem? If we had a legal alien supporting the KKK, Bye. He's got to go too. Why? Why
No,
else?
Gibbs,
did
stop.
go?
You would never hold that stat.
I
that
absolutely
standard. You
would.
would never hold that fucking
I actually would.
KKK's gonna round me up too.
Why do you look? This is really horrible sociologic that you would literally tell Gibbs that he would not.
It's crazy.
He would not stand
you
up
think
and
that
say,
I'm
"Hey,
gonna
that's
throw me up on a burning
wrong,"
cross, too?
because it's wrong.
I just don't believe that. I honestly don't believe it. I think you're saying it for the point, like just to kind of drive your point home, but I don't think you believe that.
Well, hold on. What you're saying is that you think Gibbs supports the KKK.
Well, what?
That's what
you literally just said that.
No, you trust. I said I don't think you would hold the same standard right now. We're being specific.
Then that means you think that he supports them. It is literally a black and white line. Either the logic is that Gibbs supports the KKK or he doesn't. That's it. There's no black and white. You're trying to like derail this logic train. It's simple logic. Either
it's not that simple, Grid.
It's pretty damn simple.
I think what I was implying, like myself and like him, I'm sure, we're okay with KKK supporters being in the country, even though we disagree with them. We wouldn't want them deported, even if they're dumbasses. I think that's what he's saying about Gibbs, and that he believes that Gibbs is actually pretending to be far less in favor of free speech than he actually is, because he thinks it's
let me give you another hypothetical. Let me give you an actual hypothetical. I don't want to be bad faith here. Let me give you an actual hypothetical. If Vladimir Putin sent over 25 Russian students and had them lead protests and march in favor of Russia, and Biden had said, "No, we're kicking you out of the country. We're canceling your green cards and we're deporting you," would you have had a problem with that?
Yeah.
You would have.
If you're a green card holder in the country and you're holding protests because you're pro Russia, yeah, I think you should be able to do that.
You're lying.
Why am I lying?
I can tell when you're lying every fucking time.
Happens right now.
You're lying, sir. You would. There's no damn way you would go along with that. There's no damn way.
What do you go along with it?
There's no way you would have a problem with it. You would literally line up to watch them leave.
What?
You would.
Why do you think
I guarantee you had I stand with Ukraine in your for a bumper sticker for the past 2 years.
Who gives a fuck about Ukraine?
Wait. I don't have a bumper sticker. Just because I make a statement like I stand with Ukraine doesn't mean that's my life or my ideology or what I go with every single day. And just because someone is pro-Russia, I don't think you should be deported. That's weird.
Yeah, like
I don't think that's a good standard. I don't think that's a good standard to have in this country.
If they led pro-Russian marches, would you have a problem with Biden?
No, what's a pro-Russian march?
Grid.
There are not. There are Nazis that march in Detroit. Like you have to let them happen.
If there's an illegal alien Nazi,
there are literal Nazis. There are literally Nazis.
Do they have green cards, sir?
There are literal Nazis.
You're missing the point. You're making shit up.
No, I'm not. Them having a green card isn't the determining fact for me.
The green card is the determining factor.
Hey, gotta let some other people in. All right, so I'm gonna go to Aiko. I'm gonna go to Corey.
Goddamn.
I think I know where Ollie was going with this, with the KKK stuff. Because let's say there was a march with a bunch of different people from different parts of the right. Say, call it Unite the Right. And there were some racists there doing some bad things. Would you say that anyone that was at that rally is responsible for what the most extreme elements of that party were? Or would you say there were some good people on both sides?
If you're a legal alien at that rally, kick him out. Like I don't know how,
but citizens don't matter. Wait, I'll help. Is it worse if illegal aliens or is it worse if citizens have that ideology and are going on there?
Nobody's arguing about that.
How are you making that argument?
No, that's not the argument
you're making. You're the only one making that argument.
Yeah, I want to talk to Aiko. The answer to your question is, if they're a legal alien at that rally, kick their ass out. They were at a terrorist rally.
Then we kick all the legal aliens out. Then we got to kick all the people who oppose. It's like
you're not talking about kicking out the illegal aliens. You're talking about kicking out the green card holders that were at that.
I said legal alien.
Legal
alien.
He said legal.
If you're there, you're a legal alien.
Slurs his words.
Okay, show me when that. Show me when he did that.
Legal.
Show me when he did that, because there were plenty of people.
Well, you're asking me. You just asked me if I would condone or whatever. I'm saying right now.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you're only
me and Grin are taking the same stance.
If you do that consistently,
me and Grin are taking the exact same stance.
If you want to say that, if you partake in any protest, you're responsible for any of the worst actors that happen to be on the same ground.
If you're a legal alien,
and then if you're a green card holder, you
exciting,
should get
but
kicked
let's
out.
just keep it in
I don't
reality,
think that's
okay?
being consistent. Well, that is reality.
This is not what you're doing. Y'all are
That's a real protest.
It's just
actually
gaslighting.
We're talking about the difference between citizens and legal aliens. If you're a citizen, you get more rights. I'm sorry.
You go to jail.
You get more rights.
irrelevant.
If you're a hold on, I'm sorry. If you're a citizen,
It's
you get more
absolutely
rights.
relevant.
It's established.
I accept your
absolutely
apology,
relevant.
but it doesn't-
in the back.
Two, if you're a legal alien, if you're out of place,
Gibbs, that's not what he's arguing against.
Nobody's.
But that's what we're arguing.
But you're not engaging with what
That's
he's
granted.
saying.
Everyone's
He's not
granted
engaging
that.
with
That's
us.
already. That's
He's
not.
already
You
engaged.
might as well tell me that 2 + 2 is 4. Like, it's not going to affect the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is, if you want to do this, if you want to set, just like I said before, in all of these cases, if you're going to do something like this, you need to then generalize the principle, right? And just like what we talked about before, that if we're gonna look at one president for using autopen, we're going to have to look at all of them, and going into the future, turn it into a precedent. And here it would be the same thing. If we're going to start now, because this is novel, if we're going to start taking away free speech rights from people who have green cards, okay, I mean, that's going to have to go through the courts, because I don't think it's clear that only American citizens get free speech rights. But even if you do decide to do that, then you're going to have to generalize that principle and do it consistently, which means you would have to do it at the Unite the Right rally, and you would have to do it like consistently, like moving forward. That's all I'm saying, is that we need to look at what happens when we generalize the principle and not just do it once and then forget that you did it.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Neither one of us have any problem with that.
Thank you.
Okay, well then, great. Then you
That's what
agree.
we were saying at the get-go.
There's no reason to freak out then. Corey.
Yeah.
I'm just curious how far this extends. So, Grid 1, if I remember correctly, you said that you consider the KKK a terrorist organization. So I'm curious.
I do.
Okay, so
they're
if
local
someone,
to me, so I know them.
Okay, sure. So if someone becomes a United States citizen, okay, and then they afterwards join the KKK, should they be denaturalized, or should their citizenship be revoked in your mind?
I mean, personally, I think so. But I don't know how that process works. This is a legal area that I would have to look into.
I believe.
But I did look into green cards, which is what we're talking about. And if a person came over here, if a Ukrainian Nazi came over and he joined the KKK local 211 downtown, and he started marching with those guys, and he got caught, and Trump, Biden, whoever says, "Hey, he's gone back to Ukraine."
Those are different
because he's part of a totalitarian regime, preaching hate, all of that sort of thing.
Ali, please.
Okay. Sorry,
well,
Corey,
first Grid. That's why I said I was curious how far this extends. That's why I was, seeing how far you would go. So
I think I think the law as written. Did you read the law? I posted it in the back.
Yes, but so
it's pretty clear.
Hold on. Let him go. Great. Let him go.
I'm just letting you know there appears to be a process of also denaturalization as well.
Yep.
Okay.
There is, and I don't. We're not talking about denaturalization because that's irrelevant here, right?
That's why I said I'm curious how far it extends, as in like
I don't know.
Okay.
I do know that, for example, my wife went through the citizenship process, and she had a green card, and she had to be very careful about what she did, who she talked to, even back home, because she didn't want it to affect her chances
and from
being a citizen.
And from what I understand, okay, although correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to speculate, but I believe your spouse is part of was from a certain country. Okay, so
yes, she's from China. She was a member of the Communist Party. She had to renounce that membership.
Okay, and
this is why I kind of know about this, is because she had to renounce that membership. And now China's a little different because you are required, whether you believe it or not, to join the Communist Party at some point. And they have a couple of different, she was a utilitarian communist, and they have some other types. I don't know. I don't care. But the reality is that to get the green card, before she could even get the green card, she had to say, "Okay, I'm out."
But if it was found, let's say, there's some photos here in the United States that, she has the Chinese flag on her T-shirt or whatnot, would that be grounds for her citizenship being revoked?
probably not the Chinese flag, but if she was out espousing Chinese communist ideals in, say, a school or a public setting, not now because she's a citizen, I don't think that would be a problem. But while she was getting her green card, absolutely, it would have been a problem.
What if she was cheering for China during the Olympics? Would that be grounds for you?
I'm sorry. Oh, I maybe I don't know. I don't think that's promoting terrorist activity. I don't. That's a great question. I don't have the answer to it.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
GB, you want to say something?
I was just going to say that I think that scenario that Gabe's laid out earlier about the Russian students or whatever coming here and organizing protests.
I did that actually.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Grid.
We get you mixed up all the time.
Yeah, exactly. I think that already happened.
Alike. It's because we're white.
Exactly the same to me.
That's what it is.
It's because all us white guys look alike.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that already happens, Grid. So I'm actually curious as to what you would think about this, because I'm aware, and I'm sure a lot of you guys are aware, that Israel does this right currently. In fact, I think a lot of the push to attack and suppress these pro-Palestine movements is driven by Israeli actors in the United States who are working with our representatives to push pro-Israel agendas in the U.S. Right?
Wait, you think the guy was secretly Israeli?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No.
I'm saying things like the. I mean, I don't know if the TikTok ban is a perfect example of that, but I think that was something that was absolutely pushed in part because of anti-Israel sentiment that was on that platform.
I don't watch TikTok. I have no idea what you're
that's
talking
fine. That's fine. But I think also the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act that was being pushed hard
anti-BDS
last year. The anti-BDS laws that exist all over the fucking country. This latest wave of bullshit against this Mahmoud Khalil, and what they're intending to do with this, to like the freezing effect that I think it's going to have. I think all of that is intended to benefit Israel, and I think this is happening because Israel has agents in our country that are working with our representatives to pressure them to push pro-Israel agendas. So, would you support all of these people being deported?
Which people? The Israelis?
The Israeli agents that are in our country, pushing our representatives to push pro-Israel agendas that are restricting our free speech rights, that are attempting to restrict our free speech rights to benefit Israel.
I think you'd have a hard time proving that out, but
no,
I do believe that any agent of a foreign country that's not declared should be made to leave.
Yeah. Do you think AIPAC should be forced to register as?
Well, wait a minute. Trump just got rid of those laws. Trump just canceled the FARA laws that say you have to register as a foreign agent. Now you can be a foreign agent, and yep.
I wonder why
because too many Republicans were getting busted with that law. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because everything happened in his first term. There were multiple people, including
the general,
including Mike Flynn, and multiple other people. There were at least 5 people that I can look up and that I can remember that ran afoul of the FARA laws. And Trump just got rid of it, so that now you can be a foreign agent and not have to register.
Interesting.
And I put articles talking about the groups that were pushing to investigate Khalil and the rest of the protesters. That they worked hand in hand with the government to make this happen. Right, they're well-connected individuals who are doing this.
Okay. Do you agree that saying Christ King is anti-Semitic?
I don't.
That's the new.
I want to see what your source is, right? Because I had heard a little bit about the FARA. But if you could send me a source on that, because from what I understand,
I'm looking that up right now.
He did not get rid of the registration requirements and reporting requirements. Instead, he told the Department of Justice to not go after people unless they're, quote, conducts similar to more traditional espionage by foreign government actors. So they still have a reporting requirement and registration requirement, but that he's saying the DOJ is wasting their time by going after anyone and everyone unless they're engaged. He's saying focus on people that are doing espionage and spying. Which, I mean, your position is still fair that that's a weird thing to do. Like the DOJ is like, oh, the DOJ is just too swamped, right? Like, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you, but I am disagreeing unless you have a different source that they got rid of the registration requirements because that doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, leaving them on paper and not enforcing them is maybe a slight distinction from like striking it from paper or whatever. But the fact is, like the next administration, if it's Democratic, would reinstate those rules anyway.
There's a lot of laws that are enforced in this country that are like secondary things, right? So like, for example, like in Virginia, seatbelt laws, right? It's illegal to not wear your seatbelt, but most police departments have been told don't pull people over for not wearing their seatbelt because cops can't see in cars very well, and it just causes more traffic and more problems because it's a waste of resources. But if you pull someone over for like a bad, tag or a light being out, you can then write a ticket for the seatbelt, right? I think the same thing would apply here, which is Trump is saying, look, if you find somebody doing some shifty shit and then they happen to be a foreign agent that isn't registered, tag like that's still perfectly fine. We can get rid of them. What he's saying is don't waste investigatory power on that pure one specific thing unless you suspect them of engaging in some form of espionage.
But being a foreign agent in and of itself and not registering is shifty.
Yeah,
right?
that's
like by definition.
Right, but there's a difference between investigating everyone to determine that and the resources that are used for that, as opposed to finding someone doing espionage and then you're like, you didn't register as a foreign actor, we got your ass, as opposed to just going through and looking for everyone that isn't registered as a foreign actor.
Even if you don't investigate,
I don't know his motivation, right? I don't know what's going on. I'm just trying to be factual here, as opposed to saying he got rid of registration requirements when he didn't.
After that, let's go to Scott. Sorry, not Scott. Ali.
Yeah, so like we're talking about like foreign agents registering, whether or not they're registered. I think it's weird that we have a foreign agent that is acting within our government to stop up laws for them. Anti-BDS laws, we don't even have anti-American boycott laws. The whole like anti-Zionism, like being anti-Semitism, not good. And right now, the next push, because there are like Christians that are anti-Zionist, is that like Christ is king, and saying Christ is king is anti-Semitic. So it's like you're having a foreign country come in and limit your speech to like we're not the ones pushing for it. It's not Americans that are pushing for this. And so like no, I think it's really easy to prove that there's foreign agents coming limiting our speech and that Israel's doing that.
Maybe we can prove that. I have a question.
Are you okay with that?
I don't.
Are you okay with AIPAC not being a foreign registered?
I mean, seriously, this is my problem with the whole anti-Israel thing.
Nah, bro, just answer that one, Grid. Come on, man. Just say fuck that.
Should AIPAC register as a foreign entity?
No.
No. Why?
Why do they need
lobby group for? Because it's a country. It's a foreign country lobbying group, and every other foreign country registers as a foreign country except for American Israel lobby.
Spies.
What?
AIPAC, hold on.
I'm sure there are. To
be fair,
lobbies our government to benefit foreign countries.
To be fair, AIPAC has found the fucking loopholes in our own laws, and that's why they don't have to register, right?
Yeah,
so like registration, what we should do is change the laws.
I have a stupid question.
They spy on us all the time.
If you guys think Israel's controlling the country, why are almost all politicians Christian?
What?
And not Jewish.
Oh my God!
Seriously? Every politician goes puts on the little yarmulke and kisses the wall. I don't believe that they're Christian.
Answer.
I don't believe that they're Christian.
I'm Christian.
They put on their little yarmulkes and kiss the wall. I don't believe they're Christian.
Great. So
wait,
I think
you think Trump's
no, that part. No, just go on.
Do you think he's Jewish?
Yeah.
Well, you're an idiot.
Oh, hold on. To be fair, I think it is strange.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
And you're a cuck to Israel. I'm an idiot, and you're a cuck to Israel.
Every time they get elected, I think that's fucking weird.
Hey, pause. I want to hear what you has to say.
This is some conspiracy theory stuff.
That was a troll answer. We know that. Let's move past it.
So great. I think that you're thinking of the issue the wrong way. So it's not an issue specifically with Israel, right? Israel is.
I think you're thinking of it the wrong way.
No, if you were thinking about it correctly, you wouldn't have asked that question, because you would know that the vast majority of Zionists in the United States are actually Christians. There are tons of Christian Zionists who push pro-Israel shit for Israel because they think the Jews need to control Israel so that Jesus comes back or whatever the fuck, right? So there's a ton of these people in the United States, right? So it's not just Israel. There are people within the United States who are American citizens who are Christians. Who are not Israelis in any way, who also push for Israel. But it is true that AIPAC, look at Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham. There's a ton of them. Right?
You know Lindsey Graham. You know he's. I mean, come on. I'm asking you, how many do you know in your personal life?
Personally, my father.
Your father. Okay,
Yeah,
so
there are a ton of people who consider
I don't
themselves to
know
be Christians who support Israel for religious
You
reasons.
don't know any evangelicals. Okay. All right.
I don't actually. I don't go to an evangelical church.
Listen, I'm a Catholic now, but I was Baptist growing up, Southern Baptist growing up, and absolutely there was that affinity between my church personally, like that I grew up with, and the idea of Israel. And they now, admittedly, what they wanted to support Israel because they thought it would hasten the end of the world. Like that was the church I was a part of. Yeah, absolutely. Like it wasn't the kind of reason that most Israelis like personally would agree with, but absolutely this was their motivation for supporting Israel.
But
it's amazing.
In Aiko, I don't know if I forgot I think it is the largest evangelical organization in the United States that Benjamin Netanyahu gave a speech to, calling them like a great ally to Israel, and they're literally advocating for Israel because they want revelation the end of the world to come. Like it's fucking crazy.
They want a rebuilding of the temple.
Yeah, they don't believe that the Jews will remain Jews when Jesus comes back. Okay, and they're calling this guy like a great ally of fucking Israel. It's crazy, right? It's actually sick.
That was us.
Real quick. So
I'm sorry.
So great. When I say you're thinking about it incorrectly, that's what I mean. It's not just Israelis, but it's true that I believe AIPAC, which is an organization that is I think is privately funded, quote unquote, made up of American citizens, quote unquote, usually dual citizens. I think that organization specifically is in our country to advocate for pro-Israel agendas, right? And I think if they're going to do that, if you want people advocating for a foreign nation in our country and pushing laws that restrict our free speech rights to benefit a foreign nation, they should have to register as a foreign agent.
Wait, hold on. Your free speech laws have been. Okay, go ahead, Scott. I'm sorry.
Say anything about Zionism on Twitter. Anti-BDS laws, anti-Semitism awareness.
So a couple of things. First of all, a lot of AIPAC are dual citizenship, but it's also important to note that you are a dual citizen of Israel if you are Jewish. Like if you're Jewish, you have dual citizenship. Like you're ethnically Jewish, right?
That's not true.
That is true.
You don't have
citizenship.
You have to go and get citizenship.
All you have to do is do a fucking tour and then fill out some paperwork and boom.
You got to go across the world.
Right. Israel doesn't own all Jews who are born, right? They don't automatically just own the Jewish people.
That's not what I said. I didn't say they own the Jewish people.
Well, you said that all Jews are like citizens.
Israeli citizens.
If you are a politician or somebody that is in in corporate lobbying and things of that nature, it's a fucking piece of paperwork and a free trip. You get fucking a free trip.
Then do the piece of paperwork, and then
I'm just pointing out that like when it's like, oh, there's a ton of citizens, there is that is the easiest country to be a citizen of, right? Like it's not like they were born there or something like that. I'm just trying to add to that. So in terms of answering your question, Grid, right? Let's set aside the Christian evangelicals that want, the Holy Land to belong to the Jews because that's what's laid out in the Bible, right? And let's just talk about incentives here, right? Because you don't need a grand conspiracy or like, the Jews don't need to run the world or anything like that, right? We're not getting anything too crazy. I wouldn't, especially on YouTube, but nevertheless.
Please don't.
Right. But like all you need, right, is an understanding that Israel is the only Western, somewhat democratic country in the Middle East. There are some that are close, but nevertheless, that is aligned with us, as opposed to aligned with other interests such as China or Saudi Arabia or OPEC Plus, et cetera. That we have a incredibly close relationship with the Five Eyes program and our intelligence agencies. That there is right, and that there is a lot of reasons that people that are elected politicians can convince themselves very easily when AIPAC comes to them and says, hey, we want a couple of favors. And if you don't do these favors, we're going to outspend you 2-1 on your other people, and go, well, these are a great ally. These are, you know, they're an intelligence ally. And this is how we keep the Middle Eastern wars from coming over here, etc. Specifically when it comes to the Democrats, anytime you have a radical anti-Israel candidate, they immediately go to the other Democrat that's like that is willing to play ball, and they give them all of their money to make sure that there aren't radical anti-Israel candidates on the left. And then often, very often, they'll either fund the right-wing guy or they'll fund them. It all depends on how well they're willing to play ball. They have a ton of money, and they have a ton of what you could say morally is undue influence. And they're not being forced to register via basically loopholes, because Zionism is a religious ideology as much as it is about the state of Israel. So we're just a bunch of people that are Zionists and believe in this, you know, religious belief system, and all of a sudden they're magically not actually supporting a nation state in another country. They're supporting an overall ideology and religious belief, and now they don't have to be register as a foreign entity, and they're, you know, again, they're given undue influence in the way that they're not looked at with as much scrutiny, and that they don't have the same tax situations, and they don't have the same paperwork to file, etc. Right? Like, we don't need this like religious element to even explain how a country that has all these intelligence ties and money ties has undue influence on politicians, because politicians can be bought and sold by corporations just as much as they can by AIPAC.
See, that actually makes sense more than they're all evil bastards. And
all politicians are evil bastards.
I don't think. I think
Hold
we
on,
gave.
I don't think we said that they're. I don't think we said that they're evil. we gave
3
advocating
specific
for a
things.
foreign nation in our country.
And Doobie listed multiple like specific things that he thought was wrong. He didn't say, "Oh, they're all evil bastards." So like,
yeah.
You want to engage with the argument, or you just want to listen to Fabian repeat our arguments for us?
Sometimes you got to speak their fucking language, all right, Sociologic? If you fucking sat in the chair instead of going and eating dinner during the first half,
I mean,
of
you
the
speak idiot better than I do, man.
You'd be understanding what's happening with the right.
You speak
speak
idiot better than I do. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I have a solution for this.
Sociologic, the smartest man here, huh?
No,
are you ready for this? This is a solution I think will solve Doobie's problem. We forcibly annex Israel and Palestine, and now they're now part of the United States. And then we don't have to worry about Middle East because they're just.
Well, they never allow that because they want to maintain the rest of the state, so that wouldn't happen.
Well, you know, they can want to do that, but
I have a better solution, Gibbs. One that you might like. We just leave the Middle East and let them duke it out on their own.
And then we talk.
I say we treat. Hold on. I say we treat. I say we treat.
Ally with the
Actually, that's.
Hold on.
That's
We just.
I mean, that's
We just Lion King it. Okay, hold on. We Lion King it. All right, this is what we do. We Lion King it. Okay, when children go to school, we show them a globe, and then there's this region just called the Shadowlands. Okay, and they're like, "What's this area?" And it's like that's where people do fucked up shit and bomb each other and fucking have a crazy fucking religion. That's the Shadowlands, and we leave them the fuck alone, and they leave us the fuck alone. And when the hyenas come out of the Shadowlands, we go fucking get back, or we chase them off. And if the hyenas keep coming back, we fucking go Mufasa on their ass, and we bite a couple of them, and then they run back to the Shadowlands. All right,
we get out of the Middle East, let them duke it out, and then we ally with the winners.
I call this the Lion King strategy.
And then we take over. We take over like half of it with the winners. And
brother, you gotta keep taking over land. It doesn't work for us. Allyship is better than ownership. It's fine.
One world government.
We should lease, not own. Be happy not owning. It's fine.
We make a pen around. Go ahead.
I'm very curious about this, right? Because I don't know.
I'm joking about the Lion King argument, by the way.
Yeah, Ali, you're frozen for some reason.
Oh shit!
But camera's frozen. Yeah.
Really quick. Yeah. So I'm actually very curious because I consider myself to be a pretty hardcore American nationalist, right? Which is I think it's probably the core reason I fucking despise Israel, right? Because I can see them transparently cucking our politicians constantly, and it drives me fucking crazy, right? But as like I think you guys are conservative. I think it's fair to call you good conservative Trump supporters. I think. Doesn't it bother you like it's somewhere in your soul when Marco Rubio goes out there and says, "Oh, we're cutting all this foreign aid, no money. We're going to keep our money for our citizens, etc., except Israel. We're going to expedite $4 billion to them right now." Like, that doesn't fucking bother you? You don't wonder why this is happening?
I mean,
Like,
hold
why
on,
this country is getting so much additional support when they're already doing they're doing well. They can take care of themselves. Obviously, they don't need our fucking money. Why do we keep sending the money? Like, it's very frustrating.
I sympathize with you. I'm also an American nationalist, maybe of a different breed, but I don't like the idea of Israel having pulled all the strings either. I don't like the idea of any government pulling the strings. However, and this is maybe where I separate from you a little bit, is when I look at this, I kind of for the reasons Fabian laid out, tangentially, they're our ally. We can debate whether or not that's true. But I'm very much, that's fine. And
Greatest ally, sir?
Hold on.
I call them
Hold on. Sure. Listen, there's absolutely an argument to be made that they're only in it for themselves and they're not our ally at all, right? Like I can see that argument as well. But when I look at it, this is more of a situation of we have to take one battle at a time. Let's get rid of one thing first, and then once we've cleaned up over here, then we can come over here and clean this up next. Like it's kind of like a domino. Like there's no way we can separate ourselves from this like right now. Like it makes me sick to say that, but like it makes me sick to say that, but that's the situation as it is.
Yeah, Gibbs, I get that, but I think Trump got I think it was at least $200 million from a single pro-Israel donor, Miriam Edelson, $200 million from this woman. And I think and she went around to these other pro-Israel billionaires, right, and got them to give him tons of money too. And there were this isn't like confirmed or anything, right? But there are rumors going around.
Dude, does it help people that I work in office though?
Wait, what?
Like is that so? Like here's my question.
I'm back, Prime.
Generally is when they're donating this money, is it people on my side that are benefiting? Like people on
no, actually, this is where
depends on what side they donate to.
Yeah, this is where so Gibbs, the rumor is right. The rumor is that what she wanted for this $200 million was the West Bank. Right? Whereas last time with her husband when he donated hundreds of millions, I think it was I want to say like 137 million if I remember correctly, just off the top of my head. He wanted the movement of the Israeli capital to Jerusalem, right? And he wanted that to be recognized by the United States. In addition, and I think also the Golan Heights, if I remember correctly. What Miriam Edelson wants is the West Bank, and you can see in Israel right now they're moving hard against the West Bank, right? So I don't think this benefits us at all. Actually, I think this makes us all less safe.
Another war we got to go into later.
Exactly, because Israel's going to do all this shit. All this is associated with us. So not only do we get, are we on the hook for the tax money that's going to go out to these people,
or us bombing Iran or the Houthis.
But the ceasefire was bullshit. It just never existed. They've been bombing and killing people since it started, looking for ways to sabotage it. Fuck them. But beyond that, not only do we need to pay for it, but we're associated with all this evil shit that they're doing. And I think if you read through some of these reports that are coming out from the UN and Amnesty International, it's like fucking biblically evil shit. Like it's really, really bad. And now we're associated with it because we paid for it. So I don't think that this benefits us at all. I think this makes it much more likely that we're going to have more terrorist attacks. People around the world will hate us, I think, reasonably. And I don't think we should be supporting people who do this.
Well, we're also actively there, right? We just engaged with the Houthis, and then we're talking about like Iran with taking out their nuclears. It's like we're actively about to be there again for a defense of a country that we can say is our greatest ally, but all they do is get us into wars in the Middle East that we don't want to, and then funding that no American supports. Or I mean, not no American, but like we want that money for us. So it's just kind of a constant loop. We're about to go back to war with the Middle East. This isn't a good.
So all that to say that if you're like a pro-American MAGA person, you should be fucking hounding Trump and every other pro-American MAGA person to stopping Israel's cock, because it's terrible.
It's interesting because I have the same point of view towards Ukraine and everything else. Like, to be honest with you, I'm an isolationist, so I believe we ought to be out of all those fucking countries. We shouldn't be in the sandbox at all.
Yeah,
And I don't believe that we have any actual allies in this world because literally everybody takes our money, and very few people give us any back.
That's right.
So
I mean, except for the
Therefore,
products they buy.
you guys are like you guys are preaching to the choir globally. I agree with that. I mean, I don't give a shit whether we support Israel or not. I just don't care.
Yeah.
I would just prefer. My preference is we don't do any of it. We don't support Germany. We don't support fucking France. We don't send money overseas. If people want weapons from us, they buy them, pay cash on a barrelhead. So that would be my preference. That's not the
correct me if I'm wrong.
This up. Go ahead, Ali.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't like the whole NATO or like the whole the European and us like supporting Ukraine? Isn't it because like we are specifically like adversarial with Russia, right? Like it is our way of fighting Russia, but not without.
I don't even know
boots
why
on the
we're
ground.
adversarial with Russia.
I'm just asking you. Well, to be fair, this is my entire life. I thought we were anti-Russia until this year. Everyone started coming out the woodwork. I thought you guys would kind of be able to explain it to me, but I thought that's what like our whole thing was. Right?
towards Russia.
Like that was the benefit. I'm saying that was the
Russophobia is totally
benefit to us.
manufactured.
That was the benefit to us, was that like we were blockading, or like it was like the adversary to Russia. Like that was our benefit, technically. Right? Wrong? Wasn't that the whole point of like NATO? Was that like we had the allyship against Russia?
Well, no.
What's your?
I don't know.
I'm trying to understand what your point is.
I don't think that's true.
We were talking about like interventionism or being isolationist or whatever, and like the fact that like MAGA's been relatively isolationist. They're withdrawing money from X amount of places except for like Israel. And then to Grid's point, like I'm saying the only reason that maybe that we aren't so isolationist when it comes to like NATO or when it came to like Ukraine is that like we are technically adversarial with Russia, and that was our like stronghold. Like technically it was our stronghold against Russia, and then therefore it was a benefit to us, and not necessarily. I know that they weren't paying their fair share, and like that was a whole problem, which they should do. I'm just saying that I believe that was like I feel like NATO was more beneficial to us than to them technically.
So like the idea of being against Russia, right, is a byproduct of something that is dying within the right, which is neoconservative movement, right? And this was kind of like resurged by William F. Buckley, right? Like if you want to understand like where neoconservatism comes from, it comes from William F. Buckley. But I mean, Carter, Russia has been a scapegoat for American politics and issues both in the Middle East and in the world, kind of historically, really since the Eisenhower Doctrine, and utilizing the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency for OPEC oil trades, right? But I mean, you see this with the Carter administration. He's like failing to deal with Iran, and the fallout from there, and then all of a sudden we're in Afghanistan fighting the Russians, right? Like and like NATO is kind of the same thing, and so it's a byproduct of the Cold War as well, obviously, right? That we have to stop the spread of communism, and in communism, countries were falling to communism like dominoes, right? Following World War II, and so Russia was the Soviet Union, the big, the greatest enemy, whatever, but when we engaged in privatization or shock therapy, we did it first in Poland and in Hungary, I believe. I could be wrong, right? And it went relatively well, all things considered. And then when we went into Russia, it seemed like many of the people at the State Department were more determined in punishing Russia than they were in actually engaging in shock therapy and bringing them into like the capitalist fold, right? They sold off all of these nationalized industries with like these coupons, and then basically just gave them to everybody. But you have all these people that were destitute that couldn't afford food and groceries, so they sold off their coupons for pennies on the dollar of what they were actually worth, and that is kind of the beginning of the gobbling up of power of the Russian oligarchs, is that they were able to legitimately gain massive amounts of industry and power in that. And so since then, Russia hasn't really been a communist threat in any capacity. They became more capitalistic, more Western, etc.
Sorry, I want to end this conversation. I want to move on. I want to move on. We're like, yeah.
Good.
So let's get to the topic at hand.
We're gonna go to the topic.
Poppers and buttholes. Poppers and buttholes.
You got unless you guys don't want to. You guys don't.
No, it's fine.
No,
it's fine.
I'm ready for it.
Okay. All right. Hello out there. That topic that you clicked on. we're going to talk about that. We'll make that a thing. So stick around for that, guys. If you like this channel and like the conversation we've had so far, this was pretty intense, but we have intense conversations all the time. Please consider helping out the channel. We do need your help. We haven't gotten any subs this month, actually. Not yet. We're halfway through the month. We haven't gotten any subs. So consider subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. If you find yourself here on a regular basis, consider helping us out. We would much appreciate it. Resub if you haven't already. That keeps us up and running. But yeah, we do need your help. We don't have any subs this month yet, so help us out. Help us out. Well, if you're on YouTube, of course, you can give bits or give subs. Sorry. You can give memberships. You can give memberships, or you can do super chats. Right. So super chats, just like we did previously, we reacted to that super chat. So consider using that super chat, and we'll say something to you or whatever you want. So how about the channel so we can keep going, right? We're trying to make big moves here at this channel, but we need that your help to keep on going to make those moves. So if you like the things I've been getting up to, so consider supporting the channel. All right. The topic is all right. Poppers are considered to be a quote-unquote party drug. For decades, it has been popular among the gay community as it gives a feeling of euphoria and helps ease gay sex. However, recently, there is a spike in usage among heterosexuals as it makes its way into the mainstream. Unfortunately, this has also come with a rise in poisonings as newbies take the drug improperly. To get around federal drug legislation, poppers are marketed for other uses, such as leather cleaners. And furthermore, they come in bottles that resemble products like 5-Hour Energy drink. So rather than inhaling the drug as it's usually done, people new to the product are drinking it. This can result in severe poisoning. To add to the confusion, conspiracy theorists like RFK Jr. have said the drug leads to AIDS. So how would you deal with this drug? Would you crack down as the FDA seems to be doing now? Would you regulate the packaging? Or would you ban it altogether? And should party drugs like poppers and ecstasy be treated the same as hard drugs like crack cocaine? So yeah, it depends on what crowds you roll in. If you ever heard of poppers to begin with, I've heard about poppers, but I was actually grateful to this article because I had no idea why specifically in the gay community that this was so popular. Like I have no clue, but they laid it out. Yeah, it involves muscle relaxant and helps with anal sex. There you go.
One weekend with Gibbs, and now you're looking up poppers.
Hold on.
The butt sex drug.
Okay. Yeah,
Sus.
I had
Red flag. Flag on the play.
I had no idea, and now I know, right? But in any case,
I didn't know either. Prime. I had to go.
I
look
say
it
that.
up.
I say red
Yeah, I
flag
didn't
because
know.
I have the eyes wide shut custom on. You know, like.
But yeah, but now it's like moving into straight spaces, and straight people are doing it, and they're like they have no idea what they're messing with. Also, they're just being sold in like smoke shops and like random places where the people there are not giving proper instructions, and others are getting hurt. So I went to examine this drug and how we should treat it and all that good stuff. All right. So we got limited time. So guys, be quick. I'm talking to Scott, of course. Be quick in your openings, and then we can move on, get started. Scott, please.
It feels targeted.
I'll be very quick.
That's literally why
it is.
War on drugs. War on drugs is dumb. Don't drink poppers. If you do, congratulations. Here is your Darwin Award. There you go.
There you go. Thanks so much, Corey.
Legit.
This might be first time. I might be longer than Scott. So
You want to measure?
that
I knew that was
stream to
coming.
save Prime's
I knew
channel. But like, yes, I think they should be regulated some way. At the very least, the packaging. Okay, but overall, when it comes to my views on drug use or illicit drug use, like, yeah, I don't think people should be in prison, but I do have a hard time sort of like finding the system of like, people not going to prison and like these being consumed. I don't necessarily want the world where you can go to whatever store and just have anything that you want off the shelf. That to me that is a little bit problematic, but I don't know exactly what the solution is. But at the very least, I think as a starting point, regulating the package, making it exactly clear, I guess, how to consume it, ingest it, whatever. And then the last thing I'll say is whatever, just RFK is just an idiot. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. Gibbs.
Yeah. So first, yeah, war on drugs bad. Legalize. Don't like it. It's dumb. As far as don't drink it. Yeah, everything Fabian said. Some of y'all might have noticed that I did come wearing the eyes wide shut face mask and the crown. And there's actually a reason for that today, and it's not just because it's a sex themed topic, although it is a sex themed outfit a little bit. See, so I've been very much the political prophet on the right as of late, and I've been nailing these predictions left, right, and center. And so I wanted to understand the mind
Get
of
a Poppers prediction
when it came to this conversation. So what I have done is, like many leftists who can't say their actual positions out in the world, I have first put on a mask because I need to pretend I'm somebody that I'm not, and I can't actually give a real opinion. And then I have taken this crown, and you might notice it's black and evil and has the eye of Sauron in the front. So I'm channeling the all-seeing eye of Sauron to help me become a true leftist and preach the evil that they are and actually really understand where they're coming from. And the reason why we're talking about poppers today is to obfuscate and hide from the real issues like the autopen scandal and the drastic corruption that are happening in the that happened in the Biden administration. And this is just one more diversionary tactic to stop us from talking about the real issues like the corruption that was in USA, all these things. As for the poppers, I wish that more people took poppers because maybe they'd be a little more relaxed and not be such fucking stick up the ass all the time. We'd be able to pull it out. That's my final thoughts on this. Thank you very much.
After literally spending 2 hours talking about the thing
Exactly.
that. Okay, great. Thanks for that. I really love you, man. Let's go for an Ico.
I just want to say he only has the courage to talk about these things from behind a mask. Try saying that out in the open, sir. You and Daredevil and Spider-Man, right, are cowards.
Menaces.
Yes, menaces to society.
Vigilantes.
Unlike Punisher, who doesn't wear a mask.
Yeah, that's right.
Not a menace to society at all.
Except the well, I don't want to go to.
No,
there was somebody with a Punisher shirt yesterday in the last episode of Daredevil that we could not see his face. All right, I just want to say that. Okay. I don't have a whole lot to say about this because I don't fully understand all of the implications of poppers, like chemically or anything like that. But I will say that when it comes to drugs, like my position has long been that it has to do with how addictive something is, right? You should have if you're an adult and we can keep it away from children, things like that, you should have the freedom to take risks that you want to take, unless your free will has been robbed from you, which is what addiction does. And so my understanding is that poppers aren't addictive in the same way as like some of the harder drugs that are out there. And if that's true, like if I'm not corrected on that at some point in this panel, then my position would be, I mean, I have friends, I've never been a part of the rave community, but I have lots of friends who are, and they tell me that it's not addictive. And so, I don't know much more about the drug itself than that, but let me just say that, if I were to say that I have a policy, it would be that the intensity of the addiction is what decides my opinion on it more than anything else.
Okay, Davey.
I think it's pretty silly. So I think yeah, they should be regulating the packaging for sure. To be clear, I don't know how the fuck you drink poppers. I mean, typically the stuff's all over the bottle. Don't you die if you drink it. Don't put it on your mouth. Keep it away from your mouth, etc. So like, I don't know how the fuck you don't read that and say, oh, maybe I shouldn't drink this shit. Like, I don't know how that happens, but apparently it does. But I mean, that happens with a lot of products. A lot of people do dumb shit with lots of products. I don't think it's a good reason to ban it. So and I'm typically like very like anti-drug, but with this one specifically, and it could just be because I have like a personal experience, not with using it, but with like being around people who've used it or are using it. It just doesn't seem to be at the level of these other things like ecstasy or cocaine or whatever the fuck. Um, any muscle relaxation you get from this, I mean, you could probably get something similar from like just drinking some alcohol. Right? So like drinking a bunch of alcohol, you get yourself into like a similar kind of loosey goosey state. It just if they're not gonna attack that, I don't know why the fuck they're going after poppers. It just seems silly. It seems like one of these like hyped up nothing burgers.
To be unfair, just to be real, there are stories that I've heard of people who've been smokers, right, addicted smokers for years,
Yeah.
who are unaware of the Surgeon General's warning on the on the box, right? Who've never read it and who don't know the link between cancer, like lung cancer, and smoking.
No shot.
That's a thing.
Are they illiterate?
I wouldn't be surprised.
They're not
actually. I think some people
no
just
shot.
don't.
Sorry, you're from Canada. You don't understand that a lot of people graduate high school in America illiterate.
Yeah.
So, actually, I looked into it a bit, Prime, because I'd never heard of anybody dying from poppers, like ever. So I looked it up, and like everything that I found said it was extremely rare that anybody's died from this. And people who do, it's because they use it in ways that they're not supposed to, i.e., drinking it. So if that's what's happening, then like fuck. If you're gonna ban things because people are using them improperly, like that, there's a ton of other shit you can ban.
Tide
Ban
Pods go
actual
first.
shoe sign because someone might drink it. Yeah. Let's go to Grid.
Yeah, so I had to look all this stuff up mainly because my initial thought was I think all drugs should be unregulated. It's a massive drain on our economy, and it's stupid to spend a bunch of time. It's better just to let people kill themselves. That's what they want to do. I have no care or concern for you if you're a drug addict. I'm sorry. But that's very unchristian of me, but whatever.
But are you sorry, though? That's a...
Yeah, not really.
If you're sorry, then it seems like you do care.
Yeah, I'm not. So the at the end of the day, I had to look this up, and I actually did. I found the opposite of Doobie. I actually found where even NBC was saying that more and more actual deaths are being occurring because of the use of these. It's acyl, however you say that, nitrate, which is it's interesting because if you drink it, you die. Like, unless somebody's there with a stomach pump or like you're next door to a hospital, you're fucking dead. Like it's not might kill you. It's like it's pretty fucking effective at killing you because of the way it affects the heart, mostly, and thins blood and some other weird things. But so that was interesting that it's so casually used, and yet people die from it. Now, dying from actually inhaling it, I don't think that. I think you really have to kind of like go really far to die from inhaling it. But drinking it, you're dead. Like that's just bad. So I don't think they should. That I do think that maybe in the same way that we restrict access of vapes, cigars, cigarettes, alcohol, maybe that's kind of where you go with this party drug thing. First of all, because of the way it's sold, you can't actually put directions on it as a safeguard. You can't say for inhaling only or do not fucking drink. You can't say that. You can't say that. It's because you probably say don't drink it, but people don't read that label anyway.
You kind of can.
Yeah. You kind of can? Okay, whatever. But because of the way it's sold currently, to get around the law, you can't warn people how to use it properly. So that's kind of dumb as well. But I mean, it's kind of dumb to use it to start with. It's really dumb to not to have weird regulations on it. But so my personal viewpoint is that probably should sell it in sex shops or It shouldn't be sold in convenience stores next to the fucking energy drinks. That's retarded. Who thought that was a good idea? That's dumb. Like, that's crazy. Why would you do that? And, you know, whether or not RFK thinks that it's... I follow RFK's logic train as to why this would increase the cases of HIV, because it increases the proclivity for anal sex. Anal sex has been linked strongly with the transmission of HIV, so I think that that's a logical thought train. So I don't think that's a conspiracy theory. I think it's very interesting that people think it is a conspiracy theory. That's weird, but whatever. Who cares? I don't really care that much about it, but it's just an interesting side note. So I just my only concern is that kids can just walk in and buy it thinking it's a 5-hour energy and down it and fucking die, right?
But who cares?
And a clerk, and even in a head shop, a clerk can't tell you how to use it by law.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause then they're breaking the law. Okay, so this is just layer of fucked upness that on a scale that I haven't seen with something that's $2.99 or whatever the fuck it costs. So anyway, that's where I'm at.
Yeah. So in terms of like drug regulation, I would prefer if drugs were legal and regulated, and we could have like some type of safe way of like acquiring them. Because right now, as it stands, Corey, like you were saying, the problem is that like you don't want people to just be able to like access drugs. Is like right now they just can access drugs, but like the risk of buying them because it's illegal, and like the different types of people that you have to deal with buying them, and like the fact that they're unregulated, so they're cut with like fentanyl, which is like at this point like weed cart vapes are cut with fentanyl, right? Like people are smoking fentanyl and dying, and so like I do think it's an issue with unregulated drugs. I think we should care for like our fellow citizens, because at the end of the day, not everyone is being a drug addict. Some people are just using them, and like some people drink, some people take Molly. It's kind of the one-on-one. So and for the bottles being like the bottles should be more regulated. Like when K2 first came out, it was advertised as potpourri. And so like, yeah, they couldn't tell you like you would smoke it. Obviously you would buy the potpourri and whoever used it would tell you can smoke this, boom, and then you get high, and it was like horrible. And then eventually like they tried to ban it and so on and so forth. But like right now with the poppers, I just sent in the Discord the feel free blue bottle drinks. I'm sure you've probably seen them if you've gone to like a 7-Eleven or like a gas station. If you're maybe in the Midwest or somewhere in the South, they're like kava drinks. And so it's like a relaxing type thing. You drink it. It's kind of supposed to be it's like a botanical in place of alcohol. These types of drinks recently have become like really, really popular. So like the poppers being next to something like that, it doesn't really surprise me that someone would drink it. They are still idiots. You shouldn't fucking do it, especially if you're buying something and you don't know how to use it. You probably shouldn't use it. That's probably the best way to avoid death. But yeah, let's get into it.
Can I ask a question? Let me just ask real quick.
You.
I'm a fiend, right? I'm a degenerate.
What?
Like, I've been into a sex shop a time or two. I've been to a
Yeah.
gas
No.
station.
You.
Looking out for not me. I've been to a gas station late night, 3 a.m. It was like, hey, I want to rail this bitch out.
Oh,
Let me go
Texas
buy
is full of
rhinos.
this shit.
Rhino
Yeah,
so like, hold on. Listen, let me go get some rhinos. We're gonna have a wild time tonight or whatever. Like, let's just go through this. So whenever y'all sit here and tell me kids can buy this, I ain't never once seen no poppers next to no fucking kava drinks, the whatever. They got them stashed behind the thing, and you have to ask them for it. I like maybe not everywhere, but like most places is like that. Let's just be clear on that.
I've never. I mean, in Texas, they had shrooms next to dirt weed, next to crack pipes. I don't know if they're really all that behind the counter.
Well, there's always a shady place. And that doesn't count as a door. Come on.
I want to point out this concept of like regulation, because there's this idea of like, well, the problem is that they're unregulated, dude. I don't. Maybe Admiral Gibbs, you can back me up on this, because I don't know how many of the other people here have regularly purchased drugs before in their life, right? But like, if you go buy drugs from a drug dealer,
in GTA,
if you go buy if you go buy acid, for example, right, or mushrooms, and 9 times out of 10, if you're a new person that's never done acid or never done shrooms, your drug dealer is going to be like, hey man, take this much, drink some
Yeah.
Coca-Cola, don't take too much. Did you know that mushrooms come in waves? Just because you're not really feeling it in the first half hour, that doesn't mean you need to eat a bunch more. Let it sit in, let it go. Wait till you're a good 2 hours in and you hit your first wave, and if you're still feeling like it ain't shit, then you can take some more, right? So like the very concept of like the drug war and the laws is almost absolutely increasing the danger, right? Because if it was completely unregulated, and unregulated here means government regulation, because the market is a form of regulation, a superior one, I would add. But this regulation is the very fucking reason that like people might buy some shit that they don't know what they're doing. And then the guy behind the counter isn't someone that like regularly sells drugs and is like trying to keep his customers alive and stuff. He's not supposed to say those things. The best thing he could do is like put a poster on the wall about poppers or something, right? Because then he's not actively telling you anything. It just happens to be a poster on the wall. But if you're not reading the fucking package, you're not reading the fucking poster, right? Like, what it needs is deregulation so that people that sell the shit can be like, hey, dude, inhale this. Don't fucking drink it. People die that way.
I think when we say, or what, at least for me, when I say regulation, I don't necessarily mean like control every aspect of it, but like I feel like if you have consumable substances like drugs, like, and you can't have them be legal without like some type of regulation in terms of like you can't have just prescription. You can't just have prescription drugs in the street without like some type of regulation and have them be legal. And that's kind of like the only thing I mean by like regulate.
Yeah,
we need to have a way of.
Obviously, I disagree, but I just mean, I mean that the regulations are part of the problem right now.
I understand.
I agree with you. I agree 100% with you, Scott. That the biggest problem is that the regulations surrounding this are so poorly thought out and written, and so ineffective that not only can they just be sold to fucking anybody that walks in, nobody can tell you about. Nobody's supposed to tell you about it, and they're probably not going to because they're going to think you're a fucking fed, and they have no interest in doing that. So it's a weird zone for me. It's like not completely illegal. So you do have to go to the guy who's dealing shrooms out of the back of his van and who was like, hey man, whatever the fuck you said, I haven't done shrooms, so I've got no fucking clue. No fucking clue, man.
Straight lace motherfuckers. Look, I don't do drugs. Listen, I don't do drugs. Okay, I want to make this very clear. All right, especially for anybody that might be wanting to report me to CPS or some shit. I don't do drugs, but I had a very wild life before I joined the army. All right, a very wild life before I joined the army. So this shit has been, like even chatters like poppers have been around forever. Okay, like it's only become somewhat of an issue because idiots are buying things without any like I don't know what
any
the fuck
idea how to use
Gen
them.
Z or something. It's like you guys were all fucking not you obviously, but like stunted by like COVID or something. Like just if you don't know what the fuck something is, Google it, or at the very least read the package. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like our problem here is very clearly much deeper than like poppers not being regulated.
They were eating Tide Pods, Fabian. Yeah. What do you mean?
Yeah.
They were literally eating
Bath
Tide
salts.
Pods.
Who thought bath salts was a good idea?
Well, listen, to Grid, to your point about the van thing, like you're much more likely to be at like a rave or something and see a guy dressed like me, and that's the guy you're gonna buy the sex drugs from. You're gonna go up to him, he's like, oh yeah, he's got the
No offense, I would not buy the sex drugs from you.
That's who you want to buy them from.
He'd at least know where to get them from.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I can't. Hold on. For real talk, we were talking about drug usage, right? There are people that are watching. It's important to note that like we are on the internet, we are all streaming, and that sometimes there are kids here. Okay, like. Listen, I'm not saying you should or shouldn't do drugs. I'm not saying any of that. But what I will say is don't buy drugs from fucking strangers at a rave. Okay, if you're going to do drugs and you absolutely feel you have to do drugs, right? You probably already have a friend that has a connection with somebody and you can do it ahead of time. I understand that like getting drugs into a rave can be difficult, and so you're like, I don't want to bring drugs, but then there are people be selling them there. But I'm telling you, that is a really, really, really bad idea to get drugs and buy them from strangers. Those people don't give a fuck about you. Those people are way more risky and do a lot of dangerous shit, because those are the types of people that
And
sell
feds.
drugs at raves. Like, or well, I
Absolutely.
mean,
And feds.
Feds don't give a fuck about selling drugs to random people at raids. I mean, sure, it happens, but more often than not, they're looking for bigger fish to fry. Like, but please, like,
I'm being facetious because
don't do drugs from people that you don't know, that don't, at the very least, like, someone that you know has gotten drugs from them before. Please.
So I'm actually curious as to like where you guys or these people have seen poppers being sold at like gas stations and shit, like by the 5-hour energy drinks. Because my experience, it's not like it's not raves. I'm sure they sell these at raves. It's just you go to some shady sex shop in town, not one of the big ones, usually one of the smaller ones, and they have them on the counter or behind the counter next to this fucking goat weed and the sex chocolates, right? Like it's not that mysterious or complicated. Typically when you ask for them, they'll ask you if you know what they are, if you know how to use them, and then you say yes or no, and that's it, right? Like this shit's, I mean, my wife and I were in Utah, right? In our last stay in Utah, we decided to visit some sex shops around the town. And yeah, they had them there, and we got one, right? And it wasn't like a big thing. It was just a little fucking bottle and we asked for it, because she
Well, if
wanted
it wasn't
to
a big thing, what do you
fuck
need
around.
poppers for?
No, he's saying
Fuck
the
you.
bottle
Fuck
wasn't
you.
big.
No, I mean, no,
it was a
that's not what
joke.
I mean. The
bottle went over my head.
It wasn't like we were doing a fucking secret drug deal, right? Is what I'm saying. It was just it's right on the counter next to all the other shit. You ask for it. They ask you if you know how to use it. You say yes, and that's it. Like it's not that big.
It's not only at sex shops. So like the past, like, I want to say 10 years, head shops, like so head shops, smoke shops, and even vape shops, I've been selling like kava and kratom and all these like
prominent.
yeah, botanical herbs and such. So like it's not unlikely that you go to like a head shop or a vape shop even, and you're like, they have kava, they have kratom, and then they're also gonna have, like, once again the feel free drink that I just had. So there's gonna be all these botanical herb drinks that are meant to like replace alcohol, and so like it isn't really too uncommon to see like poppers in that like vicinity with these things. And it's not that like 18 or like 15-year-olds are going, because like you can't even buy a vape at 15. They are especially if you're going to a good hot shop or whatever, they're IDing. But it is that like there are people who kind of walk in and they're looking around. They're like, "What the fuck is this feel free drink?" And then the counter person tells them, "Oh, it's just, you drink it and it makes you feel like calm and relaxed." And it's like they don't know what they're selling, right? It's just like some 19-year-old fucking stoner who's just behind the counter, and they'll just sell you a popper with the feel free, and now you drink one or the other. So it's like more people are dumb.
To be fair,
Yeah.
having some dude at a sex store walk you around and explain the sex toys to you, which my wife and I also did in Utah,
Is
went to, like,
awkward as fuck.
Okay, not only was this guy looked like he looked like a fucking child molester. I don't know how to put it.
Yeah.
Okay, he looked
Yeah,
like a
he works at a
grimy
sex
child
shop.
molester. But no, but it was like one of the, I think it was like the Hustler store or something that we're at, right? And my wife wanted to pick up a toy, so we were wandering around the store, trying to find something we don't already have because we have a ton of shit and we're on vacation. And yeah, we're looking at different things. We'd ask him about it, and this guy was just like, it was really fucking awkward. He looked grimy as fuck. Like, I don't know how else to put it. He looked like a very stereotypical guy you'd find jerking off in a movie theater.
Yeah, so less people are likely to ask questions from that guy, right?
Sociologic, can I piggyback off of like your example, right? Because like, so for example, I'm in Richmond City, right? And there are a lot of stores that are run by like families, right? And they have like fucking some random 19-year-old person there that barely speaks English that's just selling shit, right? And they sell all kinds of things behind the counter. And so if a package is obviously, you should read the package, etc. Like, I think the crux of this situation really does come down to the packaging, right? Because if a product doesn't say for inhale use only, right, but instead says something else like, so that it gets away from regulation or skirting, like, shoe cleaner, right? So it doesn't actually say you're supposed to smell this, you're not supposed to drink this. As far as I'm concerned, and this is, might be the wildest take hearing from an ANCAP, right? To me, that constitutes some level of fraud, right? That a product is being sold as one thing with an intentional secret use for another thing, that doesn't explain what the product does or allow people that might not be aware of what the dangers of using a product inappropriately are, is. So if we're talking about something that says inhalation use only, do not drink, then I'm sorry, that's on you, buyer beware, right? But if we're talking about something that is sold that doesn't have those instructions, is sold almost like a secret other product next to other sex things, and of course it might be sold by, maybe this is a little racist, but let's just be honest, Habib at the fucking local corner store, right? You know what I mean? He doesn't fucking know. He's just selling shit. He's trying to make
royal honey isn't fake. The royal honey isn't fake.
Right, you know what I'm saying? Exactly. You know what I mean?
Trying that. Yeah,
right.
I don't agree with you.
And so I think in terms of regulation that I would find acceptable, right, is I would say that you have a court case, and so long as we're not allowed to fucking take people to court outside of the justice system, right, that I do think that there is some form of a court case if your kid ends up dying from buying some random shit that in no way, shape, or form tells them they're not supposed to drink it.
All right,
hold on. That's not. That's I might disagree with you a little on this one. I actually want to argue two things. One, it's a little bit more widespread than Doobie's maybe experiences. I can tell you, I'm not saying every gas station, here, but I could go to I'd say at least 75% of them.
Insane.
And they will have them at the gas station, right? Yeah, at the gas station. Normal mom and pop gas stations, normal Valeros, Flying J's. They will have them behind the counter at a gas station. You can go, now you have to ask for them, and they're not going to sell to somebody under 18, but you have to ask. It's just like if you go to buy paint, right? You have to have an ID and all the stuff that's behind the counter. It's a little thing. There's no way you can just get confused and not know what you're asking for, right? But it is very prominent. It's all in place. If you go to a sex shop, they have a popper section. There's a section, and they got about 600 of them, right?
It's right next to the nitrous.
Right, yeah, they all sorts of stuff, and they will be this is whatever, kind of thing. And it is a lot like you described the K2. I remember they had the V8, and the V8 one was you break it open, and it had the little white squares in it. Oh, this is the potpourri one that you're supposed to crush up the white square and then light it. That'll get you real fucked up, right? And so they have all these little different things, and they'll be oh yeah, usually when we use this the potpourri, you crush it up before you light it for smelling intake. They'll tell you that, and it'll have the the instructions for how you are supposed to use it.
How smoke stops used to call them tobacco pipes.
Yeah,
instead of bombs.
and it'll be right, yeah, it'll be how you use it, but it also will get you, give you the high if you're trying to use it in the nefarious manner. So whenever y'all are acting it's oh, Sally, the 16-year-old, walked in and goes, ha, I'm on my day off, and that's not what's happening. What's happening is these people are getting fucked up, and they're going, I want to chase the dragon, and they're I wonder what happens if I drink it, because it's already giving me this high. That's what's happening way more than accidentally.
Can I clarify what I'm saying? I'm not saying we need to go after everybody for fraud because it says shoe leather. What I'm saying is, or shoe cleaner, right? What I'm saying is that there are cases, right, where people however extremely unlikely and rare, but if that case occurs, right, where someone goes to some shop, right, and sees some other sex stuff or some kratom or something, it's oh, what's that? And they're oh, this is a relaxant thing,
for the record.
Right? It's this is a for sure. This is a relaxant. It helps you feel good, right? And then they buy it, and then the packaging doesn't fucking say anything about breathing only, right? And then they drink it. That I think in those very unlikely but edge cases, there is something here that would constitute fraud, right? Now, I agree with you that that's not your typical situation, and that's probably not why people are being harmed. It's probably people being crazy, chasing the dragon, as you say, so to speak, trying to get it even better, fun, or just people being high on other shit, right? And just being completely stupid, right? But nevertheless, I'm just saying that there could be edge cases where you could have a fraud
being very
case.
Charitable. I think you guys are being very charitable.
I don't think so.
I just posted a picture in the Discord of some of these bottles. It's crazy. They literally look like 5-hour energy.
But they're this. Okay, hold on. That's not true. Listen, those bottles you just posted, the 5-hour energy bottles are this big, right? These bottles are like this big. Like, there's no way you're getting these confused
that's-
when you see them in purpose.
yeah, that's
like,
okay.
I know it doesn't look, but it's like this big, and like a 5-ounce energy bottle is like yay big around. This thing is like maybe like this big around. Like, it's tiny.
Yeah,
amount.
I have
It's
no
not-
idea. It just says that
Yeah,
they're
it's like
the same
if you
size
just
as-
look at a photo like it, it looks like it. But in reality, 90% of the time, they're way smaller. And then the ones that are bigger look way more like the Kava bottles than the. They look like one of those little old school elixir bottles than the. Than they
I don't
do
know
the,
what you're talking about, man. I just see a bunch of pictures of room odorizers. I wonder if you can drink it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, room odorizer. Yeah, you need that.
Good,
Put
well,
that in your
I-
car,
here's
and it'll
some
make you
DJ
smell
night.
better.
Grid, we'll have to take you out. We'll show you all the wild.
And apparently, there's a
sex shops.
producer of them in Texas called Double Scorpio. That sounds
I'm
like
sure
something
that they
Emerald
don't have
would
any
know.
lobbyists in the Texas legislature at all.
bro,
I'm sure.
I don't want one Scorpio around me, much less double. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that sounds like something. That sounds like a Gibbs company.
Listen, that's neither here nor there. Don't worry
Promcast
about
got bored
liability.
and checked out. Look at his ass.
He just
I'm
in
literally
fact,
right
we're gonna see
here.
if they're selling shares.
He's doing
Yeah,
poppers.
it's very interesting. I had not. So this was something
start
I
feeling
never,
the
I
itch.
never even knew existed.
I'm literally right here. But yeah, you guys apparently have had a lot to say on this one, which has been quite convenient for me. But I did want to, with our remaining time, talk about like regulating it as a party drug versus like hard drugs, like with like crack cocaine, right? Like there are, I think we can at least fair to say, like different drugs have vastly different effects, and their danger levels are vastly different. Currently, we do have different schedules, right? We have different schedules for different drugs. But like, oftentimes in our conversations, we say, like we want to legalize drugs. Should we legalize all drugs? Or should we just say that some things are just far more too dangerous? Crack cocaine may be one of them, and I'm sure you guys can come up with other ones like maybe black tar heroin or some shit like that. And treat that differently. Thoughts?
What's the difference though? Like, I guess this is my question when you say that, Prime. What's the difference? Like, I would say, like, arguably, most uppers and most hallucinogens should be classified as party drugs, right? Like, that would probably fit what I would idea of what a party drug would be. Maybe even some like relaxers. Those would probably fall in. Like, what is like maybe not heroin though? That seems like it's a lot worse. Like, what is the degree of bad? I feel like people smoke crack at a party. Like, you go to a fucking like party, they're smoking some rocks. I mean, maybe not. I've never seen that, but like, I mean, if it was a different area. But if I go to a party, I definitely see people railing lines of cocaine. That's a party drug. Like, what do you like? What is the like? What are you calling like the line here? I guess is what I want to know.
I think that's
I'm not making the line. Yeah, I'm allowing you guys to make it. Yeah.
He's asking what's your line. Like, well, yeah, I give you proposing like creating a new class or new schedule party drugs, and these are legal, or what?
I mean, I would propose we deregulate them all. And if people want to kill themselves with drugs, we let them kill themselves. And we don't spend my taxpayer dollars on welfare to rehabilitate them.
Okay, so just to
agreed.
see exactly where your line. That includes like all drugs, as in like benzos, okay, opioids, fentanyl, all prescription drugs.
Sure.
Okay. That's like that's where I said in my opening statement. I have a hard time like no one should go in my mind to prison for consuming things. But like, yeah, I don't necessarily want fentanyl at the corner store or at the gas station.
Corey, what's the difference between like if I want to do a party drug? Well, let me just ask Corey this real quick. Corey, what's the difference if I do a party drug, right? Or I'm a hypochondriac and I want to go take antibiotics I shouldn't be, and I just want to take a bunch of them. Like, fundamentally, if I'm saying deregulate all drugs, I don't really see a difference between a hypochondriac who wants to take 16 pounds of penicillin. I don't know what that would do to you, or the guy that wants to fucking smoke crack. I don't think there's a difference.
Well, I'm gonna be a nerd, but I do have an issue of people not appropriately taking antibiotics and contributing to antibiotic resistance. But obviously, that's like a separate thing.
Yeah, it's a whole different thing.
But like,
just look at Peru. Peru is a problem now.
Yeah. Like I there's a line. I don't know where it is. I constantly go back and forth in terms of how to deal with the problem. But at least as of right now, I'm definitely not on your side of just like what you
Well,
can
do you see
consume
there's a
whenever you
fundamental
want.
difference between the two, though? Is I guess what I'm asking. Do you see a fundamental difference between like a guy who wants to like do party drugs and a guy that's a hypochondriac that wants to take a bunch of I don't know penicillin?
Yeah, I do in terms of like using your example of penicillin versus whatever. I don't know anything about party drugs, at least not personally, but the LD50s are certainly different. And so the ability to overdose and die is empirically different in my mind. And I think that needs to be weighted.
Well, see, I would say that the drug illegalization, right, is a large portion of the drug deaths and the gang violence in this country. Obviously, I mean, I feel like that's a argument as old as time, or at least as old as the drug war, right? But in terms of the danger of the drugs, like this is one of my things I'm fairly passionate about in terms of what I think is you see a lot of libertarians and lefties and a lot of people supporting drug legalization, but they only support decriminalization. And I think this is actually the worst thing you can do. I think it's actually worse than the war on drugs, because when you have drug decriminalization for small usage, what do you get? Well, what you get is you don't get any of the benefits of legalization. You don't get companies that test drugs. You don't get rate my drug dealer apps on iPhone so that people know when someone is selling bad drugs and when someone's selling good. You don't get businesses that allow people to go off to the side to do drugs. What you end up with is you end up with the public property problem, right? If public property is, everyone can be on public property, then everyone can fucking smoke J's and fucking leave their dirty needles and shit at playgrounds or at parks or on the side of the road, right? And so what you get is a total disorder, because what you have done is you have allowed one criminal element to exist by criminalizing the drug supply chain and usage and private property to be able to deal with this. And instead you haven't actually done anything to solve the problem. All you've done is cause disorder in the community for a whole host of reasons. Like if I want drugs to be legal from the bottom up for a reason. One is I don't want fucking cartels getting money from this revenue source. But apart from that, I want people to be able to rate their drug dealers. I want private property owners to say, no fucking drugs here, you degenerate fucks. Get out of my community. And I want people to be able to utilize services that just like you Yelp at a restaurant, and a restaurant has a 1-star review and then you don't go there because you might get food poisoning. I don't want people going to drug dealers because he's got a 1-star review and you're probably going to fucking OD on fentanyl. And we're seeing now where drugs, being pushed into the gray market or into the black market means that drug dealers are people that are criminals. They take on the risk of crime, and they're willing to take on the risk of crime. So the people that are drug dealers are less likely to inform people about safe practices and things than companies that are competing and that want to keep their customers alive and healthy, as opposed to just have them go down a spiral or have them OD on some random shit. I think the drug war, but also decriminalization only for low offense drugs, leads to bad outcomes. I agree. I don't want to live, I have toddlers. I don't want to live in a community full of a bunch of crackheads. I don't want that shit around me either. But that's an issue of communities having the ability to engage in their private property rights and rights of association. That's not something the drug war has ever solved. It's never solved this problem of drugs in the community. Instead, all it's done is make it go underground, make it worse, and make the worst degenerates of our society be the ones that engage in risky behavior that leads to dangers and deaths and overdoses. Like, I don't want that shit around me. I don't want that shit around my kids. But that doesn't mean that the right answer is using the state to solve it. The state has failed this, and they have shown for the last 70 years that they have failed at this. It's time for a change, and low-level decriminalization is not good enough. In fact, it comes with a host of other problems.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with what you outlined, Scott, and I understand sort of your overall worldview and the type of world that you want to curate. But assuming, let's say, as of right now, if we can only change one thing, as in keeping the status quo, but we change this one variable, as in you'd potentially be in favor of legalizing all drugs, and therefore anyone can go get prescription drugs, or they're no longer prescription.
Yeah, like I understand I'm not going to live in fucking Ancapistan tomorrow. What I'm saying is like when you look at the history of drug legalization, right? When you have full legalization, you get a lot less problems than when you have low like personal use decriminalization. Because like we can look at like Oregon or was it Washington, sorry, right? What happened when they legalized drugs in Washington is you don't get any of the good benefits of drug legalization. Like I said, a red light district, people, businesses being able to have places for it, etc. Instead, what you got is a whole bunch of homeless people that are transient flooded to the area, right? You got people utilizing drugs on public property. You had, and like the cops not being able to do anything about it because they can't actually go after in any meaningful way the chain, because now they're shackled by the decriminalization aspect, but also they have to try and go after the supply chain, and so you have drug usage going up. But when you see other countries and places like Portugal that embrace an understanding that like you can't half-ass this, you either have to fully legalize it or you have to fully criminalize it, you see much better results. And yeah, so if I could change one thing, I only got one magic wand, right? It only has one charge, if you will. I would get rid of the public parks, public roads, and public property in that regard, so that then private property owners could decide who the fuck they want on the road, who the fuck they want in their park, who the fuck they want in these places, and then we could actually maintain order instead of this bullshit melting pot public property where everybody gets to kind of utilize and be degenerate or, take their kids.
Yeah. Okay.
Other people, great. Oh, do you want
to? Sorry.
Did you want to jump in on the hard drugs?
Yeah. I agree that decriminalization is not really the answer. Just making them. When I say make drugs legal, I actually do mean some regulation, but regulation that makes sense, such as. I don't, it's cool to smoke pot in your house, not on your front lawn, or maybe on your front lawn, but not in a public place, not, that kind of thing, because I don't want my kids seeing it. And actually, I was at the apartment in New Jersey, and they just decriminalized pot. And my wife and son and I were walking down to this like little weekly farmers market kind of thing they have in this little area, and it was like I could barely walk because of the smell of pot in the air. And I was like, this is the dumbest thing ever. Like, why are these people not in their homes if they want to get high?
Unfortunately, like the same argument's gonna be in for alcohol,
smell
right?
in their home.
No, they're gonna be people who are like, yo, I don't want my kids to be like seeing people who are drunk or like out and like.
I agree with that.
Well, I mean,
I don't want to see public drunk. We have public drunken laws here, like 100%. That you will get arrested if you look drunk.
Aren't you in? I don't want to.
You'll get put in the drunk. We have what's called
not in Nashville, right? Not
just
Nashville.
There's
Nashville. Okay, yeah. I was saying no. Nashville, there isn't open drunkenness laws. I would assume.
But hold on. These are two different things.
I'm just asking.
With alcohol, you're talking about how much you can consume, right? And with drugs, often you're talking about whether you can consume. So, is it okay if you go,
I think okay. So, like your argument for
do movie theaters now, where you can have a couple of beers, like while you watch the movie, right? But there's going to be kids in there too. Is it okay to drink a beer in front of a kid?
Like restaurants,
we actually still have the paper bag laws here.
What about
we still have the paper bag laws here, iCal?
What if I go outside my front yard and smoke a cigarette?
I can only hear one.
My next door neighbor's got kids, right? If I go outside my front yard and I smoke a cigarette, should I get a crime because I'm in my front yard smoking a cigarette?
No, you're on your property. Yeah, very cool.
So, like, what's the difference between that and marijuana?
I mean, you're on your
property. You're on your porch, nothing. But if you're out on a sidewalk, that changes things. You've now gone from, as Scott would say, public to private property.
Yeah, that's fair.
Would you say that for
if your neighbor can go on his porch and smoke a doobie, then that's consistent with drinking a beer or having a cigarette. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I don't think people should be walking with like beer cans. So like, yeah, smoking. I do think it's like a little bit annoying when like I smoke weed. I don't go, but like when like I'm out like in a city and just like before I walk into a store, before I walk into a train, and just like a heavy. I'm like that is kind of obnoxious to those who don't like it. I can understand that.
Yeah, it's a public
Totally a
nuisance.
car.
You're not
What
wrong.
about
You're
a
not wrong.
car?
Yeah.
So like a car is the extension of your home in a lot of states, right? Should you be allowed to smoke in your car? Okay. So if you open up your door to your car and the
No,
smoke
you
comes out,
not. You know what,
Well,
man?
you shouldn't be smoking. I mean,
Listen,
No, this is
you don't even have to
I'm
be
going
smoking.
fucking.
You can hotbox your car and just reek of weed off your shirt and go somewhere like go to a mall and you're just literally heaving. You don't even have to be actively smoking. It is just obnoxious. It is just obnoxious. That's it.
This is why
It is obnoxious.
like. This is why I have to. I know it's people hate it when I do this, but like this is why I say libertarianism is inherently right wing and discriminatory. Okay, this is a cultural problem, and it is a cultural problem as far as I'm concerned that stems from public property. When public property exists and all of a sudden the public property has to accommodate to everybody's fucking interests and everybody's fucking values and everybody's freedom to do what they want to do, it is inherently conflict inducing, because I don't want to go out. Like we used to have a culture that was able to maintain a lot of things. Like there was a lot of bad shit with 1950s, 1940s, 1930s culture, 1960s. There's been a lot of bad cultural shit throughout the history. I'm not saying make America great again. Let's go back to the exact culture we had in 1950. But what I am saying is that there used to be something called couth, right? There used to be fucking class. There used to be an understanding that certain shit was done at home and other shit wasn't done in public. And it is this idea that like public property is for everyone to utilize so long as you're not physically violent against somebody is a fucking problem as far as I'm concerned. Like, yes, I don't think the state ought to use guns to fucking stop people from smoking weed in their fucking car. But maybe if they're driving, there's some argument about being intoxicated.
Yeah, you get into the impairment.
Right, but some people are probably going to drive fucking better if they're a little high, especially if they're a pothead, right? But a certain level is obviously going to be a problem. What I'm saying instead is that like, if you just had private property and private roads and private sidewalks and private parks, you could have a fucking park where you allow degeneracy and fucking bullshit like that to occur. And then you can have a park that says none of this shit. And guess what? You're on private property now. You don't follow the fucking rules, we kick you out. And if you refuse to get out, we use police and we force you out. We have pushed so many things. Feminism. We have pushed fucking, this libertine idea of freedom, and it is like freedom in and of itself comes with a responsibility of the people within the community to police each other via cultural means. And so we have lost part of that, and now we just have open bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, but like, if you want to smoke weed, you should have the freedom to do that. But there is a serious problem that we have to discuss when people are just openly just like, I don't want to see your fucking camera filming you doing a goddamn dance at the grocery store. I don't want to smell your fucking weed when you pull up at the Wawa because you had to hotbox your car. Like, there's all of these things. There's just all of these things that like we used to understand was something that you did fucking behind closed doors and what didn't have to be out in the open. And we have lost that, and part of that is this like libertine idea of like live, let live.
What's your point here with that? Like, values change. We used to have an open air slave
We used to have open air slave markets, but even then,
what is your argument here? Like,
even then we had
changed.
listen. Even then, we had the decency to keep him out of Washington, D.C. Like, that was a big fight, even when we had open-air slave markets, that, like, foreign dignitaries were coming to D.C.
Atlanta only
I'm not
existed
saying fucking slavery is good. I'm not saying everything of every culture is good. What I'm saying is that, like, this constant usage of, like, dumb shit in public that is assaulting, like, people. Like I don't want to fucking smell your weed smoke, but I don't have the freedom to be able to control that within my community.
Just suck it up because goddamn, bro. Like I don't want to see people driving around with the color purple maybe sometimes. Like
that's kind of I hate bumper stickers with
guess what? Guess what? If you had a private road, you could ban purple cars if that was really your fucking prerogative.
I agree. You can do that. I don't have a problem with private roads.
Purple stream backgrounds.
Like it's like holy shit. You're just over here like you're literally equivalent to
hey.
It took him a minute.
We're having fun.
No, what I'm saying is that private property would allow those places to exist, but instead we have forced everyone to be in part of those places.
Right, but hold on. In polite society, and I'm not saying that my society is particularly polite, we still have brown bag laws so that you are not allowed to leave a convenience store with a single container of beer, not in a bag. And if you get caught drinking said beer on a sidewalk, walking down the street, standing in a park, where the label's visible as it being a beer, the cops can give you a ticket. It's the same thing if you're, it's the same thing if you're if you're smoking in specific areas, they'll give you a ticket. And here we actually still do that. We actually, I mean, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree that in most places in the country.
What I'm saying is fuck that. What I'm saying is the very problem, the very conflict is created by having public roads. No, it's not.
No, Grid. Let me ask you a question. Grid. Yeah. All right. So, have you ever been to like a gala or like a banquet or like a business meeting, like at like a fancy hotel or ballroom, like before for any kind of like event?
Yeah.
All right. Have you ever gone to the bathroom and wondered why they have mirrors above the fucking toilets?
I've never seen mirrors above the toilets in any.
Well, I have. It's a thing at the classy clubs.
That's a very strange.
You know
thing.
why?
Do
you know why that is? Do you know why they have those at these places? Because you're doing cocaine in the stalls. Like, don't tell me these are some of the nicest places in the world. So, like, you're telling me in polite society? No, in polite society they have powder rooms, literally to powder your nose, and it's not just for your face, like the women. So, like, you're sitting here telling me
women can't do cocaine, Admiral.
I've never seen
nice fancy places are just as bad in encouraging the degeneracy. It's just the accepted degeneracy that you're okay with. That's what we're having right now.
No, what I'm saying, and I understand that Grid and I have different positions.
Well, you said polite society.
By the way, if that were the case, Gibbs, that's in private. It's not a public facility, and therefore, what Scott said holds true. It's private property. They can allow that.
Nobody's arguing the private. My point was what you said about polite society. I have been to like city galas. I've been to like
but in public. We still have public. We still have public indecency here.
Society.
We have public drunk. We have public like. There's a lot of things that you can't do and be a functioning member of our society, my community. Now, I don't know what communities you guys live in. Apparently, I know that I've been to New Jersey and I've seen dudes sitting there smoking blunts while we walk by with a cop car parked 15 feet away and just zero fucks given. And so
I'm just saying. You said in polite society they don't do this, and it's a very like established norm in like upper class communities that hey, these people do coke in the bathrooms. That's accepted.
I don't care what people do in the privacy of their own home.
The bathroom.
I don't think.
But in the bathroom.
Gibbs.
That's the first time I agree with Corey Campbell. Somebody write that shit down.
Gibbs, I don't think when he said polite society, he meant like well-to-do, wealthy society. I think he was just using a phrase about, places with some level of class, etc. I understand that, Hillary Clinton in the woods doing cocaine, while fucking worshiping the goddamn owl statue is technically polite society because that's where all the elites are. But like, and if they want to do that, in their fucking private property with their fucking owl statue, then have at it. If they want to have, that fucking Mira, whatever her name is, that like does that crazy art, like, eating fucking food off of like, aborted baby women or whatever fucking crazy shit she wants to do this month, like do it behind closed doors. My argument is very simple, right? When you have a public sidewalk, when you have a public park, when you have public roads, right? These are conflict inducing. And the reason they are conflict inducing inherently is that some people want to get to and from work one way and some people want to get to and from work a different way. And it's impossible to make everybody happy in that regard. Only under private property can you not have a conflict inducing system because the conflict is resolved. Whomever owns the property makes the rules of that place so long as it's not, some level of like entrapment or, aggressive by some means. And so my issue is there is this freedom, if you will, to smoke weed or to do some level of drugs, and then you have this public property that exists. What ends up happening in a community is that we're forcibly, we are all forcibly subjected to public property that we use to get to work, or that we, pay taxes for so that we can take our kids to a park or whatever. And there is all of these elements that we don't want in our society or within our community that we have no choice in now. If we want to get to work, we have to go through the place that smells like fucking weed and has fucking homeless tent city with some dude strung out on the side of the road. What I'm saying is that is the real problem when it comes to understanding drugs as an issue in society, in our culture, is that public property is where that conflict is. And for years, we settled this by saying all drugs are illegal because we don't want that. And now we're looking at the damage of that and going, well, we should start legalizing these things. But the problem is that legalization comes with other problems because the public property is still there. And the other problems is strung out fucking dudes practicing what an L shape looks like in the alphabet with their own fucking body on the side of the goddamn road because that's public property. There's not a goddamn thing I can do about it except try and fucking navigate the maze of degeneracy with my fucking kids on the way to the park, and it's bullshit.
Pobrecito.
I mean, I think that's fair. I get what you're trying to say. That there's a level of sacrifice that happens. I mean, obviously, I don't back the whole public-private thing.
We live in a
But
society,
there's a
guys.
level of, there's
George
conflict
Costanza
where
is
we
with
have
us.
other
We live in a
people
society.
around, and we have to navigate spaces that they're in. And it's fair to say that we want spaces that are safe and welcoming to families, to people of all ages, really, right?
Sorry, that's
we can-
racist. That's called white flight. You're not allowed to do that.
Oh my God. So we can want spaces that we can have spaces that are adult spaces, but then we can put them in a very separate, specific area, right? But like now we have, like I hate it too. When I like smell weed, I don't want to be smelling people's weed. That's just really annoying. But it's a conflict that happens when you are in a place with multiple people, and you just have to navigate these things. Doobie, if you're still there,
Yeah.
yeah. So what are your thoughts specifically? I feel like you've had an exciting life, and like,
Past tense, no more excitement.
well, I mean, he's married now and he's got a kid on the way.
Poppers in
past
Utah.
tense. Well, Poppers. That was a while ago, right? That was a while ago. That trip was months ago.
That's why he has a kid on.
A while ago is months ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm saying, because I'm saying like
That's
I don't know,
misinformation. Poppers does not lead to having kids. All right, quite the opposite.
Oh boy, but I don't think she was pregnant on the Utah trip.
Guys,
Anyway, I don't
we
know.
don't have to dig this deep. I was just making a joke.
Poppers are for anal sex, but
There
they
we
weren't
go.
for they weren't for her.
Okay, all right.
Big doobs.
They
So
weren't for me. Scott, I saw the face. They weren't for me either.
Okay, well,
Well, that was unusually
Please, please,
specific.
well, Doobie, you had a life, okay? All right. We know he had a life. We don't know if he has a life ongoing. Okay. So, all right.
Okay.
In any case, like, what are your thoughts? Considering your experiences, how would you deal with this?
So deal with poppers?
No, I mean just the party drug, hard drug dynamic that I laid out before. Like, would you make a difference between these two things? Would you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if we're going to allow alcohol, we can allow poppers. I think that and like I said earlier, I think you get a similar effect from alcohol. It just takes longer, and if you're getting into a car in the next 3 hours after that, you're probably going to cause a car accident. Right? I think poppers is again, I've never taken it myself, but from what I've witnessed, seems to have like a shorter duration but more intense effect within, like, especially at the start of the short duration. it doesn't seem to me to be as bad as something like alcohol. In fact, I'm sure it's not. I know that alcohol kills thousands of people every year. Not just in car accidents, but it contributes to like tons of assaults and murders, etc. Like domestic violence, etc. So if we're going to allow that, I think we can allow people to have their poppers and their sex chocolates and their horny goat weeds. I think it's fine.
Sure. Then
It
what
reminds me
about?
of
Go ahead.
Prime. This reminds me of synthahol, right? It would also wear off really fast. In Star
Synthahol?
Trek, synthahol
Yeah.
is what they drink in Star Trek. Yeah.
Yeah. But Dibby, like, what about then cocaine and the rest of them? So are you making a distinction here then and saying?
What about, I'm sorry, what you broke up on my end. What about what in the rest
Sure,
of
no
them?
problem. Yeah. I'm saying, what about like what quote unquote hard drugs, however you define that, whether it be cocaine or heroin or whatever in that category, would you treat them the same?
No, I think that so far as I know, that poppers aren't addictive in the way that hard drugs, quote unquote, are.
Yeah.
Like heroin, cocaine, etc. Right. So the chemical dependence that can be formed by those drugs it's just so far as I know, Corey can probably correct me, does not exist with poppers. So I don't think they're really in the same category at all. In fact, I
Poppers
would
is
say
like
that
an inhale. It's more like laughing gas or the galaxy gas and shit, right?
I've heard of galaxy gas, but I don't really
That
know
shit's
what
way
it
more
is.
dangerous than poppers.
Yeah, it's way more dangerous.
I
I
apologize. I apologize for interrupting. All right, but like, I'm just saying, right? I want to always make sure that I don't put out misinformation when it comes to drugs, right? Galaxy gas and a lot of those other inhalants like air duster and things like that are really fucking dangerous. Okay, there's some of the most dangerous drugs in being able to tell when you've had too much. Don't like. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah,
no, but I was saying they're in the same. They're in the same like spectrum, as in like it's not like an addiction factor to it, other than like personal. It's a personal addiction like to it. I don't think there's like like a withdrawal.
But anyway, the point is that in terms of their damage to their body, right? Like, it strips the mylar off your nerves, right?
Yeah.
Like it's awful. We discussed that actually a few weeks back, right? We talked about laughing gas, galaxy gas.
Galaxy gas, yeah.
And that was bad. But yeah, but even then, I and this goes back to Gibbs's point, right? Gibbs was trying to make the point as to like where you draw the line, right? And I get like Ali, you're definitely your initial desire to say, well, maybe this falls in a bit of a more of a gray zone. But like, yeah, like how do you like divide that, right? Like, galaxy gas, at least especially initially, doesn't seem nearly as bad. But as our friend Scott tells us, like it's hard to understand your limits, and it can.
I think the for me it's they're in the same category of like the same people. Like I used to do whippets, and it's like the same category of people who are like going to be like getting poppers, doing it's in that party drug like recreation, right? Recreational like drug category. And so like I guess when we're talking about addiction and like the strength of the drug or how you want to treat it or categorize it, for me, I would put whippets in the same regards of like poppers, in the sense that like there's no physical addiction or withdrawal. It's more of maybe like a mental dependency where it's like you enjoy it a lot and you don't want to stop. And maybe if you want to classify that as like an addiction, that to me is like more like dependency, I guess.
Well, I think
if there's a distinction.
I think what's important to note.
Very bad to do. My bad. Very bad to do. Don't do whippets.
Yeah, what I think is important to note is
Whippets
that
seem like a retarded drug.
Again,
Yeah,
why do
they
people?
are.
The reason people do whippets is because of accessibility, right? The popularity of whippets is a problem that is caused by the drug war. 100%. Like it is like people want to get high. They're gonna get high. If you've ever tried to buy drugs, there are basically two drugs that you can always reliably buy: weed and cocaine. Every other drug other than weed and cocaine.
Ketamine too,
No,
yeah.
no. Well, I mean like from a drug dealer, right? Like like every other drug, the people that sell those drugs are like unreliable, and you need like multiple contacts and sources. Well, mushrooms, if you know somebody, like you can find dependable people because
The
like
point
some
he's
people like have a
making
grow
is-
box, right?
yeah.
Like I understand that, but like if you try and buy like acid, for example, like I have known so many people that have had multiple contacts for acid. Those people fucking disappear, or then you get them and then all of a sudden it's like, you know, they show up 4 hours late, right? And then you end up fucking doing like triple C's from fucking CVS or something instead. Like what I'm trying to say is that
Wait, hold on.
we
Drug
had
dealers aren't
sys-
reliable.
well, some drug dealers are a lot more reliable than others. People that sell weed and cocaine,
Okay.
cocaine
I'm new
especially.
to this. I'm sorry.
People that sell cocaine are super fucking reliable because their clientele have money and because they usually have a source that is, you know, a very large drug
Really
supply
fucking
chain.
serious.
And
And they're
again,
not
they're very
patient.
serious.
And they're not patient.
What was the
Yeah,
point
and
you were
they're
trying
not
to make
patient.
with the
what I'm trying to say is what I'm trying to say is that a large inherent risk to drugs, especially some of these drugs that are like silly, that you're like, why do people do whippets, is because of the black market.
Yeah.
If you have these things legalized, then you could have, not only would you have cocaine reliably, for example, let's just take cocaine, right? But you would have packages that have exact measurements and exact measurements both of their strength, of their purity, and of their weight, of their consistency. You would have that with every drug, and so you would not have random fentanyl overdoses. You would obviously you would have overdoses from people that relapse, right? Because they think they can take the same amount that they took before, and it turns out they don't have that same dependency, or people want to kill themselves and they don't care. You're obviously still going to have ODs, but what I'm saying is that part of the danger is not knowing how much you can take, not knowing how pure your drug is, not knowing, going to some other drug because you couldn't get access to your drug dealer, et cetera, and doing some crazy shit.
Weed regulations did kind of like everything, right? Well, you may not like it, but like weed became legal, and then they regulated it, and now you go to the dispensaries or you go to even like street dealers. Their packages are professional packages with the weight. They're getting their tests done, so on and so forth. Mainly dispensaries, but so it's kind of a little bit like the regulations did help in that regard, or do you think it didn't help in that regard? So like weed legalization and it being regulated the way it is, like, do you think that could apply to other drugs or no?
I just don't. I wouldn't credit the regulation with what's doing that. I think what I would credit is legalization, allowing people to open dispensaries. And I don't think. I think it's.
Well,
I
the
think
regulations mandated like testing, right? And then like if you're mandated to test, you might as well post the results. And that's kind of what I mean.
Right, but like when you're selling to like in a let's say we go back to like the Dare era, right? Those people care a lot less than when all of a sudden it's become more socially acceptable and it has also become legal
1000%.
and such a percent. And like your typical like mom that doesn't want to do painkillers because she has arthritis but wants to smoke weed, she values knowing the strength of what she's about to take. She wants to know how many milligrams are in this gummy because she doesn't like smoking because it's icky, and like she wants to feel better because her arthritis feels bad, but she doesn't want to take benzos because benzos are 100 times worse than weed. And so she goes and gets a medical card, and she doesn't want to fucking take a star of death by accident when she's got her fucking kids coming over, right? Like she wants her fucking it's a 200 milligram thing that like Joey Diaz made famous because he would switch out with people and stuff. But it's a 200 milligram THC brownie that is like insanely powerful. Right? Like she doesn't want that. She wants a 25 milligram fucking gummy that she can eat and like take the edge off of. Right? And so I think part of the legalization is what did that more than the regulation forcing testing.
Great. Okay. We gotta take Red out to the club and to the smoke shop one day and let him experience the wild side. I think that would help you really get some perspective on things.
I got to be honest with you. This has been educational.
How can you judge something unless you've tried it? You know what I'm saying?
I'll pick up some rhino pills from the gas station.
I don't have. Do you have an opinion on dog sex? My follow-up question would be: how can you judge something if you haven't tried it?
Listen, there's obviously lines and whatnot. It's all gray areas.
What a backpedal! What a backpedal!
I think you've been doing some lines. That's one thing we're gonna agree on this one.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck.
He sent me a picture of the mirror, by the way. That was
that's
insane, man.
Yeah,
I thought I was joking. But this
What
is
in
a
the
real
hell?
thing.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
it's
yeah,
straight
that's
from
wild.
Little do you know what happens in
Love
polite
it.
society.
Yeah, polite society. This guy needs maybe a reintroduction.
That's
to polite
not polite.
society.
That's
That's
that's guys
Yeah.
paying $200,000 a plate for fucking dinner with a star.
That's
There
real
we go.
uppity polite society, you know.
Uppity. That's
That
uppity.
bathroom did not-
That's
that
that's
bathroom
what
did not
that
look
is.
like
That is uppity. That is uppity. That's what the fuck that is. Holy shit.
So we've reached like right on time. Reached the end of our stream, at least this portion of it. So I want to respect people's time and allow them to get out of here. So I'm gonna give an outro to all these guys. I never gave you an intro, so I want to make sure everyone gets a chance to do that. We'll start. I'll stick around for a bit if people want to talk. We'll start with our friend Scott, who we've missed. Like, we really missed you, friend. I'm really glad you're here. Sincerely.
Appreciate it.
I said,
Glad he's not
COVID.
sick anymore.
I had COVID. You know, what like I don't know, like the fucking 118th version of it, whatever. It took me out for a while. And before you guys in chat start bitching about whether or not I'm vaccinated, fuck you. I'm not vaccinated. I have an enlarged aortic valve, so even if I believed in getting vaccinated as this great thing, I still fucking couldn't get one anyways. Yeah, I'm happy to be back. You know, I'm Fabian Liberty. Anarcho-capitalist. I do some debates. I do some reactions. I do some, you know, a lot of weird philosophical, you know, niche shit on my channel as well. And if you're really, really fucking nerdy and just a little autistic, you should come check out my channel.
Are you going on Destiny tomorrow?
Destiny hasn't responded to my DM. He said he was available
Typical.
Tuesday. And then he just left it. So I don't know if he's going to puss out or
Typical.
not. But I'm supposed to debate Destiny. Long story short, where we were talking earlier about the oh my god, Muhammad Kamil or whatever.
Mahmoud, yeah.
His name right now.
Mahmoud, yeah.
He put up some Asmongold thing because he was trying to snipe at Asmongold, and he was like, Asmongold, you know, when it's free speech in Europe, and it's like him like reacting, and then he did, and he was like, but when it's in America, and he's like trying to say that Asmongold like doesn't believe in his free speech in any way, and I was like, hey dude, you know, people getting arrested for mean tweets is a little fucking different than like this situation. Like, you can still disagree with it. That doesn't make him a hypocrite. And then he basically like responded and was like, I'll do this when they go after green card holders or January 6th. So I called him out for his bullshit framing and talking about like whataboutism. And then he got real mad and was like, fuck you, blah, blah. And then I was like, and then eventually he said he'd debate me Tuesday. And then I DM'd him and he hasn't answered. So either he's going to debate me Tuesday or he's going to puss out. Which is tomorrow. He still hasn't answered. So we'll see.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
share
I'm going
your
to
stories,
play
bro.
the start of the chair recording that came out. That'd be really fun.
You said start with what? I missed.
Start of the cherry recording.
Yeah, the chair recording where he recorded.
Who's moderating?
Why would I? Why would I?
It'd be really funny. It'd be really, really funny.
That would be me sharing. I don't want to do what he did that requires him to get the best lawyer money can buy in the world to try and get away from his sex pest behavior by then doing the same crime, which is sharing things without consent.
Technically, yes, but the start of it is it's only 30 seconds, and there's no sexual content in there. It's just the start of their conversation that led to the sex. The thing that he claimed he didn't do is out there. So yeah.
So
yeah.
Maybe don't do it.
Scott, who's going to moderate if you do debate him?
I don't think there's a moderator.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go on.
It's not an actual debate.
Yeah.
Well, it's just gonna be like.
I mean, like I said, he didn't respond to DMs, so I didn't bring it up because I'm not trying to be like, you know, like clout goblin, like come watch me debate Destiny tomorrow, blah blah blah. But you asked, so
I wanted to know.
Yeah, well,
I'll give you clout goblin access.
I appreciate it. Yeah, there you go. I appreciate it.
Shout out to our friend Scott. Glad to have you back, and I hope you managed to have that conversation with Destiny. I hope it goes well for you, friend. Let's
so nice.
go to our friend Corey. Corey, thank you for being here. You've been fantastic. Oh fuck, my zipper just broke. Sorry, separate thing.
You have that effect on people.
Yeah, it was just like
baby.
the zipper just like disintegrated in my
Corey never
hands.
needs the rhino pills.
I've literally never even seen that happen before, but whatever. Okay, I'm just gonna have to move on with my life. But Corey, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a homie. You've been like really positive, sending me like really kind messages, this past week, and I just appreciate your friend.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't take it for granted. Well, I also, those positive messages I have to make up for, all the slurs that I said previously in our DMs.
Of course, all the time. Yeah,
balance in all things. But yeah, as always, this is great. And I echo the sentiments of I'm glad to see Scott is back and he's feeling better. I hope that he continues to feel better. And I hope, obviously, he never has any health challenges whatsoever, ideally. But yeah, this has been great. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, and Substack. It's Corey Campbell. Ali, Grid One, Doobie, iCal Rich, Gibbs, Scott, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Thank you, friend. Let's go to our friend Gibbs, and shout out to Gibbs. I didn't get to do this before, but Gibbs and I, we went on Timcast together. Gibbs was a fantastic person to just hang out with, to chill with. I spent an extra day there just to chill with Gibbs, and it was a lot of fun. And I don't know, man. I just really appreciate you. It was a great experience, and I think you're fantastic, Gibbs.
Yeah, I had a good time. It was very fun, enjoyable. I liked it. We got to do some exciting things. To watch some horses and watch me lose a fuck ton of money. But yeah, that's always fun. Big fan. Because when it comes to luck, I had bad luck. But yeah, I want to say one other thing. I don't know if y'all saw this. British intelligence agency leaks confirmed that the British knew that COVID escaped from a lab or highly suspected. That was all used to be disinformation. So Fabian, the reason you got COVID is because Chinese were plotting. Anyway, moving on to important things. This is all memes.
It's called the Sun Tzu flu here,
all
right?
Yes.
Oh God.
Yeah. So moving on. Yeah, I will be a clout goblin because on Tuesday I'm going to be going on Enemy Charlie's debate royale and whooping a bunch of ass because it's going to be one conservative versus 15.
Am I coming on? I don't know what's going on.
I think you can. I think that we already talked to him maybe. But they need conservatives in the future, guys, because it's odds. It's 15 to 1 conservative. So keep that in mind. But yeah, I added you to the group, right, Brian? You got in the Discord, yeah. So if you're in the Discord, I think that you're in. I think that's what that is. So yeah, so they need people, but that's yeah. I have as much information as you do on that. But yeah, I'll be on there Tuesday. Hopefully, probably be there. I will message somebody confirm that. Yeah. Anyway, see us Tuesday, Thursday. We're gonna be talking about the autopen thing on my channel at 7:30 because. We got, I think Sociologic's going to be there, some other people are going to be there, because, goddamn, this is a travesty. And on Wednesday, big news, we're having a new show. We cloned Fox News' show. It's going to be called Outnumbered. It's going to be 5 women this time. I think usually it's going to be 4, and they're going to be talking about subjects they want, and then Admiral Gibbs, because why not? And, I'm an ultra feminist, and I want to help women get their voices out there because the left talks about women, but they don't actually help women. So Gibbs is here to give women a platform here on Twitch. And that's what I'm here for. So anyway, yeah, if you enjoy my content, check me out. I'm Admiral Gibbs on every social site. There we go.
Here's a tagline for you, Gibbs. The left talks about women, but doesn't let women talk.
Amen. I'm still
Ooh, that's accurate as well.
Have it.
And then they replace them with men. But we don't have to talk about that. That's fine.
When did the left get so based, man? Back to the kitchen.
Okay. All
the Islamism.
Shout out to Gibbs. Good luck with all that, especially on the female-only program. I can tell you, it is difficult. But we will move on for our lives. Let's go to Aiko. Yeah, thanks for being here, friend.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll just devote my little bit of time to just backing up Scott there when he says he has an enlarged aortic valve, and that was why he couldn't get his vaccines. People like that exist. There's lots of them out there. And because of that, I think Corey will back me up on this. That's why the rest of us should get vaccinated so that we can keep people like Scott safe.
Sounds like a plan. I believe so.
Not doing it.
Bumblebee.
Not
And he's moving right next door to
And
Scott.
now
too.
Sociologic and I actually agree on something.
Yeah.
Man,
That's
weird
okay.
night.
I now
History's
have
being made left and right.
I now have natural immunity, so I just need to
Bridge
wait
building,
for the
baby.
You're gonna need
119th
to build-
version of it to come
We're
out.
building something.
Listen, Fabian, you need to go become a cyborg or get your genes out of the pool. Since you got this thing, we're gonna call you with the.
You should totally get his genes out of the pool. That's
We gotta watch out for the COVID.
I
It's
know.
a plan.
Hopefully,
calling.
not interpreted as effective
The call
violence.
is happening.
Any which way, let's go to our friend Doobie, who I know has to get back to his supermodel wife. Doobie, thank you for being here, friend. And thanks for everything. Honestly, you've been fantastic. But yeah, any words you want to say?
No, thanks for having me. And yeah, I look forward to working with all of you. I hope on getting you guys on the Timcast and whatever comes up in the future.
Indeed. Let's go to our friend Grid. Thank you, Grid. You've been great. Like, I appreciate your perspective here, friend. And thanks for being here. I know you had like family stuff at the start, but still, you make time for us.
Yeah. Your start time is just a hair early for me. Actually, tonight Scouts wasn't the issue. It was my son had sporting clays practice, and so he didn't get done until 6 o'clock our time, which is I think when you guys were firing up. So
yeah,
it took me a little while to get here, and I haven't actually had dinner, so I've been a little hangry. So you know, I'm gonna go eat like soon.
So
as,
it wasn't
actually,
personal, Ali.
like-
All right, it wasn't personal.
Yeah, it wasn't personal. Ali.
I
I'm
never
just,
take it personally.
Yeah,
I hope
don't
you
take
don't
it
either.
personally, man. Don't take it personally. So most of what I say is for the benefit of the show, although it does reflect my actual thoughts and opinions. I do talk a little larger than life because it is a show and not a discussion over a soda in a bar somewhere.
Yeah,
because I don't drink. Anyway, I am an unreasonable man on YouTube. You can find me there. It is the actual direct link is at grid1 motorsports. You can find me on YouTube. I'm also on Twitch and Twitter and all these other things, but just find me on YouTube. It's way better. Great. It was actually really good tonight. Kind of got in the weeds there at the end, talking about the hard drug stuff versus the poppers. But the poppers was actually, I think, a really simple thing to kind of understand and deal with. I just don't understand. I mean, I understand why we're not dealing with it the way that it probably should be. Just we've got to get some make some changes in the way that we deal with various things in this country. Because conservatives should be for smaller government, not more government ever. So anyway, great having you guys. Good to see you back, Scott. Actually missed going back and forth with you when I can get a word in edgewise. And I've had fun with Gibbs on doing his stuff lately, and yeah, it's been a good time. So you guys have a great rest of your week, and luck with luck. Next Monday we'll do it again, and maybe I'll make you really angry. I don't know. We'll see.
Thank you. Scott longest openings and our friend Grid longest outros, but it's okay. Much appreciated.
My opening was short. It was like 6 words.
He's saying your reputation.
Yeah, in general.
Eight words.
Yeah.
8 words.
Yeah. Yeah, Grid's third eye has been opened. He's learned so many things about drugs. He's very excited to get off stream so he can put them to practice.
Try them.
Let's go to our friend Ali. Thank you, Ali. You had a lot to say today. No, I appreciate it. You're fantastic, dude.
Yeah, man, I love being here. You can find me as Sociologic. Right now, I'm just a stream joiner. I'll be on Gibbs's show Thursday. We're going to discuss the autopen and hopefully the 40-hour versus 80-hour work week. Apparently, 40 hours you're lazy, 80 hours is the average and what it should be. So looking to get into that with Gibbs and friends later. And maybe one day I will start streaming. I got the setup. It's just doing it. So maybe one day you will be able to find me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, Sociologic. But thanks so much for having me on, guys.
Absolutely. Okay. So again, guys, if you enjoyed this all of this, consider supporting the channel by subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. We still do need your help. We haven't got any support this month, so consider supporting the channel and with super chats and all that. I'll stick around for a bit. Oh, follow the channel too if you haven't done so yet. If you're like new to the channel, haven't done so, follow the channel on YouTube and Twitch. I should have said that before. Whatever. But yeah, anyone else? If you guys got to head out, that's cool.
Yeah.
I'll stick around if anyone wants to chat with me about anything.
I gotta go. Y'all be good. Thanks for having me.
Peace
Appreciate
out,
it.
man.
Also, thanks again, Doobie. Thanks as well. Prime.
Yeah, no problem.
I gotta head out as well. Take care, everyone. Be well.
Bye.
See ya.
Yeah, props to you, Prime. Props to you, Gibbs, if you're still here. I mean, and I guess props to Doobie for setting it up, whatever it may be. But like, that was awesome, man. I was extremely proud to see you guys. You know, that was dope. How'd it feel? Like, was that the bigger, like, I guess, like, biggest like live place you've been? Prime.
Like combined viewership actually I wasn't watching live stream. I don't know what the average live stream like viewership of that was, at the time. I've been on Destiny's, and I've had Destiny and Bosch on at the same time, so maybe combined they equal that. Actually don't know, but it was down there. It's a lot.
So then what, like, do you like, do you want to be a streamer, or do you want, like, are you trying to amass like an audience, or do you kind of just do this and it's just fun for you?
I mean, I like to be a streamer. I like to amass an audience. Still working on that part. But yeah.
The struggle. All right. Well, I may or may not be debating Destiny tomorrow or whatever, but so I gotta get some sleep.
Do it, man.
Have a good one.
All right, brother. And yes, congratulations as well.
Thank you. All right. What are you guys the remaining 4?
Yo, this is a vibe. All right, guys. I will be back tomorrow. I don't know if I'm debating Destiny or not, but I'll prep for it like I am. We'll see. He didn't answer DMs. Still hasn't answered DMs. And then if not, I have some things I want to react to Sam Cedar on Jubilee. As well as I promised Trexamon that I would react on stream to what was it? To the Australian LPs like Vision, and go through that and see what I think about their LP parties, like platform positions, etc. But so we'll get something done tomorrow, and then Wednesday I do have a debate scheduled with what is it? I can never remember this guy's name. God, I wish I could. I feel like I'm pronouncing this wrong, but it's either James Meese or James McKee. I can't tell. So it should be fun. At least the next couple days should be fun, and exciting things coming in the future, and hopefully I can get more conversations and more fun stuff. So like, share, subscribe, comment in the section below if you made it this far. Good on you. Consider joining the Discord. Consider supporting the channel. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, or I'll see you in the Discord later, probably later on tonight and earlier in the morning.